Hey, good morning everyone. So very nice climate, right? And first of all, thank you for coming in this rain also. So many students were about to come, but they didn't turn up because of this cyclone, etc. and all. Yesterday they predicted cyclone, but as usual, like CA exam result, nothing as predicted. So therefore, today it is raining. Fine. So we will have our class without any delay, and we will have the classes from morning 9 o'clock to 6. Okay, 9 to 6. I informed 8, but some students said, sir, we have to come from longer distance, etc. and all. So that's the reason why we'll have from 9 o'clock. Okay. So first of all, first things first, how many of you did not study GST at all? I mean, this is the first time you are listening to GST. Anyone here like that? No. Okay, 1. 2. Fine. But others? Yes. So, let me give you the objective of this particular batch, this 4-day exam oriented batch. What we are going to do is that we are going to do a quick summary of all the concepts, followed by some question and answers, because those who are attending it for the first time, what I suggest is that you attend this, and if you feel like it is fast or you are not able to understand, etc. and all, I have taken one exam oriented batch for September exam. That September exam oriented batch, which is there in my YouTube channel, you can definitely watch that video if you feel this is fast, I am not understanding, I need more of concept discussion, etc. That September video you can watch, and there is no amendment from September exam to Jan exam this time, because what has happened, usually for every exam before 6 months, whatever are the changes that will be applicable. So you are appearing for Jan exam means up to June 30, whatever changes that will be applicable for Jan exam. Suppose if you are appearing for September exam, September 25, all the changes up to February will be applicable for September exam. So this March, April, May, June, that 4 months, actually Government of India did not do any GST council meetings, etc. and all. So because we had this Pahalgam attack, Operation Sindoor, etc. Due to that reason, from September to Jan, not even one amendment for you. So for intermediate, for final level, 2 or 3 amendments, for intermediate no amendment. But what ICI did is that they released one amendments material, which is nothing but copy paste of September 25 amendments only. They did not give anything new from September 25 to Jan 26. You got it? So which means whatever book that you have, revised book that you have, which you have purchased for September exam, the same can be used even for Jan exam also. No need to buy any new book. And even the practice manual also, if you have the old practice manual, you can make use of it now. And if you don't have the practice manual, that alone you can buy. Okay. And next thing, so what I was telling is that, so this will be like a quick revision only. And if you want detail with respect to that particular portion, you please go to September video and watch. But what we are going to do is that little bit I am making the change in the strategy or approach. What I have observed in the past from many students in the last 2-3 attempts is that students are knowing the concept. So they know, they remember, they go for the exam. But in the exam, they are unable to implement it in the answers. That is what? So there is an application problem. So it is not the concept problem, it is the application problem that the students are facing nowadays. So they know the concept, they read the question, they know what is the answer, but while writing the answer, there are some mistakes. So here and there they are missing out and they are not writing it properly. Even in MCQs, there are a lot of mistakes that they are doing. For example, the recent attempt, September 25 attempt, that Resident Welfare Association related MCQ came, case scenario MCQ. So you might have written that exam, September 25 exam, and in that So this Resident Welfare Association, 7,500 rupees up to that maintenance charge is exempted related point. And invariably majority of students have attempted it wrongly. They did not do properly. So that's the reason why we need to focus on application more. So what we are going to do is that we are going to restrict this time for JAN exam, concept discussion less, but problem solving more, including the case scenario MCQs. Is it clear? Fine. And also I have prepared one mighty 50, so question and answers. So that also will be provided to face-to-face students as a handout. We will give it to you. And for online students, I cannot do anything. We will share the PDF and you can download. And for face-to-face students, because some motivation should be there now, because you are attending for face-to-face with all the pain, etc. That's the reason why for face-to-face students, we are giving that booklet for free. That is mighty 50 question and answers. Okay. Then next thing, so therefore any doubts that you have during the break time, you can definitely ask, and after the classes also you can ask whatever doubts that you have. Then suppose if you want to know as to how you have presented your paper, etc. and all, that also you just get me the printout of it. So therefore you don't show me in mobile, etc. and all, I may not be able to see that properly. So get me the printout. Definitely I will be giving you my feedback as to how you need to improve, what are all the areas you need to work on, so why it went wrong, etc. and all. Even in our discussion also I will incorporate all the mistakes which usually students do and how you need to eliminate those mistakes, so that you know you will ensure that your marks are maximum. Because in group 1 what I have observed is that between law and tax they will catch the people. So either it will be law or it will be the tax. And this attempt, JAN attempt, actually tax. I feel it will be tax. May attempt it was law. I mean September attempt it was law. And therefore definitely this time you have to give a good importance to income tax and indirect tax. And when it comes to indirect tax, they have eliminated few concepts from your exam. That's a saving actually. So there are many concepts which are eliminated for you, which are not there. So you don't have to read all those things. So therefore while discussing in the class also, even though I have given in the book, I will tell that this is not applicable for exam, this is not applicable for exam. You just mark those things and you don't have to read that. So whatever is applicable for exam, that alone you read, that will be sufficient. Done? Can we start? Yes. So we are going to see these topics for your CA Intermediate JAN 26 exam. These are all the concepts that you have. In these concepts, what are the very, very important concepts which are repeatedly tested and for the maximum marks? So we can call it like A category topics. This value of supply, exemptions, liability to pay GST and input tax credit. These are the 4 A category topics. So you need to be thorough with respect to this concept. Nook and corner, one point also you should not leave. These 4 areas. Liability to pay GST. In liability to pay GST, where the focus is on RCM. What are the list of activities which are covered under RCM and e-commerce operator, that will be given in this liability to pay GST. Exemptions, lot of exemptions are there. Majorly students will find it difficult in application of exemptions, because in the first question, that is the 10 marks question also, there will be point on exemption. Even separately one 5 mark question also will be asked on exemptions. So literally the weightage will be like 10 marks from exemptions itself, without knowing it, because actually it will be boring. When you read it, you will not feel like reading and you will try to by heart. You should never do that. Exemptions and all you should not by heart. It's about you need to revise as many number of times as you can. And when you are revising it, you need to apply it into the questions. And one major setback, what I have seen from the students is that they will not be, seeing the question and recollecting the answer. They will see the question, immediately see the answer. Then you will never be able to learn. When you see the question, when you see the answer, when will you learn? So you see the question, don't see the answer. First you try to write somewhere or recollect what is the answer, then you need to cross check the answer, then only you will know whether you have learnt or not. And you will be making lot of mistakes. Those mistakes you need to make note. So you need to maintain a mistake ledger. You need to maintain that. So what is that mistake ledger? This is common for all the subjects. Mainly for taxation subject, it is very much required. So in that mistake ledger, you need to write as to while solving the question or while doing some answer, some mistake you committed, that mistake you write down. What is the mistake that you have committed and what is the correct answer? That is the, like in some 1 line, 2 line like that you write. And so that before the exam you just go through all those points and go for exam, so that in exam you will not do all those mistakes. Ensure that you are doing it in your preparation stage, okay. And these are the 4 areas: liability to pay GST, exemptions, value of supply, input tax credit. You cannot imagine a question paper without these 4 areas. Perhaps sometimes, like out of 50 marks, the 25 marks will be, 25 to 30 marks will be from these 4 areas itself. So that will be surprising many times. Then next, thereafter, category B topics. Category B topics are supply under GST. Then we have this time of supply, place of supply. Next, TDS, TCS and payment process. So these are category B topics: supply under GST, time of supply, place of supply, TDS, TCS and payment process. And remaining and all category C topics. Category C topics, if you are just quickly revising and going for exam, that is sufficient. Mostly the type of questions on category C topics will be direct questions only. It won't be that much complicated, etc. and all. Whereas category A topics, the questions will be more complicated. Category B topics will be medium level, even difficulty level also I am telling you. And category C topics, just if you do the revision, that is enough. So you can go to the exam, direct question only it will be. For example, they will give a question about GSTR 1A. So that a person has filed GSTR 1, but he could not report some details. Now can he amend the details? Whether he need to amend it only in next month GSTR 1. So comment, for that you need to write not necessary. So immediately in 1A itself it can be amended, and that 1A has to be filed by this time. Like that you need to write the general explanation about it, direct questions only, not too much depth, you need to think, etc. and all, that much will not be involved. That is about the category C topics. Remaining and all are category C topics. And there are many amendments for May 25 and September 25, but these are not tested in exams. Some amendments are not tested, some amendments are tested, some amendments are not tested. So again, for JAN exam, definitely these amendments you need to revise 1 day before the exam, and you need to go for the exam for sure. So this is what I told you, ABC topics, and in that I have just given place of supply and time of supply as category A, but actually it is category B. It's not that important in the recent attempts what I have seen, but category B it will be. Then look into, so what are the 4 chapters which you need to be thorough with? Input tax credit, value of supply, exemptions and RCM, liability to pay GST. And as I told you that we will be having a quick recap of each and every concepts, and then we will do the problem solving, okay. So you have the practice manual book, right? Yes, you are having. If you are not having, so please get that alone, okay. So revise book, you can use this book itself. So first one. So first basic concept from this chapter, mostly the questions will be like MCQs only. And as first things first, I wanted to discuss in the same flow. I don't want to change the order, etc. and all, so that it will be easy for you also to do recap, etc. So first, GST refers to goods and services tax, and it is levied on what? It is levied on supply. Levied means whenever it is being imposed. So supply, whenever supply happens, GST is payable. That supply can be manufacture or sale or provision of service. So GST is a value added tax levied on supply, that is manufacture, sale or provision of services. How GST is formed? in the past we had lot of indirect taxes. Subsuming those indirect taxes, they created GST. What are the various indirect taxes that got subsumed? Number one, indirect taxes levied by central government in the past. What are the central government levies? So central excise duty, service tax, customs duty and central sales tax were the 4 indirect taxes levied by central government. Except customs duty, other 3 got subsumed into GST. All indirect taxes levied in the past by central government, excise duty, service tax and sales tax. Then customs duty not subsumed into GST, yes. And there are 2 additional customs duties like CVD and SAD called as countervailing duty and special additional duty. That countervailing duty and special additional duty, you don't have to know more about it. So because that will not be tested, but you need to know that these 2 are not subsumed into GST. What are the 2 additional custom duties? Countervailing duty and special additional duty, and that got subsumed. Generally customs duty not subsumed into GST, but the CVD and SAD, even though it is additional customs duty, it is levied to counterbalance excise duty and sales tax, therefore it is subsumed into GST. Whereas 6 specified indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed into GST. What are those 6? Number 1, that is value added tax, advertisement tax, then lottery betting and gambling tax, then purchase tax, entertainment tax, and thereafter luxury tax. These are the 6 indirect taxes. So can you repeat once? What are the 6 indirect taxes? Value added tax, remember purchase tax, value added tax, then immediately purchase tax, then entertainment tax, then luxury tax, then advertisement tax, and thereafter tax on lottery, betting and gambling. So these 6 indirect taxes levied by state government in the past also got subsumed into GST. However, entertainment tax and other indirect taxes levied by local authority not got subsumed into GST. So entertainment tax levied by state government got subsumed into GST. Entertainment tax levied by local authority not got subsumed into GST. So that you need to keep in mind. Apart from that, any other local authority taxes, if it is there, also not subsumed into GST. So indirect taxes not subsumed into GST. Examples: state excise duty. State excise duty is outside the ambit of GST. Central excise duty got subsumed. Even professional tax, local body tax, stamp duty, etc. These are some examples, because usually they will be making one MCQ. Which of the following got subsumed into GST, or which of the following not got subsumed into GST? There it will be useful. And India follows single GST model or dual GST model? Dual GST model. Dual GST model means what? On the common tax base, both central government and state government will levy. For example, when you go to a restaurant, you eat for 500 rupees, there will be 2.5% CGST and 2.5% SGST. That is called as dual tax model. But income tax is a single tax model entirely collected by central government. Thereafter, it will be giving it to the state governments. Whereas GST is a dual tax model. Central government also will collect, state government also will collect. And India adopted this model from Brazil and Canada. So these are the 2 countries from where we have adopted this model, literally copied this model from there. And 101st Amendment Act, so they have made the Constitution Amendment Act. That Constitution Amendment Act is 101st Amendment Act. And GST Council, GST Council is the decision making authority. So this can be asked as a theory question. You have the last question will be theory question, there it can be asked. So mark it as important for theory. So whenever I am discussing, I will be telling which are all important for theory. You mark that, and that alone you need to revise once before the exam, because theory also is important equally. Sometimes in a practical question, if you are not able to score good marks, then at least write the theory question, so that there are chances that you will be getting the marks. So that's why GST Council is the decision making body, and GST Council gets the power from Article 279A of the Constitution. You have to remember this article number, 279A of the Constitution. And in GST Council, how many members will be there? 33 members will be there. In the 33 members, so we have 31 state finance ministers. How 31 states? We have 28 states, and then 3 union territories with state legislature. What are they? Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Union Territory of Delhi, and Union Territory of Puducherry, Pondicherry. These 3, even though treated as union territories, but it will have the state legislature, so it will be treated like state government only. And therefore 31 state finance ministers, then 1 union finance minister, and one union MP in charge of the revenue for 5 union territories. So total 33 members will be there, and the quorum will be 50%. Quorum means what? Minimum number that should be present in order to call it as a valid meeting. And then vote, central government vote will be 1/3 weight, state government vote will be 2/3 weight. Means central government, if they are voting, so into 1/3 only will be given, whereas state government vote will be given a weight 2/3. Like that they determine the weighted votes. How much majority they need to get in order to take a decision? 3/4 majority. Like a special resolution, they need to get the majority 3/4, which means 75% majority is required. So weighted majority to take the decision 3/4, that is greater than 75%. State finance ministers and MP of state affairs in charge of revenue are its members. And what are the types of GST that we have? CGST, full form Central Goods and Services Tax. Who will levy? Central government. The name itself says central government will levy. In which case it will be levied? Intrastate supply. And SGST, who will levy? State government will levy. State Goods and Services Tax. UTGST, who will levy? Not union territory, it is central government only, because union territories are under whose control? Central government control. Therefore UTGST is levied by central government, union territory GST. Then IGST refers to integrated goods and services tax. Who will levy this IGST? That will be levied by central government only. And CGST, SGST, UTGST is in case of intrastate supplies, whereas in case of IGST it is interstate supply, then IGST is applicable. There is something called as GST compensation cess. This compensation cess is applicable right now up to which date? 31st March 2026, useful for MCQ. So GST compensation cess is up to 31st March 2026, and this compensation cess is levied in order to compensate the states on account of loss of revenue. You may not be getting anything beyond this in compensation cess, because anyhow it is going to die now. And recently also they have made a huge change and they removed compensation cess on majority of the goods like motor vehicles and all. Now it is not subject to compensation cess. Previously it was there. Now they reduce, and because of it the vehicle rate and all got reduced like that. Okay. Therefore compensation cess end date is 31st March. What is the reason why compensation cess is collected? In order to compensate the states on account of loss of revenue due to implementation of GST. So by and non-notified goods only compensation cess is levied to compensate the states on account of implementation of GST. And we have something called as IGST. IGST, who will levy? Central government, but fully it will be going into central government account? No. 50% will be retained by central government, remaining 50% they will give it to whom? Remaining 50% they will give it to the state government. So therefore, for example, if the location of supplier is Tamil Nadu and place of supply is Andhra Pradesh, so IGST will be collected by central government. 50% will go to central government, means they will retain. Remaining 50% is there na, that will be giving to the consuming state. What is the consuming state in our example? Andhra Pradesh. So they will be giving it to that. That much you remember, that is sufficient. IGST levied by central government, 50% given to the consuming state. Okay. So remaining and all you don't have to bother about. If place of supply not determined, etc. Just this much portion only you need to know. So remaining portion you don't have to bother. So IGST levied by central government, and 50% of that is transferred to state based on place of supply. Then what is the meaning of intrastate supply and interstate supply? If location of supply, there are two factors, location of supply and place of supply. You need to be cautious with respect to this, because in exam lot of students what they are doing, in the place of intrastate they are writing interstate, in the place of interstate they are writing intrastate, because of which the answer will go wrong. So that too, for the 10 marks question you need to definitely do this. You need to prepare CGST, SGST and IGST, like the 3 columns. You need to prepare the answer, but there in case of intrastate it will be CGST, SGST. In case of interstate it will be IGST. But what some students will do, they will interchange that, because of it the final answer will not be matching. And nowadays if the final answer is not correct, they are not at all giving marks. They are not at all giving marks. At least previously they used to give some 50% of the marks, etc. But if the answer is wrong, completely they are not giving the marks. They are ignoring the giving marks. 0 like that they are putting. Okay. So that's the reason why be careful with respect to that. If the location of supplier and the place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, what will be the place of supply? That needs to be determined. From transaction to transaction it will change, but the usual place of supply in case of goods will be ending point. The usual place of supply in case of services will be location of recipient, but specific provisions we have different provisions depending upon the transaction it will change. We have a separate chapter for that, that is place of supply. And if the supply of goods or services where supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, then it will be called as intrastate supply. From this you tell me what is interstate supply. If location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states or two different union territories or a state and a union territory, then it will be called as interstate supply. That is the meaning of intra and inter. State of Jammu and Kashmir divided into two union territories. Previously it was a state, but now it will be two union territories. One is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, another is Union Territory of Ladakh. Jammu and Kashmir is given the state powers, means it will be treated like state only, state government only, whereas in case of Ladakh it is Union Territory without state legislature, means that will be purely Union Territory which is under the control of central government. So Union Territory of Ladakh without state legislature where UT GST Act is applicable, and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory with state legislature where SGST Act is applicable. And we have 5 union territories which are under the control of central government where UT GST Act is applicable. First you remember from the top, so Ladakh, after Ladakh we have Chandigarh, and after Chandigarh we have this Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, okay, that is Maharashtra and Gujarat side, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, and next we have Andaman and Nicobar, so then Lakshadweep. These are the 5 union territories which are under the control of central government where UT GST Act will be applicable in that case, okay. And UT GST who will levy? Central government only will levy, completely it is retained by central government only, okay. Now in this case you need to understand what is the nature of supply and what is the type of GST that is involved. If location of supplier is Tamil Nadu, place of supply also Tamil Nadu, it will be intrastate supply, and the type of GST will be CGST plus SGST. CGST will go to central government and SGST will go to Tamil Nadu state government. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka. Intrastate or interstate supply. Type of GST will be IGST, and who will be levying this IGST? Central government, and 50% will go to Karnataka. 50% of that IGST will go to Karnataka and 50% will be retained by central government. Then location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir, place of supply Ladakh, it is interstate supply, and the type of GST will be IGST, but there won't be any 50% sharing. Why 50% sharing is not there? Because Ladakh is a union territory without state legislature. The place of supply, if it is union territory without state legislature, 100% it is retained by central government. Keep that in mind, okay. When the place of supply is a state, that state is not a union territory without state legislature, means union territory under central government. Then in that case fully it will go to central government only, whereas if it is other than union territory with state legislature, 3, that is Delhi, Puducherry, Jammu and Kashmir or any state, then 50% will be given to that. So in this case 100% retained by central government. Then location of supplier Ladakh and place of supply Jammu and Kashmir. What is the nature of supply? Interstate supply again. What is the type of GST? IGST. Will there be 50% sharing? Yes, because Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory with state legislature, which means we have a state government there. That's the reason why 50% will be given there. And supplier Ladakh, place of supply also Ladakh. What is the nature of supply? Intrastate supply. Supplier and place of supply in the same state or same union territory, intrastate supply. What is the type of GST that is applicable? CGST and UT GST. CGST will go to central government. UT GST also will go to central government. Then location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir. Place of supply also Jammu and Kashmir. What is the nature of supply? Intrastate supply. And the type of GST will be CGST and UT GST or SGST? SGST, because Jammu and Kashmir will be union territory with state legislature. That's why SGST will be applicable. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Puducherry. Even though geographically Puducherry is within Tamil Nadu, but it will be inter, because supplier in Tamil Nadu, one state and one union territory, it will be interstate supply. What is the type of GST that is applicable? IGST. This IGST who will be collecting? Central government. Will there be 50% sharing? Yes, because Puducherry, even though union territory, but it is with state legislature, so 50% will go to the consuming state based on place of supply. That is with respect to this. Then there is something called as GST network. GST network, basically it provides the information technology infrastructure. Highlight that keyword, information technology infrastructure will be provided. See, whenever you are writing the theory questions, again if you want to score the maximum marks, ensure that the keywords are being reproduced in the answer. This is common for auditing, tax, and SM. So auditing, tax and SM paper, you will be writing the theory answers. If you want the maximum marks in that, definitely the keywords you need to ensure that it is being repeated, reproduced like that. So those keywords don't change. So what is the keyword here? The keyword here is that it provides information technology infrastructure. Information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST. That is whatever system that is required, that will be provided by GST network. And basically GST network is referred to as common portal, and it provides services to whom? Who are all the people involved in the GST? So taxpayers, government, banks, financial institutions. So for them, taxpayers, central government and state government, and then banks and other stakeholders. Then it facilitates what are the works that will be done by GST network. So you don't write it like a paragraph, you write it like point, so that the answer will look good and neat and big. Okay, so what is that? It facilitates what and all activities. First and foremost activity that you will do as soon as you are required to pay GST is that you will get registered. That registration will be through GST portal. After registration, what's next? You will be required to file the returns and you need to pay the tax. So filing of returns and payment of taxes. And then sometimes when you pay IGST, 50% will go to the consuming state now based on place of supply. That will also be done by GST network, that is settlement of IGST. And you need to generate a e-way bill. Whenever you are moving goods from one location to another location, you need to intimate the government what goods you are moving from which location to which location. That document name is called as e-way bill. So that e-way bill also will be generated through GST network, and they will generate the reports to the government, central government, state government. These are the functions of GST network. So don't write GST council for GST network for GST council. Be careful. So these also mark as important for theory question. So write a short note on GST network and what are the functions of GST network, like that already they tested in the past. Then constitutional provisions, 7th schedule to the constitution, article 265, tax shall be levied and collected only by an authority of law. That is, without authority of law, the tax cannot be levied and collected. So that is given in the constitution. As to the authority to collect should be given in the constitution. Article 245, power for enacting laws is conferred on parliament and state legislature. So they have divided that the power to levy is not on government but on parliament. Government means the ruling party. No, it is on the parliament and the state assembly. And thereafter they have divided few things central government only should levy, few things state government only should levy. So due to that reason, few things are given to parliament and few powers are given to the state legislature. State legislature means assembly. That is about this. And 7th schedule to the constitution has union list, state list and even concurrent list. But concurrent list related entries we don't have. That is tax related points we don't have in concurrent list. And this is not an important area and all for exam. Just whatever is not important, I will just tell one time, that is sufficient. You don't have to focus much about it. Then what are the goods outside the ambit of GST? This is very, very important. There are two non-taxable supplies. What are the two non-taxable supplies under GST? 3 alcohol products. 3 alcohol products, there is amendment there. So first alcohol product is what? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And the second one is undenatured. It is undenatured, not denatured, undenatured. Undenatured extra neutral alcohol. Okay. Undenatured extra neutral alcohol is like raw material which is used in manufacture of alcohol. Even rectified spirit is also raw material used in manufacture of alcohol. So 3 alcohol products. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, that is the end product, like whiskey, brandy, beer, rum, etc. Then the raw material for that is undenatured extra neutral alcohol, rectified spirit, that is used in manufacture of alcohol. And 5 petroleum products. What are the 5 petroleum products? We have crude oil from extracted from the earth. And that crude oil we will process and we will be getting petrol and diesel. Petrol is known as motor spirit, and diesel, which diesel is excluded from GST? High speed diesel. What about light speed diesel? Whether it is covered under GST? Yes, light diesel oil is covered, only high speed diesel oil is excluded. And then petrol, aviation turbine fuel which is used in the flights, and natural gas. So these are the 5 petroleum products. And whether LPG is covered under GST? Yes, LPG is covered, but CNG, CNG is not covered under GST, but that is natural gas. But LPG is covered under GST. LPG is used at our home, that is covered. And what about the cooking wine? Cooking wine is also covered under GST because cooking wine do not have any alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Same way, medicinal and toilet preparations, like for example, cough syrup will contain some alcohol, paint and all will contain some alcohol. So whether that will be coming under, and even sanitizers will contain some alcohol, Dettol will contain alcohol, even though it contains alcohol, but that is not alcohol for human consumption, that will be coming under medicinal preparation and toiletries. On that GST will be applicable. So what you need to remember is only two products on which GST is not applicable. That is important, you should remember. Number one, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, undenatured extra neutral alcohol, rectified spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. Then next 5 petroleum products, that is crude oil, petrol, high speed diesel, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. That is with respect to this. And next another point you see, opium and narcotic drugs. Opium and narcotic drugs are subject to state excise duty and GST. I told you, apart from these two, all other goods are subject to GST. Whether opium is subject to GST, no doubt. In addition to that, there is state excise duty on opium and other narcotic drugs. State excise duty not subsumed into GST. That's the previous point which I have already discussed. State excise duty not subsumed into GST. Only central excise duty got subsumed into GST. Central excise duty is levied by central government. State excise duty is levied by state government. And then tobacco is subject to both central excise duty and GST, that you need to keep in mind. So old indirect tax central excise duty is there, even though it got subsumed into GST, but central excise duty is even today levied on tobacco products, that is cigarettes, BD, etc., pan masala products, and GST is anyhow there. And state excise duty, CST and VAT is payable on alcoholic liquor referred above, and central excise duty, CST and VAT is payable on petroleum products referred above. So as on alcoholic liquor there is no GST. Then what are the taxes that will be applicable on alcohol? That is state excise duty, central sales tax and value added tax. Okay. Then petroleum products is not subject to GST. Then what are the duties or taxes that is applicable on petroleum products? Central excise duty, CST and VAT. So if you observe, CST and VAT, even though subsumed in GST, but on two products, even today, CST and VAT is there. What are those two products? Those which are excluded from GST. What are those two which are excluded from GST? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. So that is what you need to remember. And one more thing, on alcoholic liquor, there is no central government intervention. On alcohol, completely it will be state government. So we have state excise duty. Whereas in case of petroleum products, we have central excise duty. Then, so this is the concept of input tax credit. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supplies. So which can be taken as ITC and adjusted against the tax payable on outward supply. For example, you are a trader and you are purchasing for 10,000 rupees and selling for 15,000 rupees. At the time of purchase for 10,000 rupees, some GST has been paid. Say 1,200 rupees you paid on purchase. At the time of sale, you are required to pay 1,800 rupees. Are you really required to pay 1,800 rupees? No. 1,800 you will collect from your customer as GST, but out of that 1,800 rupees, already at the time of purchase you paid 1,200. That 1,200 will be reduced. So net amount, how much you will pay out of your pocket? Only 600 rupees. So what is the net GST payable? Gross GST payable. What is gross GST payable? Tax on output minus tax on input, that is input tax credit. Remember, net tax equals to output tax minus input tax. Net tax equals to output tax minus input tax. What is output tax? Tax on outward supply, that is sales. And what is input tax? Tax on purchases, tax paid on purchases. So GST paid on inward supply can be availed as input tax credit and utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. And this is an advantage in GST, as continuous chain of credits eliminates cascading effect of tax. Remember this word, it eliminates what? Cascading effect of taxes. What is cascading effect of tax means? Tax on tax. Tax on tax is known as cascading effect of tax. Suppose if this credit system is not there, what would have happened? At the time of purchase, I paid 1,200. So what is the journal entry? 10,000 rupees purchases, 1,200 is the GST paid on purchases. What is the journal entry? If the credit is available, if I can adjust that 1,200 against my liability in future, means I will not add it to my cost, correct? Per purchase is for 10,000 per, please concentrate, purchase is for 10,000 and GST is 1,200. How much you paid? 11,200 you paid. What is the purchase entry? Purchase account debit 10,000 ITC account debit 1200. So to bank it will be 11,200. Means how much you are recognizing as cost of purchase? Only 10,000. This 1,200 you are not recording as cost of purchase because you are going to recover it back. So you will just record it as input tax credit, which is your current asset, which you will adjust it against your liability in future. So which means that only 10,000 rupees will be taken as your cost. Suppose if ITC is not available, then what we would have done? We would have taken the cost of purchase as 11,200. Then purchase account debit 11,200 to bank 11,200 means we would have taken cost of purchase as 11,200 rupees. And when the cost of purchase increases, the sales price also increases, and because of which the tax again will increase. So that is called as tax on tax. Means if 2,200 is a tax, then again we will pay tax on that. So that is called as cascading effect of tax. To eliminate that cascading effect of tax, they are bringing in the concept of input tax credit. Now tell me, what is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supply. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supply. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supply. On our purchases, whatever tax is paid. On sales or outward supply, whatever we pay tax, that is not our input tax credit. That is whose input tax credit? Our recipient's input tax credit. Okay. For example, I am charging GST to you, and in that case I pay GST to government, and in turn I will recover it from you. Why I will recover it from you? Because GST is an indirect tax. In case of indirect tax, tax will be paid by one person, in turn it is recovered from the next person. So therefore the ultimate consumer will have the burden of indirect taxes. So I pay the tax and I recover it from you, which means that for me it is output tax, not tax on inward supply, tax on outward supply. But for you it is inward supply na. Whatever tax I pay, you can take as credit. At the same time, what is my inward supply? My purchases. On my purchases, whatever tax I pay on purchases, that I can take as credit. That's what I told you. In this example, suppose if the value is 10,000 rupees. In this example, suppose if the value is 10,000 rupees and the GST is 1,200, whereas sales is 15,000 rupees and GST is 1,800. What is my output tax? 1,800. Means from customer I will be collecting 1,800. And what is my input tax? My input tax is 1,200. Means at the time of purchase I already paid 1,200. So what is the net GST? 1,800 minus 1,200. So therefore I will pay 600 rupees as the net GST payable. So this is the situation. Now quickly tell me, what is the journal entry for this? For sales, what is the entry? For sales, entry will be total money received, bank account debit 16,800, and to sales, how much you will recognize as sales? Only 15,000. Then what is this 1,800? Your liability. Liability shows a credit balance, so you will write to GST payable 1,800. Then same way at the time of purchase. At the time of purchase, what is the entry? Purchase account debit 10,000. ITC account debit 1,200, to bank it will be 11,200 rupees. So therefore you are recognizing the asset. What is the asset name? Input tax credit for 1,200. Asset shows what balance? Debit balance. And liability shows what balance? Credit balance. Now you are cancelling that. What is the entry for this set off? For this set off, what is the entry? GST payable shows what balance? Credit balance. That you will make a debit. GST payable account debit to ITC account debit. So ITC account, to ITC account. ITC account shows a debit balance. Now you are making a credit. So to ITC account. So therefore 1,800 is the debit and the credit will be 1,200. What is the remaining shortfall? 600 rupees that you will pay out of your pocket. So to bank. So that's how the accounting entries will be. I just connected with the accounting because you can easily understand as to how this GST impact will be there. Then from cash flow point of view, if you see 1,800 we collect from the customer, out of that 1,800 rupees, 1,200 rupees already purchased at the time of purchase we paid, that we will recover. Remaining 600 rupees we pay GST to government. That is about this ITC, and these are the technical terms which you should know. While taking the credit, first you recognize your ITC in the books. So this ITC 1,200 rupees you recognize, that is called as availment of ITC. What is availment of ITC? Taking the credit in GSTR 3B is known as availment of ITC. What is GSTR 3B? That is a return which is to be filed by every registered person, and that contains the details of your liability, ITC, etc. That is known as availment of ITC. So, availment of ITC means taking credit in GSTR 3B. And utilization of ITC. What is utilization of ITC? Setting off of that ITC with my liability is known as utilization of ITC. So, that is also done in GSTR 3B. First I took the credit and that 1200 I am setting off with 1800 na, that is utilization of ITC. And then excess ITC can be availed as input tax credit and utilized for payment of GST. And what will be there? For example, if my liability is suppose 10,000 but my ITC is 15,000, still that 15,000 I will adjust with 10,000, I have excess 5,000. What I will do with that excess 5,000? I will carry forward. Like that, is there any time limit to carry forward the credit? No. In income tax you have time limit to carry forward the losses like that. But like that, do we have anything in GST? No, no time limit. So it can be carried forward indefinitely, and there is no time limit for carry forward of ITC. And shortfall of ITC, that is, say for example, in this case there is a shortfall 1800 and 1200, that shortfall we need to pay out of cash. So shortfall in ITC where output tax is more than input tax shall be payable by registered person to government. So these are certain things which you need to know. So in exam, don't write taking ITC, set off ITC like that. You write the word availment of ITC and utilization of ITC, so that the answer will look more legal rather than you just writing the generic English. Okay. Then what are the benefits of GST? Benefits of GST you mark as important for theory. So already they have asked this. So again they can be asking this question. So benefits of GST. So you remember cities cameo. Cities cameo. Cities cameo. That is a mnemonic you need to remember. C for set credit system which eliminates cascading effect of tax. Just now we saw the input tax credit system that will eliminate the cascading effect of tax, that is C. I, because of GST, the investments have increased. Like lot of companies from outside India will be willing to start their business in India. That is, investment has increased. And tax compliance has simplified. So that is, rather than filing lot of returns etc. and all, minimal returns will be filed like that. All these are humbug only. We know that it is not true, but we have to remember this and we need to write in exam. Okay. So CITES, cities. So C for what? Credit system which eliminates cascading effect of tax. I for investment increase. T for tax compliance simplified. E for employment has increased because of GST. Then small business owner relaxation. What is that? Up to 20 lakhs or up to 40 lakhs they are not required to register, and up to 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs they will be getting composition scheme. So all those small business owners relaxation. That is about cities. Then cameo, C for certainty in tax administration. That is true. That is, across the country, any state, there is no change in the GST law. The GST law will remain the same. Then automated procedures. So like everything will be automated now, filing of returns, payment of taxes, everything. And Make in India, it promotes Make in India initiative, that rather than depending on outside India goods, so we can use the Make in India, wherein lot of companies from outside India will start their business in India. So because of which all Make in India goods will be available, and ease of doing business, that is, doing business in India will be easy. So much complication is not involved. Then one nation, one market. O for one nation, one market. These are the advantages. So you have to remember this, by heart this, and don't write just like this. So this cities cameo and all don't write. You write it like point wise. Point number 1. You know what is that? C. C is what? Credit system which eliminates cascading effect. That alone you write. Don't write this mnemonic, chart, etc. and all. You write like points, that is sufficient. Then we have some special category states as per Article 279A of the Constitution. So total 11 states we are having called as special category states. What are they? You remember this mnemonic M, M, T, N, okay, then A, Sam, H, U, J. These are the 11 special category states. MMTN for what? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. All northeastern states. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Then Assam, then Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. These are the northeastern states. Okay. MMTN, A, Sam. Then H, Himachal Pradesh, U, not Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and J, Jammu and Kashmir. So these are the special category states where some special provisions will be applicable under GST law. And next, IGST is applicable on import of goods or service and export of goods or services, because import of goods and import of services, export of goods or export of services. What is import of goods means? Bringing goods from outside India to India. What is import of services? Same way. So receiving services from outside India to India. Opposite, taking goods from India to outside India or providing service from India to outside India is export of service. Remember, in case of import of goods, import of service, export of goods, export of service, what is the type of GST that will be applicable? IGST. CGST, SGST is not applicable, IGST. So the moment you see in the question any of these four, import of goods or services, export of goods or service, automatically you need to put it under which column? IGST column. Okay. Then what are the special benefits given to this? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, etc. So we will come across certain provisions in different places. I am just compiling all those provisions in one place so that you can make note. It will be easy for you to remember. So you just write here itself, in the next page itself, in the space you write down. So what are the special category states pa? So total 11 states: M, T, N, A, SAM, SAM, H, U, J. Okay, these are the special category states. And for the special category states, the first point that we need to know is that what is the privileges? What is the privileges? We have something called as lower threshold limit for registration. That is, what is the threshold limit of 10 lakhs? Threshold limit for registration. Threshold limit for registration equals to 10 lakhs. Threshold limit for registration equals to 10 lakhs. So what are the states for which threshold limit for registration is 10 lakhs? For Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. For these four states, the threshold limit for registration is 10 lakhs. Threshold limit for registration is 10 lakhs. You prepare a table. In the table, you need to take, so little bit, first column alone little bit bigger, and thereafter M, T, N, A, SAM, H, U, J. If you don't want to write there, you write it somewhere in last page also. Last page they have given in the book notes like that. Last page of the book I have given notes, there also you can write, or if you have a notebook, in notebook also you write, but somewhere you write. This is like different places where we come across a provision. I am just connecting everything in one place. Okay. So threshold limit for registration 10 lakhs. So Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, in these four places only the threshold limit for registration is 10 lakhs, and that is one special point which is applicable to these states. And next, one more point, threshold limit for registration 40 lakhs. Threshold limit for registration is 40 lakhs. Threshold limit for registration is 40 lakhs. Threshold limit for registration is 40 lakhs. If you are unable to see, at least hear and write, listen and write. Okay. So if you are unable to see in the screen, so threshold limit for registration is 40 lakhs. And what are the states for which, threshold limit for registration is 20 lakhs. 40 lakhs is not applicable, only 20 lakhs is applicable. So what are the states? Use Tampa. So Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, it is not there. U for Uttarakhand, and S for Sikkim, and T we don't have in the list, that is Telangana. Then A, that is Arunachal Pradesh, and M, that is Meghalaya, and we don't have Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Assam. Here A is Assam. You can easily remember A, Assam, because ASAM, Assam, like that you remember, and the second A will be Arunachal Pradesh. Okay. So what are the states for which 20 lakhs is only applicable as threshold limit? That is Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Uttarakhand. Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Uttarakhand. For this, we will be having this 20 lakhs as the limit. So first point you need to remember, 10 lakhs limit is only applicable for M, T, N, and next we will be having 20 lakhs limit only applicable for a few states, that is Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, then Uttarakhand. Then another point what you need to know is that we have something called as starting point or ending point of the passenger is in northeastern states or Bagdogra in West Bengal, then it will be exempted. So exemption with respect to transportation of passengers by which mode pa? By airways. Okay. So transportation of passengers by air, transportation of passengers by air. Which class? Which class? Transportation of passengers by air, which class? Economy class. Transportation of passengers by air, economy class is exempted. So what are the cases it is exempted? For which and all people it will be exempted pa? If the starting point or ending point is in again M, M, T, N, U, A, SAM, H, U, J. For whom? The starting point or ending point should be in northeastern states, all the northeastern states. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, except HUJ. Except HUJ, for all other states, if the transportation of passengers is by air, economy class, then it is exempted. So what should be the transportation? Either starting point or ending point pa. For example, you are located in Chennai and you are going to US and you book 2 tickets now. Ticket number 1 from Chennai to a northeastern state, that ending point will be exempted. Again another ticket from where? From northeastern state to US, that ticket is also exempted because either starting point or ending point is in these places. And if it is economy class, what if it is business class? Then it will be taxable. Only for economy class, then it is exempted. Then one more point is this composition scheme limit. Composition scheme limit 75 lakhs. We have something called as 75 lakhs composition scheme limit. Usually for composition scheme, your aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores, that is 150 lakhs. Then current year you can opt for composition scheme. But in case of some states, it will be 75 lakhs. What are those states for which 75 lakhs limit will be applicable? So we have Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand, and then SAM. So Assam is not there, Arunachal Pradesh is there, SAM, and Himachal Pradesh is not there, Uttarakhand is not there, Jammu and Kashmir is not there. So remember, it is MMTN, USAM. For that only 75 lakhs limit will be applicable. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, and U for Uttarakhand, S for Sikkim, A for Arunachal Pradesh, and M for Meghalaya. These are the 4 places where the state's information will come into picture. Is it clear? Only 4 places across the GST law, because you might get confused as to where and all we have. Only 4 places. What are the 4 places we have? First place where we have is threshold limit for registration. So what is the threshold limit for registration? Equals to 10 lakhs, MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Then 20 lakhs limit is applicable in case of again 4 states here. What are they? That is Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Uttarakhand. And then next one, transportation of passengers by air. Transportation of passengers by air, economy class is exempted. For which and all states? MMTN, ASAM. Whereas composition scheme limit is 75 lakhs. What are the states? MMTN, no doubt. USAM, that SAM is there, but U for Uttarakhand is there. Remaining it is not applicable. So just keep this table in mind, so that anywhere in exam you are getting confused, just recollect this table and you arrive at the answer. Okay, that is with respect to this first chapter. And special category state, these are the privileges which are given. Now we are moving on to the next one, that is supply under GST. So mostly in the first chapter we will be getting questions on MCQs only. Look into this second chapter, supply under GST. In this supply chapter you need to know when an activity becomes supply, because supply is the taxable event under GST. Suppose if an activity is not a supply, we don't have to pay GST on the transaction. So we need to know inclusions and exclusions in supply mainly. Inclusions is given in 7 subsection 1, exclusions is given in 7 subsection 2. So what are the inclusions in supply? 7(1)(a), any activity for consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, or it should be in the course or furtherance of business? It should be in the course or furtherance of business. Please see there, we are going to focus only on 7.1 and 7.2. 7.1 talks about inclusions. 7 subsection 2 talks about exclusions. So look into this 7 subsection 1. Supply includes what? 7.1a, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. So you are doing an activity that should be for a consideration and it should be related to business. Then it will become supply under 7.1a. 7.1aa. 7.1aa is what? Any activity between a person other than individual and its members. So there is a person other than individual. Who is a person other than individual? That is HUF or LLP or AOP or company or body corporate. They are other than individual. Who is person under GST? So person under Income Tax Act, same definition, plus extra central government and state government will be taken as person under GST. So tell me, who are they? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, firm, LLP, body corporate, cooperative society, company, local authority, even central government, state government is also person under GST, and artificial juridical person. So these are all the person under GST, correct? In this person under GST, except individual who are others, except individual who are others means all others. So person other than individual and its members. Who are the members? Who are the members of HUF? Karta and other members. Who are the members of a company? Shareholders. Who are the members of a partnership firm? Partners. Like that, between a person other than individual and its members for a consideration, then it will become supply under 7.1aa. Example, there is a partnership firm which is providing services to their partners and collecting money from the partners. Even though firm and partners are one and the same, but it will become supply under 7.1aa. Can you remember this point, pa? Another example also, remember, there is a company which is providing services to its shareholders, and from the shareholders they are collecting the money, so then it will become supply under 7.1aa. So why will they collect money from the shareholders? There is something called as share transfer fee. That is, whenever the shares are being transferred from one shareholder to another shareholder, they need to pay some money to the company. So that will be called as share transfer fee. That is also example. You quickly write there below 7.1aa. Example, services by firm to its partners, services by firm to its partners, services by company to its shareholders. Services by firm to its partners, services by company to its shareholders. Services by firm to its partners. Here you need to write the example. Services by firm to partners, services by firm to partners, comma, services by company to shareholders, company to shareholders. So that will be covered under 7.1aa. Okay. And what is the difference you can find between 7.1a and 7.1aa? 7.1a is any activity, but here any activity, here 7.1a between any person to any person, but here between a person other than individual and its members. And 7.1a also consideration, 7.1a also for consideration. 7.1a in the course or furtherance of business, that is not there in 7.1aa. Definitely it will be in the course or furtherance of business. Why there will be personal activity between other than individual? Other than individual means, I said, company, firm, etc. Between firm and shareholders, between firm and partners, and between company and shareholders, why will there be personal? Definitely it will be business activities only. So therefore that, even though not given, but it is hidden here that it is in the course or furtherance of business. Then 7.1b, you see, 7.1b is what? Import of services. 7.1a and aa is generic, any activity, but 7.1b is import of services. From whom we are importing the services? Any person. But it should be for a consideration? Yes, it should be for a consideration. Whether it should be in the course or furtherance of business, may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. You write down. Example, Netflix subscription. Netflix subscription. Netflix subscription is an example of import of services for a consideration. because you are subscribing for Netflix, you are importing the service. Where is Netflix located? Outside India. And where are you located? In India. And is it import of service? Yes. Are you making the payment? Yes. Means for consideration. Is it related to your business? Definitely no. Are you running a theater, connecting Netflix to projector and conducting a hall like this? No, no. Correct? It is not in the course or furtherance of business. Due to that reason, it will not be covered under supply 7(1)(b) or it will become supply. It will, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will become, it may be business activity or it may be personal activity also. It will become supply under 7(1)(b). One more example I will tell you, that is company taking Zoom license. So company taking Zoom license. What is that Zoom license? Zoom meeting license is there now, Zoom meetings. So they will take a license. For what purpose they will take license of Zoom meeting? In order to have the conferences, video conferences or meetings, etc. Now is it for business purpose? Yes. What is common in both? It is import of services and consideration is common. But what is the difference in these two examples? In the previous example of Netflix, it is not in the course or furtherance of business, whereas in the other example, it is in the course or furtherance of business. But whatever it may be, it will become supply under 7(1)(b). Then 7(1)(c). 7(1)(c) is what? Activities in Schedule 1. So what are those Schedule 1 activities? You remember with a mnemonic DRIP. D-R-I-P. D for disposal of business asset on which IT is available. I have a business asset. That business asset I am disposing of. For example, I purchased a computer and on purchase of computer, GST paid, I availed as ITC. Now that computer I donated to a government school for the purpose of computer lab. Now whether it will become supply under 7(1)(c)? Yes. First, what is a business asset? Computer. On which ITC avail? Yes. ITC avail. And what I am doing? I am donating it to a computer lab. So not in, like, see, when I donate it, that may be business purpose or that may not be business purpose, but that is supply under 7(1)(c). Is it clear? So can you tell me what is D point pa? Disposal of business asset on which ITC avail. Means at the time of purchase of business asset, the GST paid should be taken as ITC. Then look into our point. Related, and in this case, consideration is essential or not essential? Not essential. It may or may not be for consideration. Got it? So if it is for consideration, it will come under 7(1)(a). If it is without consideration, then only it will be 7(1)(c). Remember, no C, C 7(1)(c). Okay? No C, C 7(1)(c). What is that no C? No consideration. C 7(1)(c). So 7(1)(c) is applicable only when there is no consideration. And R. R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. So related parties and distinct persons, between them, if there is any transaction, that can be goods or services, it will become supply under 7(1)(c). And what are the related party transactions? Remember easily with one mnemonic pa. Very, very simply you remember mnemonic family scope. What is the meaning of related? Family scope. Family meaning is what? Spouse and children of the person. Spouse and children of the person. First listen, then I will tell you which page it is there. Okay, it is my book. I am only taking the class. First to listen to me, then I will tell you in which page it is there. You can refer to that. Okay, family scope. Family for what? Family meaning is what? Spouse and children. For example, for me, my wife is the spouse and my children. Okay, and my son and daughter, whether or not dependent on me, that is my family. Whereas my brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents, if they are wholly and mainly dependent on me, then only they are treated as family. Otherwise they are not my family. Is it clear? Whether in-laws are treated as family? No, because in the definition nowhere we have brother-in-law, sister-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Correct? So that is not family. Got it? But we should not tell all these things outside. If we tell, that's it. That's the end. You got it? But no, you have to, for the purpose of GST definition only, in-laws are not treated as family. Then next, one more point you see. For a grandson, whether grandfather is family, for you, your grandfather is family, yeah? Yes, because grandfather is covered under the family definition. Family definition is there. What is the family definition? Spouse and children, whether or not dependent, parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters. For you, whether your grandfather is family, yes or no? Not always. If your grandfather is dependent on you, then only he will be your family. Otherwise, he is not your family. Someone's family, yes, sir. That I don't know. But it is not your family as per the definition. Okay. Then next, for your grandfather, you are family. For your grandfather, you are family. No. Because in the family definition, they gave spouse and children, grandchildren is not given. So due to that reason, it is not covered under family. You understood the family? So what is the meaning of related? You need to remember family scope. First family. S for sole selling agent. What is sole selling agent? SOLE means what? Sole. One. You have only one agent. All the supplies are made through that agent only. That is sole selling agent. Okay, va? Then SC. C for control. Just remember this. C for control. So when there exists a control, when will there be control? Investment. How much investment should be there to have control? More than 50%. Investment more than 50%. Then there exists a control. Then on majority common board of directors, then also there will be control, or control of operations, or two companies are under the common control of a third person. There are two companies having the same parent company. Whether those two companies are controller? Yes. Simple, yeah. Two kids, same father, different mother, whether they are related or not? Yes. Like that, there are two companies having the same parent company. They both are treated as related. Who? Those two companies are treated as related. Together they control a third person. Now in exam what you need to see is that control. If control is there, definitely it is related. Okay, va? If it is related, what is the consequences? If it is a related party transaction, what is the consequence? Consequence number 1. Any transaction between them, even though without consideration, constitute supply. And consequence number 2, that it will not be the transaction value. We need to take the open market value, because in exam they will give, in first question you would have observed this, that they will tell they have made sale to so and so person, transaction value is this much, open market value is this much, like that they will give. So if it is a related party transaction, you need to take open market value. If it is not a related party transaction, you need to take transaction value. Okay, va? Clear? And when related, that's what we are trying to understand. Family scope. S for what? Sole selling agent. C for what? Control. The moment you see control, investment, etc. Holding subsidiary related, yes sir, because investment more than 50%. They both are treated as related. Then next, SC, O for officers or directors of one another's person, one another's business. In my business, I am appointing you as officer or director. In return, you are appointing me as the officer or director in your business. So we both are treated as related. Okay, officers or directors of one another's business. SCO. P for partners, partners of a firm. For example, there is a partnership firm, LMN and company. L and M are related. M and N are related. L and N are related. You got it? So therefore, partners of a firm. P for partners of a firm. SCOPE. E for employer and employee. Employer and employer are treated as related. So now you should not get confused between the meaning of related. Okay, va? So can you tell me what is the meaning of related? Family, scope. Family, you know. Scope, yes sir. Sole selling agent. And C, control. O, officers or directors of one another's business. One another's business. P, partners. E, employer and employee. Got it? So whenever you see this related, what you need to check? Even though without consideration it will become supply, and we need to take open market value. Transaction value not applicable in that case. Got it? Now that is this. Related party transaction including transaction between distinct person. Just keep this page and go to page number 16. Go to page number 16. There I have given scope. So what you need to remember? Family, scope. So just highlight this family you need to remember. Family you need to remember. Apart from family definition, what you need to remember is scope. Okay, family, scope. Done pa? And family definition already I gave. Spouse, children, whether or not dependent, parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, if they are wholly and mainly dependent on the said person. Done. So you remember what is the meaning of related. If they are related or distinct persons, who are treated as distinct persons? Who are treated as distinct persons pa? One registration of a person to their another registration. For example, you are doing business in 3 states. Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. How many registrations you will have? 3 registration. Can we have a single registration in GST across the country? Impossible. You need to have 3 registrations. Now, Tamil Nadu to Karnataka or Tamil Nadu to Andhra Pradesh, there might be some transactions. What are the places where you have registrations? Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Between this, there might be some transactions, transfers, stock transfer, branch transfer, like that it will happen. Will it become supply or not a supply? Yes, pa. It will become supply. You understood? So what is the meaning of distinct person? One registration of a person to their another registration. So whether you have kudukatte in your mouth, no na, speak. At least when you speak, you will register these key terms in your mind and you will write it in the answer sheet so that I don't want to see your dirty face again in the next batch. You got it? Idhukku mela ennala solla mudiyadhu. Okay? So speak. You have to repeat. Not everything I am making you repeat. There are certain keywords you need to repeat. Then only you will be able to write that. Otherwise, you will have the question paper, you will have the answer sheet, you don't know what to write in the answer sheet, your mind will be blocked. Okay? So tell me, what is the meaning of distinct person? One registration of a person to their another registration. One registration of a person to their another registration is distinct person. Okay? Then one more point. If you have a registered establishment in this state and unregistered establishment in another state, that is also distinct person. Example, you have a registered establishment in Tamil Nadu and an unregistered establishment in Karnataka. Why sir unregistered establishment in Karnataka? Because you are making exempted supply there, that's why you have not registered. Even then that unregistered establishment is your distinct person. Okay va? Now 2 points you should tell. What is the meaning of distinct person? One registration of a person to their another registration. Next point, registered establishment in a state and unregistered establishment in another state of the same person. Okay? These two are treated as distinct persons. Every registration of a person to their another registration, registered establishment of a person in state and unregistered establishment of that person in another state. These two are treated as distinct. Okay. If they are distinct, what are the 2 consequences? Number 1, even though without consideration, it will become supply. Consequence number 2, same. Transaction value not applicable, we need to determine the value as per open market value. Okay va? That is, whatever we learnt for related, the same is applicable even for distinct person also. Got it? Suppose if they have given open market value, we need to go by the open market value. Otherwise, we will take the transaction value only. Got it? That is in case of related party transaction, including transaction between distinct person. But related, always open market value. Distinct person, if they give open market value, we will take that. Otherwise, it will be transaction value. Then next, I for import of services, buyer person from related person another establishment located outside India. So see the difference between 71B import of service and 71C import of service. 71B import of service is from any person, but 71C import of service is from a related person or your establishment outside India. Say for example, head office in Singapore, branch office in India. So branch office in India importing services from head office in Singapore, that will come under import of service from a related person another establishment, even though without consideration it constitutes supply. Okay, va? And related person, for example, holding company outside India, subsidiary company in India. Subsidiary company in India is importing service from the holding company outside India, that is also related party transaction. Then P for principal agent transaction. Principal agent transaction means what? There is a principal who appoints a agent and the transaction of sale of goods is happening through that agent, because lot of principals will make sale through the agents now, like consignment agent, etc. That agent, principal agent, is treated as supply under 71C. Principal agent transaction with respect to goods, where agent is acting on behalf of principal, that is principal sending the goods to the agent or agent sending the goods to the principal, that will come under 71C. So tell me, what is DRIP? D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. R for related party transaction including transaction between distinct person. I for import of services from a related person or another establishment located outside India. P for principal agent transaction, where agent is acting on behalf of principal. That is important condition. Principal agent transaction where agent is acting on behalf of principal. Now look into the table in the next page. Summary of 7 subsection 1. 7.1a, what is the nature of supply? Any activity. Consideration, yes. Course or furtherance of business, yes. And from whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. Coverage, both goods and services. 7.1aa, any activity between person other than individual and its members. Consideration, yes. Course or furtherance of business, yes. Point of view, supplier. Coverage, goods or services, same. Only difference is this place. So this is any activity between any person, it is any activity between person other than individual and its members. 7.1b, import of services. Consideration, yes. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? May or may not be. And from whose point of view? Recipient point of view. What is the coverage? Services. And 7.1c, read with schedule 1, DRIP. In all the places consideration is not essential. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? For D point, it may or may not be. Example, I am disposing of the business asset. I gave you that I have a computer which I have donated it to a school, so that is not in the course or furtherance of business. Same computer, if I donate it to my employee, that is in the course or furtherance of business. So whether it is in the course or not in the course or furtherance of business, that will become supply under 7.1c in case of D point. And from whose perspective? Supplier. Coverage, goods. Remember, disposal of business asset, don't check whether it is in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. One famous question is also there, like one person shop sales, like that. One question is there, wherein they will be buying air conditioner. That air conditioner they will buy for selling in their shop. One air conditioner will be taken to his home. Whether it will become supply? Yes, because it's a disposal of business asset, even though for personal purpose, but it will become supply under 7.1c. So it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. Then R, related party, it should be for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. And everything we should see from whose perspective? Supplier perspective. Only in one place we need to see from recipient perspective. Which case? Import of services. Wherever we have import of services, there only we have recipient point of view, but in all other cases it is supplier point of view. And what is the coverage in case of related party transaction? Goods or services. Then I for import of service from related person, it should be in the course or furtherance of business, recipient point of view, and the coverage is only services. Why import of goods is not covered here? Because import of goods is covered under customs. Only import of service is covered here, because import of goods is a subject matter under customs. Then P for principal agent transaction, again without consideration in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view? Supplier point of view. Very, very important. Only coverage is goods. We don't have services here. Only goods we have. Done. That is with respect to 7 subsection 1. And then you need to know the exclusions. These exclusions, so there are few points in exclusions which are not there for you. So you remove those points. Outside the country movement of goods, high sea sale points, warehoused goods, this is not there. This is omitted, not there in syllabus. Leave it. Okay. So what we have is only spiraled. You remember a new mnemonic pa. What is it? New mnemonic? Spiraled. Spiraled. You remember this new mnemonic? Spiraled. Spiraled is the list of cases where the supply activities are excluded from supply. Whenever you are writing exclusion from supply, you need to write 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3. 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3. What is that? Yes. Yes for sovereign functions. Yes for sovereign functions. Sovereign function means what? Municipality or panchayat functions. Municipality will do some activities na. Same way village level panchayat will do some activities na. That will be as per constitution, like laying down road, water supply, then giving approval for construction. All these are sovereign functions. Municipality or gram panchayat functions excluded from supply, not chargeable to GST. P for post. What post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Government post means MLAs, MPs. Whether MLAs, MPs receiving money is subject to GST? No. They are not subject to GST, no need to pay GST on that. That is government post. Constitutional post means governor, president, vice president, chief justice of India, and collector. These are all constitutional posts. Will they also get money? Yes. Are they required to pay GST? No. Then nominated post. Nominated post means government will have some bodies and the person in that body will be appointed by government. Example, RBI governor appointed by government, then SEBI chairman appointed by government, CBI director appointed by government. You understood? That's the reason why CBI means always, opposition will tell, we know how CBI will do investigation like that, because CBI head is appointed by central government. You got it? Then how the control will be there? You understood what I am telling? So therefore, these are all the bodies where the head will be appointed by the government. So again, to those people, some money they will be receiving. Covered under GST or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply. Is it clear, pa? Now whether MLAs and MPs are required to pay income tax? Whether MLAs and MPs are required to pay income tax? Yes, they have to pay income tax, but that will not come under income from salaries. It will come under PGBP or IFOS. It will not come under salaries, but they are not subject to any GST. Done. Next, that is about this government post, constitutional post, nominated post. SP. I for insurance services jointly supplied. You can see. So it is the next page, pa. Spiral. So spiraled. S for sovereign functions, then P for posts, I for insurance services jointly supplied. What is this insurance services jointly supplied? Please concentrate. It's an important area you need to understand. That is, there are three insurance companies. Together, these three insurance companies are providing the services. Say this, there is an insurance company A, there is an insurance company A, and insurance company B. No need to write, just listen. There is an insurance company A, insurance company B, and insurance company C. So three insurance companies, pa. And what these three insurance companies are doing? Together, they provided insurance services. Together they provide insurance services to Reliance Industries Limited. To Reliance Industries Limited they provided. Why can't one insurance company provide? Because Reliance will take insurance for 400 crores, 500 crores property. On that, if one insurance company takes insurance, if anything happens to that property, what will happen? The insurance company has to put one cloth on their head and go, correct or not? Because sir, completely if they repay the loss, what will happen? There won't be anything left for the insurance company. That's why they share it with other insurance companies, the risk. So 3 insurance companies. This kind of insurance is known as co-insurance services. Co-insurance services. Out of these co-insurance services, definitely one person should be the main insurer and others will be co-insurers. So who is the lead insurer? Say insurance company A is the lead insurer, and from Reliance Industries Limited, this insurance company A receives a premium. What is that premium? Say the premium received by them is 50 lakhs. The premium received by them is 50 lakhs. Now insurance company A in turn gives the premium to insurance company B, say 15 lakhs, they are giving it to insurance company B, and 10 lakhs to insurance company C. You understood, pa? So there are 3 insurance companies A, B, C, and they provide co-insurance services to Reliance Industries Limited, for which Reliance has paid a premium of 50 lakhs to insurance company A. In turn, insurance company A has given 15 lakhs to insurance company B and 10 lakhs to insurance company C. Now what is that we are trying to understand? Please concentrate, listen. If insurance company A pay GST on 50 lakhs, if insurance company A pay GST on 50 lakhs, actually how much they are retaining? How much they are retaining? 25 lakhs. How they will retain 25 lakhs? 50 lakhs minus 15 minus 10. That is 25 lakhs. See, the climate outside is so good, and so inside it will be warm and you feel like sleeping. So nothing to say. Anyhow, may attempt also, I'll be doing free batch, same place, same faculty, everything same. But you decide. You decide. I don't have any problem, pa, because batch after batch I will be taking. I don't have any problem. நல்ல காலங்காத்தால சாப்பிட்டு தூங்குறீங்க பன்னி மாதிரி தூங்காதீங்கடா டே பாஸ் ஆகணும்டா எக்ஸாமில் ஓகே டோன்ட் ஸ்லீப் டு தோஸ் ஹூ ஆர் ஸ்லீப்பிங் ஐ எம் டெல்லிங் ஓகே டோன்ட் ஸ்லீப் லிசன் ஓகே ஸோ யூஸ் யுவர் பிரெயின் கான்சன்ட்ரேட் அண்ட் night you go, evening you go after the class, sleep. So evening to next day morning, sitting in the class at least this time. You know what we are all doing? In the class we will sleep, and during the sleep time we will watch mobile. And when will you learn then? So sitting in the class you are devoting, that's the reason why face to face class. And you have n number of Google Drive classes available with you, n number of subscription classes available with you, YouTube class or class. But even then, honestly, so tell me, are you watching all those things? No, definitely no. You will watch for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and thereafter you will not get the mood and you will get off. But if 2 faculties are fighting, you will watch that. Okay, and entertainment. You got it? Na maanangetta polappu pa nijamave. So when we have resources, you should make use of that resources. You are sitting in the class, sitting here sleeping. Okay, listen. So Reliance Industries Limited is paying 50 lakhs to insurance company A. Whether they need to pay GST on that 50 lakhs? Yes, pa. But how much they are retaining? They are retaining only 25 lakhs. Remaining 25 lakhs they are giving it to insurance company B and insurance company C. Even though they have retained 25 lakhs, if they pay GST on 50 lakhs, then already they are paying. So this 15 lakhs and 10 lakhs which is received by insurance company B and insurance company C is excluded from supply. Okay, wow. Suppose if insurance company A pay GST only on the money retained by them, means 25 lakhs, then whether insurance company B and C should pay GST on 15 lakhs and 10 lakhs? Yes. Now tell me the provision. Co-insurance premium or co-insurance services is excluded from supply if main insurer pay GST on the gross premium. Okay, wow. Co-insurance service is excluded from supply if the main insurer pay GST on the gross premium. That is this. So insurance services jointly supplied, co-insurance services, say this. In case of co-insurance services, if lead insurer pay GST on total premium, such insurance premium shared with the co-insurer is not a supply. Okay, that is about the I point. So SPI spiraled, RALLED, S for sovereign functions, P for POS, I for insurance services jointly supplied, R, listen, R for reinsurance commission. What is this reinsurance commission? That is another example. You finished, you understood this concept you got na? Now concentrate, another one. Same RIL, okay. Insurance company A, insurance company A, insurance company B, insurance company B. Now it is not co-insurance, it's reinsurance, because we don't have multiple insurance company, only one insurance company is there. So insurance company A provided insurance services, for which RIL will pay a premium. So what is that premium? Say 50 lakhs is the premium. Now what insurance company A will do? It will take reinsurance from another insurance company, that is insurance company B provides reinsurance services. Insurance company provides reinsurance services, for which A is getting 50 lakhs na. A will share some amount with insurance company B. So the premium will be shared. How much is the premium? Say 15 or 20 lakhs premium will be shared. Okay. Now insurance company B is actually getting this money 20 lakhs from insurance company A, means they are earning money. If they are earning money, they have to give commission. Pa, you are bringing me business, pa. When you bring me business, I have to give you commission, no? That's the usual market. In insurance, everywhere, insurance business works on commission model. So they have to give commission. So who will give commission to whom? Insurance company B gives commission to insurance company A, and that commission is 2 lakhs. That commission is 2 lakhs. Means literally insurance company B will remit how much? Will remit how much? 18 lakhs. Are you getting this? Now the law says if insurance company B pays GST on 20 lakhs, even though it receives net 18 lakhs. If insurance company B pays GST on 20 lakhs, even though it received only 18 lakhs, then the commission earned by insurance company A, insurer, will be excluded from supply, because including this 2 lakhs that insurance company B reinsurer is paying na. So therefore the insurance company A which gets the 2 lakhs will be excluded from supply, because on the entire 20 lakhs who is paying GST? Insurance company B, that is reinsurer is paying. Is that clear? Suppose if the reinsurer, that is insurance company B, pays GST only on the net amount. What is the net amount? 18 lakhs. Then whether the money received by insurance company A as commission covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. What about this 50 lakhs received by insurance company A? That is always covered under supply, pa. That is always covered under supply. The point here is with respect to this 2 lakh rupees. Whether the 2 lakh rupees received by insurance company A from the reinsurer is covered under supply or excluded from supply? It is excluded from supply, provided reinsurer pay GST on the gross premium. That is this. So reinsurance commission is excluded from supply. But for that, what you need to remember? Reinsurance commission retained by insurer for services provided to reinsurer is not a supply. If write down, if reinsurer pay GST on gross premium. If reinsurer pays GST on gross premium, if reinsurer pays GST on gross premium, if reinsurer pays GST on gross premium, So we have seen SPIR, S for sovereign function, P post, I insurance service jointly supplied, R reinsurance commission, A for actionable claims, A for actionable claims. What is that actionable claims? Other than specified actionable claims. What are the specified actionable claims which are covered under supply? HC block, H for horse racing, C for casinos, B for betting, L for lottery, O for online money gaming, betting apps, okay, and G for gambling. These are all covered under GST. Remaining and all excluded from GST. What is an actionable claim? Actionable claim means you have an instrument and that instrument will give you the right to receive benefit or right to recover debt, and that instrument you can transfer from one person to another person. The holder of that instrument is entitled to receive the benefit or recover the debt, and that instrument is legally enforceable. Now tell me whether bearer check will fit into these 4 points. You have a bearer check, you have right to receive benefit, yes or no? Transferable, legally enforceable, and the holder of the instrument is entitled to receive the benefit. Whomsoever is having bearer check, they will get. So bearer check is an actionable claim. Bill of exchange, is it an actionable claim? You have right to recover debt, transferable, legally enforceable, holder of that instrument is entitled to receive benefit. Yes. Then one more example, voucher. You go to Reliance Trends and you purchased something, you got a 500 rupee voucher, and that 500 rupee voucher, number one, you have right to receive benefits. Yes. Transferable. Yes, that voucher you can give it to anyone, they can also use it. And legally enforceable. Tomorrow if Reliance Trends is telling, no, I will not give discount or I will not give any reduction, can you sue them? Yes. And the holder of that particular instrument is entitled to receive the benefit, correct? So these are all examples of actionable claim. But remember, not all actionable claims are covered under supply. Only 6 actionable claims are covered under supply. What are they? HC block, H for horse racing, C for casinos, B for betting, L for lottery, O for online money gaming, and G for gambling. That is this. Then SPIRA. So S for sovereign function, P for post, I for insurance services jointly supplied, R for reinsurance commission, A for actionable claims, L for other than specified actionable claim, L for legal fees, fee collected by court or tribunal. Court or tribunal will be collecting fees, that is excluded from supply. Simple point. Another L, land sale. Another L is land sale, sale of land, including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Before completion certificate itself, you buy the flat subject to GST. After completion certificate, you buy the flat, there is no GST. Okay, Papa? Suppose if you pay part amount before completion certificate, part amount after completion certificate, is it excluded from supply or covered under supply? Covered under supply, because entire consideration means full amount should be received by the builder after completion certificate. Is it clear? Then that is about land sale. So again, S for sovereign functions, P for post, I for insurance service jointly supplied, R for reinsurance commission, A for actionable claims other than HC block, then L for legal fees, another L, that is legal fees by court or tribunal, another L, land sale, including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E for employee to employer in the course of employment. So salary is excluded from supply. On salary there is no GST, because on salary we are paying huge income tax na. So then again GST also if they pay, then that's it, people will leave the country. So employees are excluded from supply, there is no need to pay GST. Anyhow on their expenditure they are paying GST. They get salary pa, first they pay income tax on the salary, then they have to spend. What employee will do? Everything they will spend. On every expenditure there is GST. Are you understanding this? So therefore salary is excluded from supply, no GST. That is employee to employer in the course of employment. Then D, death related. What is the death related? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, transportation of deceased, all that. Post death, at least after death, may the soul rest in peace. Till that time they will pay GST on everything. So post death there should not be any GST. Got it? That is excluded from supply. Transportation of dead body in ambulance. What is your answer? Excluded from supply. Transportation of patient in ambulance. Exempted. Included in supply, but it is exempted. Transportation of passenger in ambulance. Supply, but it is taxable. Okay. Sir, how passenger will be transported, sir? Maybe somewhere, it could happen that the ambulance may go, drop the patient in hospital, anyhow they have to return empty. So while returning empty, they will take 2-3 passengers and will be returning. So whether they need to pay GST on the money collected? Yes. Only in case of transportation in dead body, excluded from supply. Transportation of patient covered under supply, but it is exempted. Transportation of passenger in ambulance covered under supply and it is taxable. Okay. So these are the activities. That's it. These are the only activities you need to remember. Remaining activities you don't have to bother. So come on, one last time. Yes for sovereign functions means what? Municipality or gram panchayat functions as per constitution. P, what post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. I, insurance services jointly supplied, that is co-insurance, provided lead insurer pay GST on gross premium, or reinsurance commission, provided the reinsurer pay GST on the gross premium. A, actionable claims other than HC block full form, horse racing, casino, betting, lottery, online money gaming, gambling. L, legal fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L, land sale including sale of building, where entire consideration is collected when? After completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. E, employee to employer in the course of employment. D, death related, that is funeral, burial, crematorium, etc. And next, look into one point below. Gifts, generally gift by employer to employee, is it supply or not a supply? Supply under 7(1)(c). Why? Because employer and employee are related. Please focus. Employer and employee are related. And gift given by employer to employee is without consideration. Definitely it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Then employer has to pay GST on the gift which is given to the employee. Then no employer will give gift na then? Yes or no? So therefore, what will happen? So there will be no gift. So that's the reason why they gave a exclusion. What is that exclusion? How much the gift should be per annum? 50,000. If the value of gift is up to 50,000 per annum per employee, is it covered under supply or not a supply? Not a supply. What if the value of gift exceed 50,000? Then it will become supply. For example, I am gifting iPhone to my employees more than 50,000. Should I pay GST on that? Yes, I have to pay GST on that because the value of gift exceed 50,000 per annum per employee. Suppose if I give a 20,000 rupees or 30,000 Android mobile to my employee, then covered under supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply because the value of gift does not exceed 50,000. This 50,000 is one product or throughout the year? Throughout the year. Gift by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee is excluded from supply. If the value of gift exceeds 50,000, entirely it is treated as supply. And specified actionable claims already we discussed. Now look into two clarifications in this regard. Number one, sale of land is excluded from supply. Yes or no? Yes. And I am selling sale of developed land. What is the difference between sale of land and sale of developed land? You might be seeing lot of properties. For example, G square property like that you would have seen. Across Chennai, they are putting as plots and they are selling crazily. Okay. So what they do is that they take a land, agricultural land, and they do the leveling of the land. And they divide it into bits and pieces like 1,200 square feet, 2,500 square feet like that. They will divide into plots and they put the road, like pipeline connection, drainage connection, water connection, everything they will give. And thereafter, they will be selling. Like, backside airport will come, and here school will be there, left side hospital will be there, like that they will sell the plots. That is developed plots, okay. But that is also sale of land only, na. So that is also excluded from supply. Whether sale of normal land or developed land, both are sale of land only. So there is no GST on that. But listen. For doing this development, what development? They put the road, water line, pipeline, etc. For that they will collect some development charges. That development charges will be covered under supply. Is it clear? Land alone excluded from supply, but towards this development, for example, 2000 rupees per square feet. In this, 1500 rupees per square feet is for land. 500 rupees per square feet is for development charges. Okay, this 500 rupees only covered under supply, but 1500 is excluded from supply. See this. Sale of land after some development such as leveling, laying down drainage lines, electricity lines is also sale of land and excluded from supply. However, services provided for development of land is not excluded from supply and shall attract GST. Then next, there is an employer who has given perquisite to the employee. Employer has given perquisite to the employee. Whether we need to check that 50,000 point? No, we don't have to check, because perquisite forms part of salary. Perquisite form part of salary, and due to that reason it will come under salary. There is no GST on that. Sir, any amount? Sir, yes, any amount. How do you know that it is a perquisite? Mention in the offer document. If it is not mentioned in the offer document, it is gift. Mention in the offer document, it will be called as perquisite. So see there. Perquisite provided by employer to employee in terms of contractual agreement entered into between them will not be subject to GST when the same are provided in terms of contract. Is it clear? Then this is not there now, omitted. You remove it. The sale before import, this is omitted. Sale of warehoused goods, that is also not there. Leave it. You don't have to read. Then next, GST implications on employer-employee. Just now we discussed employer and employee. Services by employee to employer. Services by employee to employer. If it is in the course of employment, it is excluded from supply. Yes or no? Employee to employer. For example, an employee providing services to the employer for which he is getting a salary, that salary is excluded from supply. What if it is not in the course of employment? Not in the course of employment means there is no employer-employee relationship. And for example, you are appointed as a finance manager of a company against a salary of 12 lakhs, that will be excluded from supply. Now you are doing one forensic audit, and by doing that forensic audit, you got some money from the employer. Whether that will be, or some internal audit because of which you got some money. This is not in the scope of your employment. And whether it will be treated as supply? Yes, it will become supply under 71A. So in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration, supply under 71A, you just write down here example. Here you write down example salary, that is finance manager, salary of 12 lakhs. Finance manager salary of 12 lakhs. Finance manager salary of 12 lakhs is excluded from supply. And if the finance manager is doing an audit, okay, so that if audit is done for 1 lakh, if audit is done for 1 lakh, then it will be covered under supply 71A. What if it is without consideration? Not a supply. What if not in the course or furtherance of business? Not a supply. Why, sir? Because without consideration, related party will come? No, because there is no employer-employee relationship. Just 2 points you need to remember. Point number 1, employee to employer in the course of employment, not a supply. Not in the course of employment, but in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration, then it will be supply under 71A. That's it. Remaining cases, not a supply. Okay, va? Next, supply by employer to employee. Supply by employer to employee for consideration, then it is supply under 71A. Example, canteen facility or transportation facility provided by employer to employee. So they will be providing some canteen facility for which they will collect some 20 rupees or 30 rupees nominal amount only, but that will cover under supply 71A? Yes, because there is a consideration. What if supply by employer to employee either goods or service without consideration? Then either it may become perquisite. Just now we saw either it may become perquisite or it may become gift. If it is perquisite, what is your answer? Not a supply. Why not a supply? Because it comes under salary offer document. And what if it is gift? That is not covered under offer document, means it will be, again we need to check whether the value is more than 50,000 or does not exceed 50,000. If it does not exceed 50,000, not a supply. If it exceeds 50,000, entirely it will become supply under 7(1)(c). And while determining the value, including GST, excluding GST, excluding GST. Remember this in mind. In GST everywhere, when we use the word value, that value is excluding GST. Only in one place value includes GST, where? E-way bill. While doing e-way bill computation, 50,000 limit we need to check. Only if you cross 50,000 limit, e-way bill is required. There alone value includes GST. But in all other places, value means value excludes GST. That is with respect to this. So what we have discussed is inclusions and exclusions from the supply. Then we have certain definitions, clarifications, etc. and all. And so we will see through question and answers. Through question and answers we will connect that so that you will be understanding it. And we'll take a break. You need a break? Yes? But it's raining, what will you do? So use the washroom and come back, okay? Don't go outside, because if you go outside unnecessarily you will get drenched and cold and all will come for you, health issues will come. Just use washroom and come back. So we'll meet after 10 minutes, okay? Okay, say this. So look into the screen. So we are going to discuss the practice manual questions related to supply chapter, and whatever concepts that are required from here I will explain in revised book, don't worry about it. So look into the first MCQ. Goods as per section 2 clause 52 of CGST Act includes actionable claims. Yes or no? Respond. Yes, actionable claims are treated as goods. But which actionable claims are excluded from supply? All actionable claims other than HC block. But every actionable claim will be treated as goods. Whether growing crops attached to the land agreed to be severed before supply treated as goods? Yes. So this is also goods, and even these also goods. But money and securities are not treated as goods. So on securities there is security transaction tax. On transaction in money there is no GST. So that's the reason why these two are excluded from the meaning of goods. So now tell me, what is the meaning of goods? Goods means any kind of movable property. Goods includes what? Two things. Actionable claims or growing crops or things attached to a farming part of land which are agreed to be severed. So goods means any kind of movable property. It includes actionable claims. It also includes any crops, grass, things attached to but agreed to be severed. Severed means cut before supply or under a contract of supply, and goods excludes money and securities. So these are excludes. So goods excludes money and securities. Money and securities are neither treated as goods nor treated as services. Whereas service means anything other than goods, and it includes transaction in money for a separate consideration. See, transaction in money is excluded from meaning of goods and services. But transaction in money for a separate consideration will be treated as service. Same way, securities are neither goods nor services, but facilitating or arranging transaction in securities, which means that I am selling securities, you are buying securities. One stockbroker is there. That stockbroker activity will be treated as supply of service, like that. So look into this. Here, what is the correct answer for this? Goods includes only 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 means option C is the answer. Then an exempt supply includes supply of goods or service or both which attracts nil rate of tax. What is the meaning of exempt supply? 3. Exempt supply means what? Notified as exempted, nil rated, non-taxable. These three things will come under the meaning of exempted supply. You can see that meaning of exempted supply here. So exempted supplies in page number 17, exempted supply means what? Goods or services which attracts nil rate of tax, wholly exempt from tax, and it includes non-taxable. Three things will come under non-tax exempted supply. One is notified as exempted, number 2 nil rated, number 3 non-taxable. What are non-taxable? Already we know. Alcoholic liquor, petroleum products, that one. So therefore, what is the answer for this? An exempt supply includes supply of goods or service which attracts nil rate of tax. Yes. Non-taxable supply. Yes. Supply of goods or services which are wholly exempt from tax. Yes. So therefore, all three are covered under the meaning of exempt supply. So option D is the answer. Which of the following services received in the course or furtherance of business without consideration? Without consideration means we need to refer to 71C, DRIP, okay, amount to supply. Import of service by a person in India from his son. So whether son is treated as related? Yes. Whether or not dependent will always be treated as related. So therefore it will become import of services from a related person, and it will become supply under 71C. Then second, import of service by a person in India from his brother well settled in Germany. No, because brothers, sisters, parents and grandparents should be wholly and mainly dependent on that person. Then only they will be treated as family. So here brother well settled in Germany means they are not dependent. So therefore it is not an import of service from a related person. If it is not an import of service from related person, it will not fall under supply, because supply includes only those services, import of services from a related person or another establishment located outside India under 71C. Then third one, import of services by a person in India from his brother wholly dependent on such person in India from France. Yes, because brother wholly dependent will be treated as family. So import of services from a related person in the course or furtherance of business without consideration. 71C. Import of service by a person in India from his daughter wholly dependent. son and daughter and spouse, whether or not dependent, will come under family. So this is treated as import of service from a related person in the course or furtherance of business without consideration. So which of the following services amounts to supply? First, third, fourth. 1, 3 and 4. Option A is the answer. Which of the following activities shall be treated neither as supply of goods nor as supply of services? Permanent transfer of business asset where ITC has been availed on such assets. So is it supply or not a supply? So they are asking which of the following shall be treated neither as supply of goods nor as supply of service means exclusion. So neither as supply of goods nor as supply means exclusion. Permanent transfer of business asset where ITC has been availed is supply, that is not excluded from supply. Temporary transfer of intellectual property right, that is also supply, it is not excluded. In that spiraled, whether it is there, no. Then transportation of disease, yes, it is not a supply. And services by employee to employer in the course of employment, that is also not a supply. So which of these activities are treated neither as supply of goods nor as supply of services? 3 and 4. Option D is the answer. Which of the following activities is supply of services? Remember, for supply of goods versus supply of services, just one table you need to know. So that is this table, supply of goods versus supply of services, page number 20. So classification, once an activity becomes supply, it will be classified into goods or services. 7 subsection 1A read with schedule 2. First you need to check, is it a movable property? Yes, it is a movable property. When there is a transfer of title, it will be coming under supply of goods. For example, I have a car. When I transfer the title of the car, it will be supply of goods. When transfer the right to use the car, it will be supply of services. And then immovable property, transfer of right means what? Renting of car or leasing of car, etc. So movable property when goods, transfer of title. When services, transfer of right. Transfer of title should be at present or at future date, anything. And next, immovable property will never come under supply of goods. Why? Because excluded from supply. But will it come under supply of services? Yes. Construction of immovable property or transfer of right to use immovable property, that will come under supply of services. Then intellectual property rights, when it will come under goods. Permanent transfer of IPR will be treated as supply of goods. Temporary transfer of IPR will be treated as supply of services. For example, I have like a patent of a technology which I gave it to a company for manufacture, that will be permanent transfer, supply of goods. For example, a music director who composes music of a movie and give it to the producer, that is temporary transfer, will be treated as supply of services. Then carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person, so that will be treated as supply of service. Example, you gave me cloth, I am doing the stitching, then it will be supply of service. If I am only buying the cloth, I am only doing the stitching and I give, that will be treated as supply of goods. So substantial material required for the process. In this example, what is the substantial material? Cloth, that is supplied by supplier, then it will be supply of goods. Whereas substantial material required for the process, that is cloth, is given by you, on which I do the stitching alone, then it will be supply of services. Suppose if it involves both goods and services in a single transaction, check whether it is notified supplies. What are the 3 notified supplies? Works contract, information technology software and supply of food. These 3 will be treated as services even though it involves both goods element and service element. In works contract, what is a works contract? If you are a property owner, you are appointing me as a builder, I will only buy the cement, building material, plumbing material, electrical material, everything I will only buy. I will only do the construction and give it to you. That is called as works contract. What is a goods element? The building material, cement, bricks is goods element. What is the service element? Construction. Even though it involves both goods element and service element, it will always be treated as supply of service. Then information technology software. Software can be given either customized to you or like a product I can sell. Example, Tally, Zoho, these are all sold like products, antivirus softwares or customized software. Let it be packaged or customized, but software will always be treated as supply of service. And then supply of food. In food, what is a goods element? The ingredients used in the food. The ingredients used in the food means, for example, idli or dosa you are eating. In that idli or dosa, what is a goods element? The dal, rice, etc. That is goods element. Whereas, what is the service element? So, like that only you cannot eat na. It needs to be converted into the food. So, that cooking will be treated as service. Even though it involves both goods element and service element, but supply of food will always be treated as supply of service. Then next, all other activities, we need to check whether it is composite supply or mixed supply. If it is a composite supply, check the principal supply. If the principal supply is goods, entirely it will be treated as goods. If the principal supply is service, entirely it is service. Example, AC and installation is a composite supply. AC is goods, installation is service. What is the principal supply? Principal supply means predominant element. In AC and installation, what is the predominant element? AC, which is goods. So, entirely it will be treated as supply of goods. Then, coaching plus study material is a composite supply, and coaching is services. Study material is goods. You tell me what is the predominant element in this? Coaching or study material? Coaching. Therefore, it will be treated as supply of services. So, if the principal supply is goods, then entirely it is goods. If the principal supply is service, then entirely it is service. And next, mixed supply. If it is mixed supply, see the highest rate. If the highest rate is goods, entirely it is goods. If the highest rate is service, entirely it will be service. For example, TV is 28% and optional warranty. So, usually extended warranty will be there when you buy the TV. So, you will pay extra money for 2-year, 3-year extended warranty. So, TV is 28%, warranty is 18%. So, these two are mixed supply. What is the highest rate? 28%, 18%, 28 to 18 at 18 highest. Call coming. So, 28 is highest. So, what is the 28? TV, which is goods. So, entirely it will be treated as supply of goods. Then next, in case of Google Drive lectures, so there is no goods element, whereas pen drive lecture you take. So, video lectures and pen drive is the goods element, video lecture is the service element, it is mixed supply. Pen drive is 12% and video lectures is 18%. So, tell me what should be taken? Highest rate is what? 18%, that is video lecture service. So, entirely it will be treated as supply of service. You got it? If it is a composite supply, see what is the principal supply. If principal supply is goods, entirely it is goods. If the principal supply is service, entirely it is service. Is it clear? Then, if it is mixed supply, see the highest rate. If the highest rate is goods, entirely it is goods. If the highest rate is service, entirely it is service. Apart from this, any other activity, balancing figure will be supply of services. What is that? Doing an act. Doing an act, doing something. Not doing an act. Not doing an act means what? Non-compete fees example. So, you are not doing a particular activity. What is non-compete fees? Not to start a competing business, we collect some money. That is called as non-compete fees. That is also not it is treated as supply of service. Non-compete fees, not doing an act. Then tolerating an act. What is that tolerating an act? That is you made a breach. I tolerate your breach, for which I collect some damages, liquidated damages, like that in Contract Act you would have studied. So, that liquidated damages will be coming under tolerating an act. All these three are supply of services: doing an act, not doing an act, or tolerating an act. Okay, but remember when we will apply 7.1a this, so whenever the activity becomes supply, then we will be referring to 7.1a, that is classification of supply into goods or services. Now, you need to remember 3 subsections, very important, you need to remember along with the schedules. So, first you need to remember section 7.1c. What is section 7.1c? List of activities which are treated as supply. 7.1c, list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Okay, that you need to write 7.1c read with schedule 1. What are the list of activities? DRIP. Then next section that you need to remember, 7 subsection 1a, 7 subsection 1 capital A. What is that 1 capital A? This, whatever we have discussed now, classification. So, once an activity becomes supply, it will be classified into goods or services. That classification is 7 subsection 1a. Then you need to remember section 7 subsection 2, read with schedule 3. What is this schedule 3? List of activities which are excluded from supply. So, that is spiraled. SPIRALLED. So, these are the list of activities which are excluded from supply. Understood or not? So, these 3 sections you need to remember, and when you are writing the section numbers, also write along with schedule 1, along with schedule 2, along with schedule 3, like that. So that definitely the valuer who is seeing your answer will feel like, yeah, super, this student, he wrote amazingly, because he don't know which attempt you are writing. He don't know your name also. He don't know your gender. Your paper is only what you are. And the valuer will see only your answer sheet and will do the evaluation. So that's the reason why ensure that if your answer sheet is perfect, definitely you will get the marks. Okay. So therefore, don't exhibit your ignorance in the answer sheet. So ensure that properly you are writing. Think and write. It's not board exams. Write something, depending upon the quantity you will get marks. Okay. Not like that. Here it is quality. Each and every line they will read and they will be giving the marks. Okay. So that is with respect to this 3 you need to remember. Now say this. Which of the following activities is supply of services? Tell me. Transfer of right in goods or undivided share in goods without transfer of title in goods. Goods or services are? Very good. It is supply of service, because just now we saw transfer of right is supply of service. Transfer of title, supply of goods. Transfer of title in goods under an agreement which stipulates that property shall pass at a future date. Title is transferred at a future date. Example, hire purchase. Today asset is given, but the title will be given to you in future. What is it? Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods. The question is what? Which of the following activities supply of service? Which is supply of service? Only one. Option A. P Limited has its registered office under Companies Act 2013 in the state of Maharashtra, from where it ordinarily carries on business of taxable goods. It also have a warehouse in the state of Telangana for storing the said goods. So where and all they have business pa? Maharashtra and Telangana. And what will be the place of business of P Limited under GST law? Both are their place of business. Not necessary that they need to do business everywhere. Even if they have a warehouse in one place, even if they are having an agent's office in one place, even if they have accounts office or administrative office, that is also their place of business. Not necessary that every place from where they really need to do business, even a warehouse and even a accounts office, administrative office, agent's place, everything will be taken as their place of business. So warehouse is also their place of business. So both A and B is the answer. Then next, which of the following statements is true under GST law? Grandparents are never considered as related person to their grandson or granddaughter. True or false? False. Grandparents are never considered as false. They will be considered. When they will be considered as family? If they are wholly and mainly dependent. Then grandparents are always considered as related persons to their grandson or granddaughter. That is also false. Correct? Huh? Always related, always not related is false. Grandparents are considered as related to their grandson or granddaughter only if they are wholly and mainly dependent on their grandson or granddaughter. That is true. Correct? From whose perspective you need to see? From the grandson perspective. From the grandfather perspective, you see, they will not be treated as family. So from the grandson. And grandparents are considered as related to their grandson or granddaughter only if they are not dependent. False. Only if they are dependent, they will be treated. So option C is the answer. Then which of the following is not considered as goods under GST Act? 10 paise coin having a sale value of 100 rupees. Whether old coins will come under money? No. Money means what? Indian currency as on today, or foreign currency, or any instrument recognized by RBI. Please concentrate. What is the meaning of money? Indian currency, foreign currency, or any instrument recognized by RBI. Whether old coins will be treated as money? No. Old coins not treated as money. Means goods definition excludes money. Money excludes old coins. Means minus into minus plus. Okay. Goods minus is money pa. Money minus is old coins. So minus into minus plus. Which means goods includes old coins. Same way. Cryptocurrency. Is it instrument recognized by RBI? No. Bitcoins, Ethereum coins, etc. not recognized by RBI. So it is not money. So it will become goods. Yes. Goods minus is money. Money minus is cryptocurrency. Minus into minus plus. So cryptocurrency will be treated as goods. So tell me what is the meaning of money? Come on. Indian currency, foreign currency, any instrument recognized by RBI. So what and all will not come under money? Old coins and cryptocurrency. So whether sale of old coins will be treated as money? No. So will it become goods? Yes. Shares of unlisted company, is it goods or not goods? Not goods. Why not goods? Goods excludes money and securities. Lottery tickets, will it be treated as goods? Where lottery tickets will come? Actionable claims. And actionable claims are treated as goods. So it will come under goods. Lottery tickets are treated as actionable claims. So what and all is treated as goods in this case? This 10 paise coin and lottery tickets will be treated as goods. So 2 and 3 is the answer. Then, sorry, not considered as goods, then only 2. Only 2. Option B is the answer. Not considered as goods, only B. Assuming that all activities given below are undertaken for consideration, state which of the following activities is not a supply of service. Renting of commercial office complex. Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service, because renting, we are not giving the title, we are giving the right to use. Then an employee agreeing to not work for the competitor organization after leaving the current employment. What is it? Not doing an act. Supply of service. Repairing of mobile phone. Service. Provision of service by employee to employer in the course of employment. Not a supply. Employee to employer in the course of employment. In that spiral E, employee to employer in the course of employment is not a supply. So therefore, which of the following is not a supply of service? A, B, C is supply of service. D alone is not a supply. So consequently, it will not become supply of service. So these are the MCQs. And look into question number 1. State whether the following supplies would be treated as supply of goods or supply of service as per Schedule 2 of CGST Act. Comment on this. Renting of immobile property. What is your answer? Service. Transfer of right in goods without transfer of title in goods. Service, because it is right. Works contract, name itself says service. Works contract, software, and then food. Always it will be supply of service. Temporary transfer or permitting user enjoyment of intellectual property right. Permanent transfer or temporary transfer? Temporary transfer, that is supply of service. Sale of personal car, sale of personal car to a dealer. Personal car, first it is not in the course or furtherance of business. So as it is a personal car, not in the course or furtherance of business, it is not a supply. Okay. And next, any treatment or process which is applied to another person's goods, carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person. Service. Here everything is service except this point number 5, but that point number 5 will be coming under not a supply. What about 7? Transfer of title in goods. Title, that will be goods, supply of goods. Transfer of title in goods. Title is transferred, so it will become goods. Then next, see this question number 3. Question number 3, shop sale, an air conditioner dealer. This is what I was referring to. In Janakpuri, Delhi needs 4 air conditioners for his newly constructed house. So what you should do is that I am not going to read the answers. I am going to explain you the concept and explain you the questions. What you should do, you should read the answer once. So when you read the answer once, then only you know how it will be presented in exam. Got it? And what we will do, after this batch gets over, I will give you question papers. So total 4 question papers will be given to you with suggested answers. That 4 question papers, question paper number 1, that is test number 1. The test number 1 will be having 50% portion. Test number 2 will be having 50% portion, remaining 50%. Test number 3 is 100 marks and it will contain all the portion, okay, for 100 marks. Test number 4 DT, IDT, one question paper, mock test paper. Okay. So I will give you 4 question papers with suggested answers, but only to those students who are staying till the end of the class. Okay. For them only. And that handout we will be giving it to you. So what you need to do is that these and all you need to read, but that you need to practice. That question papers you need to practice, question and answers. So without seeing the answers, you need to just practice and then cross check with the suggested answer, like a test you do. You understood? Because you have ample time and you divide whenever you wanted to do the test, and you take up the test and you do it for yourself. Is it clear? And for our Power Prep batch students, so that will be evaluated and given by our team, but for others you have to evaluate on your own. But I will give you the suggested answer for that. Done? Now say this. Shahab says an air conditioner dealer in Janakpuri, Delhi needs 4 air conditioners for his newly constructed house in Safdarjung enclave. Therefore, he transfers 4 air conditioners on which ITC has already been availed by it from its stock for the said purpose. Examine whether the said activity amounts to supply under section 7. What is your answer? Yes, because it is disposal of business asset. Correct? Huh? What they are doing? One air conditioner they are taking 4 air conditioners from its stock they are transferring. Okay. So therefore, will it become supply under 7(1)(c)? Yes. Air conditioner is a business asset on which ITC is availed. So therefore, it is disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. It will become supply under 7(1)(c). Further, Janakpuri resident Akash approached the Shahab Sales. He sold an air conditioner to Shahab Sales for 5,000. So he is one individual. He sold his AC, and that AC is bought by Akash 6 months before for his residence. Does the sale of air conditioner by Akash to Shahab Sales amount to supply? Is it for consideration or without consideration? But the previous paragraph is without consideration. So we refer to 7(1)(c). In that 7(1)(c), what is the point? DRIP. D for disposal of business asset. Yes, it's a disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. Yes, it may be personal in nature also. For his house he is taking. Who? That particular Shahab Sales. It is treated as supply under 7(1)(c) because the disposal of business asset may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but it will become supply under 7(1)(c). But the next one is, that is one person by name Akash is selling the AC. So is it for consideration or without consideration? For consideration means we need to refer to 7(1)(a). For 7(1)(a), what we need to see? Any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Activity is what? Sale of AC. For consideration is what? 5,000 rupees. Is it in the course or furtherance of business? No, because it is his personal asset. Personal asset he is selling. But easily remember, we have a business definition. But actually, what is not business? All personal activities are not business. Is it clear? So all personal activities will not come under business. So it is a personal activity. It is not business. Accordingly, will it become supply or not a supply? Not a supply, because he is selling the AC which is used in his residence. So like sale of AC is supply under 7(1)(a) if it is in the course or furtherance of business. Because for 7(1)(a), what is it? We need to check activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Then only it will be supply. So in this case, even though it is activity for consideration but not in the course or furtherance of business, consequently it is not a supply. Now, whenever you are getting a paragraph question like this, these are called as case study type questions or application based questions. You should ensure that you are writing this answer in 4 points. 4 points means this 4 checklists should be present. First, you need to give the reference. What is the reference that you need to give? Section 7(1)(a) or 7(1)(c). Suppose if you don't know section 7 subsection 1 or clause and all, at least write section 7, because you need to remember the section numbers at least. Section 7 is what, 8 is what, like that you need to remember. So first you need to give the reference. And sir, you don't know the section number at all, then write as per the provisions of CGST Act, worst come scenario, okay? But you have to write it like that, as per the provisions of CGST Act, like that you write. Then that is if you don't know the section number also. If you know, you have to put the section number. Then next, number 2, you need to give the provision. What is that provision? As per that section, what does it say? For example, this disposal of business asset point. What will you write? As per section 7, subsection 1, clause C, read with schedule 1, disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed constitute supply even though without consideration. So provision you are writing. Then discussion. So discussion means you need to connect the given question to the provision. In the present case, Shahab sales, transfers 4 AC from the business stock to his house, okay, which is disposal of business asset, and on such ACs ITC is availed. Got it? So finally conclusion. Therefore, what is the conclusion that you will give? Therefore, it constitutes supply under section 7(1)(c). Okay. Therefore, it constitutes supply under 7(1)(c). Like that you need to write. Understood, pa? This is the way in which you need to present the answer for this. So, what are the 4 things that should be present in your answer? Reference, provision, discussion, conclusion. You don't have to give the side headings, but ensure that at least this way you are presenting, that is enough. So, whenever you are writing the test also, you need to implement the same. You adopt the same way and you try that, and then you cross check the answers, definitely you will feel the difference, okay? And only when you practice this way in exam, you will be able to perform like that. Then next, see the next question. Raman is an architect in Chennai. His brother, who is settled in London, is a well-known lawyer. Is brother dependent or not dependent? Not dependent. So related or not related? Not related, because he is not dependent. Raman has taken legal advice from him free of cost, means without consideration, with regard to his family dispute, not in the course or furtherance of business. Examine whether the said activity would amount to supply under section 7 subsection 1. Why it is not treated as supply? It is not a supply. Why it is not treated as supply? Any point you can write. Either you can write it is not in the course or furtherance of business, or you can write that it is not import of service from a related person. First, is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. Means we need to refer to 7(1)(a) or 7(1)(b) or 7(1)(c), 7(1)(c). Import of service from a related person is only in 7(1)(c). In this case, not a related person, so it is not a supply. Now, would your answer be different if in the above case, Raman has taken advice in respect of business unit in Chennai? Even then it is not a supply. Why it is not a supply in both the cases? Sir, if it is for personal purpose, not in the course or furtherance of business, or for business purpose, both cases, first of all, it should be import of service from a related person. In this case, it is not an import of service from a related person. Consequently, it is not a supply. You understood? So, what is the section reference that you will give here? 7(1)(c), read with schedule 1. And what is the provision that you will write? Import of services. And finally, you do the conclusion. The next one, question number 10 you see. Question number 10. The other questions which I am not discussing is for your practice. You have to try that, okay? Every question if I do, then only few chapters we will be able to complete. That is not my objective. Examine whether the activity of import of service in the following independent cases would amount to supply under section 7. Ms. Srinidhi Kaushik received interior decoration services for her residence located at Bandra, Mumbai from Mr. Rachel of Sydney, Australia. The amount paid for the said service is 5,000 Australian dollars. What is your answer? Is it for consideration or without consideration? For consideration. When it is for consideration, 7(1)(b), it is import of services. Import of services, because Srinidhi Kaushik is in India and she received services from Australia, so it's an import of service. 7(1)(b). 7(1)(b) is what? Activity for consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Even though it is for personal purpose, it will become supply under 7(1)(b). Next, second one, Ms. Srinidhi Kaushik received interior decoration service for her residence located at Bandra, Mumbai from her brother, Mr. Varun, residing in Sydney, Australia, wholly dependent on Ms. Srinidhi. Further, Srinidhi did not pay any consideration for the said service. Is it for consideration or without consideration? without consideration, because she did not pay any consideration, without consideration, then you need to refer to 7(1)(c). Import of service from a related person or not, check. Related person or not, yes, because brother is dependent, so definitely related person. But will it become supply or not a supply? Supplier, not a supplier. 7(1)(c), supplier, not a supplier. Supply, absolutely wrong answer. It is not a supply because it is not for business purpose, it is for personal purpose. See there, even though import of service, you should not miss these things. Even though it is import of service from a related person without consideration, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. But here it is not in the course or furtherance of business because it is for her residence she is importing. So that's why it is not a supply. Are you getting this? Now where you need to check, whenever you get a confusion of this, you need to check this table which we have seen. What is that? For import of services 7(1)(c), it should be without consideration and in the course or furtherance of business. So course or furtherance of business should be yes. Course or furtherance of business should be yes in case of import of services. And therefore we refer that. Next one, third, will your answer change in the above case if Srinidhi has taken interior decoration services with regard to her business premises and not her residence? What is your answer? Supply. Why it will become supply? Because it is for business. First, import of services without consideration from a related person in the course or furtherance of business. Therefore, it will become supply under 7(1)(c). C. Without consideration means 7(1)(c). Then next we have the concept of composite supply, mixed supply. You see page number 22. You see page number 22. Just one chart you need to know here. That is, there are two concepts for composite supply and mixed supply. The concept of composite supply and mixed supply will be applicable if there are two or more supplies involved in a single transaction. When there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. What if there is only one supply in the transaction? Whether we are going to apply this section? No. This section 8 deals with composite supply, mixed supply. We will apply this section 8 only if there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. So the first thing that you need to see is that whether there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. If it is no, then section 8 is not applicable. If it is yes, then three conditions should be satisfied. What are the three conditions? All the supplies should be taxable and naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Whether it is taxable or not, it will be clearly given in the question itself. But this is the place where you need to use your brain. Is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? When is it naturally bundled? One cannot be supplied without the another is naturally bundled. One cannot be supplied without the another. One can be supplied even without the another is not naturally bundled. Example, popcorn and coke combo in a cinema theater is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled, because we can buy popcorn separately, coke separately. Correct? Then movie ticket with 30 rupees extra for 3D glasses. It's a 3D movie and you need to buy the ticket and you need to pay 30 rupees for 3D glasses. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because without the 3D glasses you cannot watch the movie and therefore definitely you need to pay for it. That is naturally bundled. Correct? That's why when you book the ticket itself, in Book My Show it will show the option 2D or 3D. Same movie will be released in both formats, but it will give the option. You need to select the option and ticket price will change accordingly based on that. You got it? So therefore definitely it is naturally bundled. Then next part, you stay in a hotel and they provide complimentary breakfast. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because whether you eat or not, because there are some hotels where the complimentary breakfast will be pathetic, but even then the price of the hotel will not come down the same amount you will be paying. Correct or not? So whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled, definitely naturally bundled. Whereas another example, battery and inverter. Naturally bundle or not naturally bundle? Battery plus inverter. Very good, not naturally bundle. Why? Don't see from the recipient point of view, see from the supplier point of view. I am a seller. If you ask for battery, I will sell only battery. If you ask for inverter, I will sell only inverter. I will not tell, no, you have to buy battery also if you are buying inverter. Like that, I will not tell. It's up to me. Means, see, it's up to you to buy whatever you wanted. So I cannot compel that. So therefore, it is not naturally bundled. Whenever I am giving it together, does not mean it is naturally bundled. Are you understanding this? One cannot be supplied without the another, means naturally bundled. And we need to see from the general business point of view, don't see the exceptions. See the more probable side. For example, laptop and laptop bag, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. You will think it as not naturally bundled because basically you are all rich kids. And what you do, you buy MacBook or you buy costly laptops, etc. There they will not give back, because when you are buying costly laptop and all, you can afford bag and all they will give. But this budget laptops will be there, 20,000, 30,000 range laptops. For that, definitely, those who buy will be middle class and below middle class. So they will expect the free bag to be given. So therefore, in general ordinary course of business, laptop and laptop bag is naturally bundled. That's what. Basically, you are CA students. You see always the exceptional side. Because in a white paper, if there is one black dot, you see the black dot only, you will not see the white paper. You got it? But don't do that when you are interpreting this. You see the probable side, more probable side you need to see. In the ordinary course of business, it is naturally bundled. Next, one more case. This Pandal and Shamyana providers will do the renting of chairs and will also do the transportation. Pandal Shamyana service providers, they will only do the renting of chairs, they will give renting, plus they will do transportation of the chairs also. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because in the ordinary course of business, they will only take care of that. And so they will only bring the chairs. Once the function is over, they will only take back the chairs in the ordinary course of business. So it is naturally bundled. And next one, AC and installation. AC and installation, naturally bundled. Exceptions are there. Sometimes you can buy only AC and you can get the installation done from your person also. But naturally bundled, because we need to see in the ordinary course of business. Are you understanding, Pa? Then one more example. Coaching plus study materials. Coaching plus study materials. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Study material, not books. Not books. Study materials like handouts, etc. for taking the classes they will give. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. But some places are there where for coaching separately you need to pay, for books you need to pay separately, like that. You understood? Are the exceptions. You got it? Clear? Exceptions and all you don't bring that is only universal like that. No. There are many coaching centers like us. We are good coaching center only, wherein for every student who enroll, we will be giving a book as a part of the classes itself. We are not charging 1 rupee extra also for the books, only our students. So how many power prep students here? Enappa, anything collected by our team? No, na? They are not collecting anything, na? Free only they gave book. Super. So that is what we are. We are not like others. So this is general. You understood or not? So in the ordinary course of business, book will be given as a part of the coaching. Therefore, it will be coming under naturally bundled. Okay. Don't see exceptions. Some idiots are there. Exceptions. Waste. Okay. You should not see them into account. Then next. Got the clarity about naturally bundled, not naturally bundled? So first, this is the place where you actually apply. Whether it is taxable or not, what you apply, it is given in the question. And whether it is principal supply or not, you won't apply. It's given, explicitly given in the question that it is a predominant transaction, like that. Where you really use your brain is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled. If all these three conditions are satisfied, it will be composite supply. What are the three conditions, Pa? All are taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, principal supply identifiable, then it will be coming under composite supply. And when it is composite supply, how the price should be? Maybe single, maybe separate, irrelevant. The price may be together, the price may be separate, irrelevant. And the rate of principal supply will be taken on the entire transaction. Got it? So principal supply will have a rate, na? That rate will be applied on entire transaction. Example, AC 5%, installation 18%. So is both are taxable? Respond here. Yes, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. What is the principal supply? AC. What is the rate applicable to AC? 5%. So that will be applied on the entire transaction like that. Suppose if it is not a composite supply, then check is it for a single price or not. Yes, if it is for a single price, then it will become mixed supply. When it becomes mixed supply, which rate should be taken? Highest rate should be taken in the given supplies. What if it is neither composite supply nor mixed supply? When first it is not a composite supply and it is not even for a single price, then it will be individual supply. Individual supplies means what we will do? That rate for that supply. Got it? Respective rates for respective supply. Respective rate for respective supply will be taken. Now look into some illustrations I have given in the next page. AC 30,000, installation 2,000. AC rate is how much? 12. Installation rate is how much? 18. Whether it is composite supply, 3 conditions. Condition number 1, all are taxable. Yes. Naturally bundled. Yes. Principal supply is what? AC. Therefore it will become composite supply. And what is the rate to be taken? 12%, and it should be applied on entire 32,000. But sir, price given separately. Whether the price is given separately or not, irrelevant. For composite supply, always we will take the principal supply rate. So 32,000 into 12%, 3,840. Also for classification, what it is? Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods. Because we discuss now only when it is a composite supply, it involves both goods and service. And we need to see what is the principal supply. If the principal supply is goods, entirely it should be classified as goods. So the entire transaction is classified as what? Supply of goods. Then another illustration. CA coaching 40,000, books 10,000. Say these books are say published books, nil rate, and CA coaching 40,000, GST at 18%. So now tell me whether all the 3 conditions are satisfied. What is the first condition? All are taxable. Whether all are taxable? No, one is nil rated, means exempted, so it will not become composite supply. Are you getting this? Then second, will it become mixed supply? No, because for becoming mixed supply, first it is not a composite supply, not even mixed supply. Why not even mixed supply? Because it is not for a single price, neither composite supply nor mixed supply. Then it will be coming under individual supplies. When it is individual supplies, what we do? Respective rate for respective supply, then 40,000 into 18%, 10,000 no GST. Got it? And coaching alone is taxable, so it is supply of services. Then next one, you see next illustration, popcorn and coke, no separate price, single price, 299, popcorn 5%, coke 28%. And tell me, is it composite supply? No. Why? Even though all are taxable, but not naturally bundled. Can we buy only popcorn? Yes. For example, for this climate, no one will drink Coke na. Yes or no pa. So therefore, they will tell only popcorn is sufficient, and maybe one water bottle you will buy separately. So why you need to buy the combo? You may not buy the combo. So therefore, it is up to you. Or maybe 2 popcorn, 1 Coke sharing like that and all also you can have. Correct? You don't know all those things, because you are CA students. So popcorn and coke, so whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. So it is not a composite supply. Will it come under mixed supply? Yes, it will become mixed supply because there is a single price. So which rate should be taken? Highest rate. What is the highest rate? 28%. So therefore we need to take 299 into 28%. What if in this example they gave us breakup? They gave us a breakup like popcorn is 199, coke is 99, like that. If they gave a breakup, then it is not even mixed supply, it will become individual supplies. We'll take the respective rates. Then look into the next one, accommodation and complimentary food. Accommodation GST rate 18%, complimentary food GST rate 5%, so total 1,999. Whether all are taxable? Yes. Naturally bundled? Yes, because complimentary food means by default it will be given. Naturally bundled? Yes. What is the principal supply? Definitely not for the sake of food you will stay. Correct? You are staying and you are getting the food. which means stay is the predominant element. So accommodation, what is the rate of GST on accommodation? 18%. That should be taken. So 1,999 into 18%. So 359.8 to 360. And here it is treated as supply of service because both are services. And remember for one point today, usually taxes and value should be round off to nearest to 1 rupee. All value of supply and taxes, even interest, anything that you are computing in GST should be rounded off to nearest 1 rupee, not 10 rupees. In income tax only nearest to 10 rupees income, but here it should be nearest 1 rupee. Everything is nearest 1 rupee. What is nearest 1 rupee means? 0.5 and above, round off to 1 rupee. Less than 0.5, ignore. Okay. So that's why 359.82 we are taking it to 360. Now in this illustration what if they give separately accommodation and food separately like that they gave? Still it is composite supply only, because for composite supply the price may be single or separate. In illustration above, if price is separate, even then it is composite supply and the rate of principal supply will be taken. Is it clear? Now look into this. Determine this practice manual question. Determine whether the following supplies amount to composite supplies. A hotel provides 4 days 3 nights package wherein the facility of breakfast and dinner is provided along with the room accommodation. Will it become composite supply? Just now we discussed, yes, complimentary food. So it will become composite supply. A toothpaste company has offered a scheme of free soap along with the toothpaste. Toothpaste to soap. Naturally bundled. Which shopkeeper is giving, sir? When you ask for toothpaste, will they give soap also? No, na. Soap you have to buy separately. So therefore it is not naturally bundled. So it will not come under composite supply. Is it clear? Next, look into question number 12. Dum Dum Electronics has sold the following electronic items to Akbar Retail Store. Refrigerator 500 liters, taxable at 18. Stabilizer for refrigerator, taxable at 12. LED television 42 inches, taxable at 12. Split AC, stabilizer for AC. Dum Dum Electronics has issued a single invoice indicating price of each item separately. Price of each item separately. Price of each item separately. That's a crucial point. Akbar Retail Store has given single check for 1 lakh for all these items. First, all are taxable? Yes. Naturally bundled? No. No. So which place, which shop you tell me, no? If you buy AC fridge also they are giving. No, na. So you have to buy separately and therefore it is not naturally bundled and therefore it is not a composite supply. Okay. Will it become mixed supply? Why? Sir, even though you are paying single check, even though there is a single invoice, but the price is shown separately, so it is not even mixed supply. Then what it will be? Individual supplies. So accordingly it will be taxable at the respective rates. Is it clear? Next, another question, you see this. Manikaran, a registered supplier of Delhi, has supplied 20,000 packages of 30 rupees each to Mukija gift shop in Punjab. Each package consists of 2 chocolates, 2 fruit juice bottles and a packet of toy balloons. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Even though all are taxable but not naturally bundled, correct? So therefore we will take it as not a composite supply, but check whether it is for a single price. Yes, 30 rupees each, single price. So it will come under mixed supply. What is the highest rate? 18%. So that will be applied on the entire transaction. Then look into this question number 14. This 14 is related to, one circular movement of conveyance between the distinct person. Okay, please concentrate. Whenever there is a movement of conveyance between the distinct person, this is that circular. 3 points you need to remember. For one distinct person to, first I will explain, listen. One distinct person to another distinct person, if there is a lorry which is taking the goods or people, on the lorry there is no GST because the lorry will go there, will unload the goods, will return. So on lorry there is no GST. Is it clear? So what is the first point you need to remember? Movement of conveyances. Movement of conveyances. Conveyance can be lorry, truck, anything. Movement of conveyances between distinct persons carrying goods or people is not a supply. Okay, va? Second, movement of conveyance between distinct persons for repairs. We are sending it for repairs. For example, you have a workshop in another state. From this state to your workshop in another state, you will be sending a vehicle na. Again, for what purpose you are sending? For repairs. That is also not a supply. Is it clear? However, the workshop will do the repair activity, that will become supply. For example, you have factory in Tamil Nadu, workshop in Maharashtra. From factory in Tamil Nadu to workshop in Maharashtra, you are sending the lorry. On lorry, no GST, but the workshop will do the repair service for you, na. That will become supply. That's a transaction between distinct person, because your Tamil Nadu factory and workshop in Maharashtra is treated as your distinct person. Any transaction between distinct person, even though without consideration, constitutes supply because of that reason. Got it? And next, third point, if there is any movement of spares, that is spare parts, tools, etc., between the distinct person, not for further supply, but for consumption in the distinct person, then also it is not a supply. Example, you have a factory in Tamil Nadu and you have a factory in Karnataka. Factory in Tamil Nadu to factory in Karnataka, you are sending the spare parts. For what? For sale by the Karnataka factory or for consumption in Karnataka factory? For consumption in Karnataka factory, then also this movement of spare parts and tools is not a supply. What are the three not a supply between distinct persons? Number one, movement of conveyance between distinct persons. Number two, movement of conveyance between distinct persons for what? Either goods or people or for repairs. Okay, then next, repair activity will become supply. Am I right? And even movement of tools or spare part between the distinct person, not for further supply, but for consumption in the distinct person is also not a supply. See that quickly, this circular, it is clarified that such interstate movement of train, bus, trucks, tankers, trailers, vessels or containers or aircrafts. In short, I told you conveyance. Carrying goods or passengers or both or for repair and maintenance shall not constitute supply. However, applicable GST will be leviable on repair and maintenance done for such conveyance. So the workshop which is doing repair and maintenance, that activity will become supply of service. Also, the above circular is extended to interstate movement of rigs, tools and spares and all goods on wheels, and except in case where the movement is for further supply. Means that tools are sent for what purpose? For consumption in the distinct person, then also it is not a supply. Even though here they use a word interstate movement, but actually this is applicable for intrastate movement also. See the note below. This circular can be applied even in case of intrastate if there are multiple registrations within the state. Now, see this question. This is how we will get a question related to this. Gagan Engineering Private Limited, registered in Haryana, is engaged in providing maintenance and repair service for heavy steel machinery. For carrying out the repair work, Gagan Engineering Private Limited sends it container trucks equipped with items like repair equipment. So they are sending a truck. The truck contains what? Repair equipment. Okay, repair equipment like consumables, tools, parts, etc. From where to where? From Haryana workshop to its own repairing centers located in other states where the client's machinery are brought and are being repaired. Discuss the leviability of GST on interstate movement of trucks from the workshop of Gagan Engineering to its own repairing center in other state. On the truck, is there any GST? No, just now we discussed movement of trucks between the distinct person carrying goods is not a supply. Okay, now what is there inside the truck? Repairing equipment. What is there inside the truck? Repairing equipment, tools, etc. Whether GST is applicable on those goods? No. Yes, there is GST on that because it is not consumed in the branch, it is used for further supply. Where is it given? See that line. The customer will be coming to the center for repair, means using this repair equipment they do the repairs na. Means it will not come under spare parts or tools between the distinct person because these spare parts are used for further supply. It is not consumed in the distinct person. Is that clear? Of course, in this question they have not asked that point, but maybe in exam this will be tested na. This question is only about truck, and on the truck there is no GST, it is not a supply. Then next, Look into this question number 15. PTL Private Limited is a retail store of merchandise located in 25 states or union territories in the country. For the purpose of clearance of stock of merchandise and to attract customers, PTL Private Limited launched buy one get one free for the same type of merchandise. For example, if you buy one shirt, then one shirt will be given. So this BOGO is something which is prevalent in trade. What is that BOGO? Buy one get one. Okay, lot of places you will see this buy one get one offer. Even in Swiggy, many places you will see buy one get one free like that. Have you seen that? Some newly started restaurants, or if the stock is not moving and all, they will give this offer. Now in this case, what is the treatment? Are they going to get the price for both or only one? One. See, buy one get one free means they are selling two, but they get the price of one. How it should be treated? Treat it like composite supply, because the other one is anyhow given free na, but you treat it as a composite supply or mixed supply. If it is like a sales promotion, it will be mixed supply pa. Otherwise, it will be normal composite supply, but it should be treated either as composite supply or mixed supply, and that single price is there na, that alone will be chargeable to GST. Is it clear? Example, you buy this Kinder Joy chocolate and you will get toy free. Composite supply or mixed supply? Composite supply. Why? By default for chocolate, they are giving toy always, correct? This is composite supply. Next, you buy Nescafe Sunrise, one mug free. Now, mixed. Why? Sales promotion. Not every time they give, only sometimes they give offer. And in your childhood also you would have seen, buy Boost, one bat free, buy Boost, one zipper free, correct? What is it? Sales promotion offer. Because for the sake of that free thing only, we will buy that product. We will compel our parents to buy that product for the sake of that free gift, correct or not? So this definitely, because when I take my daughter and son to any supermarket, so what they will do is that they will be very much excited to come to the supermarket, not for buying anything, to check all these things. Wherever there is freebie, they will check that, and they will tell this product is good, my miss told and my friends told, like that they will compel us to buy. Okay, so this is the case which I am referring to, wherein for the sake of that gift only people are buying, as a sales promotion it is pushed. That is mixed supply. So remember, whenever buy one get one is given as free, it will be either composite supply or mixed supply. That's what you need to write as the answer. But it will be treated as a single price and chargeable accordingly. If it is mixed supply, what we will do? Highest rate we will take. If it is composite supply, same rate, whatever is the rate of principal supply, that will be taken. Next. There is one more point, grant of liquor license. So in that liquor license, sovereign functions, one more activity you need to remember. What are the sovereign functions? Number one, first sovereign function is panchayat activities. Second sovereign function is municipal activities. The third sovereign function is grant of liquor license. Who will grant the liquor license? State government. State government will grant the liquor license. That grant of liquor license is also excluded from supply. Okay, see this question. Sarvana and Sons wishes to start supplying alcoholic liquor in the state of Tamil Nadu. Therefore, it applies for license to the Tamil Nadu government for selling the liquor for which the state government has charged specified fee from it. Examine whether the grant of liquor license by Tamil Nadu government to Sarvana and Sons qualify as supply. What is your answer? No. Grant of liquor license will come under exclusion from supply. It will not be chargeable to GST. Suppose if that Sarvana and Sons transfer the liquor license to some other person, will that be subject to GST? Will it be covered under supply? Yes. Only state government giving liquor license is sovereign function, that is excluded from supply. So what are the three sovereign functions you need to remember? Municipality activities, gram panchayat activities, and grant of liquor license. Okay. Then next, see this. Question number 17. Examine whether the following activities would amount to supply under GST. Glory Limited is engaged in manufacture and selling of cosmetic products. Seva Trust, a charitable organization, approached Glory to provide financial assistance for its charitable activities. Glory Limited donated a sum of 2 lakhs to Seva Trust with the condition that Seva Trust will place hoarding at the entrance of the trust premises displaying the picture of the product sold by Glory Limited. Now please listen. We have the meaning of consideration. What is the meaning of consideration? Consideration is quid pro quo, something in return. So how the consideration should be? Either monetary or non-monetary, and it should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Look into page number 13. Meaning of consideration. Consideration includes either monetary payment or non-monetary payment. Monetary payment means what? Something in money, either payment received or receivable. Non-monetary means it can be in the form of goods or services, okay, and that is non-monetary. But non-monetary cannot be treated, like there should be something physical that should be present, then only it will be treated as non-monetary consideration. Last batch, like one student told me, I was telling, but every attempt I will be taking this free exam oriented batch, and this will be activity without consideration. I will not get any consideration like that. So for which one student told me, sir, you are getting a consideration, sir. What? Our love and affection, sir. Yo, cringe pro max it is. That and all is not read as consideration. You understood or not? So it should be physical, tangible, goods or services, something you should be doing it for me, or some goods you should be giving to me. This love and affection, podalanga and all, so that is not read as consideration for payment of GST. You understood or not? So therefore consideration includes monetary, non-monetary. Monetary can be payment received or receivable. Non-monetary should be in the form of some goods or services received. And consideration excludes what? Consideration excludes subsidy from central government or state government. Can you give me one example of subsidy from central government or state government? Example, electric vehicle. Whenever you are buying an electric vehicle, 10,000 rupees subsidy will be given to the dealer. That is, I am a dealer selling electric vehicle. So every vehicle sold, government will give me a subsidy of 10,000 rupees. That is called as subsidy. In order to promote the sale of electric vehicles, that is subsidy from central government, state government. But will the 10,000 be treated as my consideration? No, the 10,000 is not treated as my consideration. What if I get the subsidy from any other person? From an NGO or from any other person? Will that be treated as consideration? Yes, because consideration excludes only subsidy from central government or state government. Consideration excludes refundable security deposit. Example, you are taking a commercial property on rent and you will pay 6 months rent as advance or 10 months rent as advance. Is it consideration in the hands of the property owner? No, because that will be refundable in nature. So it is not treated as consideration. So consideration excludes two. What are they? Subsidy from central government or state government and refundable security deposit. And consideration can be received from recipient or any other person. What we need to check is presence of consideration, and how the consideration should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Means I am giving you a supply for which you are giving me some money. That is in respect of. Example, I am selling you a product for 2,000 rupees. That 2,000 rupees is in respect of. Then in response to. In response to is like I am not fixing any price, but some amount you give in return to that. That is in response to. Example, the producer of the movie who is gifting a car or gifting a watch or gifting a bike to the hero or music director or the actor who acted as a cameo in that movie, all these will come under consideration in response to. Then for the inducement of. For the inducement of is like, say one actor will not act in the movie. Say one actress is not willing to act in the movie. Maybe the hero is a grandfather, and the heroine will say, no, I will not act in your movie. For which the hero will tell, okay, I have lot of shops, I will write one shop in your name, so therefore you act next to me, like that. Now in this case, will it be coming under inducement? Yes, you are inducing a person to provide the service. That is also consideration. Is it clear? So consideration can be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Then activity without consideration is not a supply. consideration without activity is not a supply. So you are getting consideration, but you are not doing any activity in return. Example, donations. You got some donation, but unconditional donation. You don't have any obligation. It is not treated as consideration and not a supply. What if it is a conditional donation? That is, you will give me donation, but you wanted me to display the name somewhere or do something for you, then it will be treated as conditional donation. Is it clear or not? So see this, that is, donations are divided into two, conditional, unconditional. Conditional means what? Obligation on the supplier to do something. Unconditional means what? No obligation on the supplier to do anything. If it is conditional donation, it is treated as consideration. And is it supply? Yes, 7(1)(a). Suppose if it is unconditional donation, not treated as consideration, consequently it is not a supply. Is it clear, pa? That is, you are giving me money and you are asking me to display your name on the top of the building. Conditional donation or unconditional donation? Conditional donation. Actually this question is that only. What happened? Glory Limited is engaged in manufacture. Seva Trust, a charitable trust, approached Glory to provide the financial assistance for its charitable activities. Glory Limited donated a sum of 2 lakhs and the Glory is telling what? I will give you donation, but you need to display my name or the products which I am making in the top of the building, like that. Okay. Is it conditional or unconditional? Conditional donation. So treated as consideration or not? Yes. And will that activity of displaying the products will come under supply or not a supply? It will be supply. What if they gave it but they did not ask anything? You take Sahara, you enjoy, like that they gave. Now unconditional donation, treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration. Supply or not a supply? Not a supply. You understood? Now listen, you are giving me donation. You did not ask me to display your name, but as a gratitude I displayed your name. Then again, conditional or unconditional? Unconditional. Please concentrate. Unconditional. Even though I display your name out of gratitude, but we have a CBSE circular which says that if display of name gives business advantage to the donor, what should I do? Just I need to display the name, but instead displayed the name of the donor that gave the business advantage to the donor. For example, you know, this AC is in this hall. This is actually Mylapore Fine Arts Trust. It's a trust and they wanted to install ACs. When they wanted to install ACs, they approached many companies. In that, one company said, don't worry sir, we will give you money, like that. Some fund they have given, and when they have given the fund, so these people out of gratitude they displayed these boards. See there, Lanker, like that. Can you see? Lanker, like that. Okay, wow. Either out of gratitude they displayed. Now there is a business advantage to the donor or not? Donor did not ask, but these people displayed. Is there a business advantage or not? Yes. So definitely it is a conditional donation, deemed as conditional donation, even though not as a compulsion, out of gratitude, but the display gives a business advantage, so treated as conditional donation. Display of name does not give business advantage to the donor, not a supply. If display of name gives business advantage to the donor, then it is supply under 7(1)(a) and it will be treated like sponsorship services. Okay. Now that is this question part. And next question, you see, you understood the first part. In that first part they can twist also. They can twist also all those possibilities we discussed. Then second, Mr. Swami of Chennai is working as a manager with ABC Bank. He consulted Messrs. Jacobs and Company of London and took his advice for buying a residential house in Mumbai and paid them a consultancy fee of 200 UK pound for this import of service. Is it import of service? Yes. Where the supplier is located? Outside India. Where is recipient located? In India. Is it import of service for a consideration or without consideration? For a consideration, but it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Will it become supply or not a supply? Supply, because for 7(1)(b), for consideration, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, correct or not? So therefore it will become supply under 7(1)(b), even though it is for personal purpose. Then next, question number 19. Question number 19, the display of donor name is there na, related to that. Examine whether the following activities would be treated as supply under GST law. Mr. Sonu from Chandigarh purchased a water cooler from Malhotra Brothers of Hosirapur for 25,000 to donate it to a temple situated in Hosirapur. Mr. Sonu directed Malhotra to engrave the words on the water cooler donated by Mr. Sonu from Chandigarh and dispatch the water cooler directly to the temple. Is there a business advantage or no business advantage? Business advantage. What business advantage? Only individual name is given. Who is Sonu? No one knows. Who is Sonu pa? There are a number of Sonu, Mono, etc. and all pa. We cannot take that. So if they mention the company or if they mention the business which Sonu is doing, for example, proprietor Sonu Jewelers, business name is there, business advantage, or Sonu Sood, actor, like that, if it is mentioned, definitely there is a business advantage. Purida pa, there should be a business advantage. Mere mentioning of name is not a business advantage. Are you getting this? For example, donated by Rajnikant. Any business advantage? No. No business advantage, because there are a number of Rajnikants in India. Donated by Rajnikant in bracket superstar. Only one superstar. That is Rajnikant. Therefore, there is a business advantage. You understood or not? So that is what? When you mention just the name, it will not be known to anyone. But if you mention the trade name or the business name or the profession that they do, then there will be business advantage. Is it clear? So just Mr. Sonu's mention. So there is no business advantage to the donor. Therefore, it is not treated as conditional donation. Unconditional donation, treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration. Consequently, it is not a supply. Okay. Then second part. Vesco Limited, a registered person in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, having head office located in Singapore, received management consultancy service free of cost from its head office. Free of cost. 71B or 71C? 71C, import of services from a related person or another establishment located outside India without consideration. Is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So therefore, it will become supply under 71C. Then next. There is one last area, very important area in supply chapter, that is related to liquidated damages. Liquidated damages, consideration for tolerating an act, etc. So let's try to understand that. Page number 27 you see. GST on liquidated damages. GST on liquidated damages, compensation penalty. But usually this is the place where we pretty much get confused and we write it wrongly. So that's why carefully listen. Please listen. It's a very, very important area. And they will be twisting this in exam many times. Either in the first question they will be giving or separately also they will be asking a question on this. Please concentrate first. What is the meaning of liquidated damages? As per Contract Act, when one person enter into contract with the other person and out of the two parties, if any party breach the contract, the other person suffer the damage. The person who breached the contract will pay some money to the person who suffered the damage. For example, we both enter into contract and you breach the contract. When you breach the contract, I suffer the damage. For that, you will give me some money. You understood? This concept is known as liquidated damages. Now, what is the nature of this liquidated damages? We need to check. If the liquidated damages are compensatory in nature, compensatory in nature means there is no possibility of performance. There is no possibility of performance and it is given as a compensation just to give the person a compensation to recover his loss. He suffered a loss. He suffered a loss. It is irrevocable loss. But some amount we are giving, some monetary amount we are giving, that is called as compensatory in nature. Example, Tharun's stampede, many people died. Now, for which government and actor Vijay has given the compensation. Now tell me, is it recoverable? I mean, is there any possibility of performance? No. Okay, next time again I will be alive, sir. Again stamp paid, again settu velallan, sir. No, sir, not possible. The moment person is dead, because of money, can you bring the person alive? No, not possible. This is compensatory nature, not treated as consideration. You got it? Another example. Insurance compensation. There is a major road accident and completely the vehicle is destroyed and insurance company paid the compensation. Now tell me whether this compensation is recoverable. Is there a possibility of performance or seriously there is a loss? There is complete loss. And just because of that money, will this be reversible? No. So that is again compensatory nature, not treated as consideration. You got it? An actor signed a movie to act and he walked out of the movie, and because he walked out of the movie, producer suffered the loss and now the producer is charging him some money and the actor is paying. Is there a possibility of performance or no possibility of performance? No possibility of performance. So this money which is received by the producer will be coming under compensatory nature, not treated as consideration. Okay, Papa. And you drove a car and you hit one person, that person is dead and that person filed a case on you and the court is telling you to pay 10 lakhs to his family. Is that 10 lakhs, whether we will be treating it as consideration? Definitely no. If that be the case, then okay sir, I will kill 10 people into 10 lakhs, 1 crore I will pay, like that you will tell. You understood? So no, that is compensatory in nature. So this will not be treated as consideration. You got it? Suppose same actor, listen carefully, same actor, he said, sir, I may not be able to act now, I'll act later, because of which the producer suffer the loss, but the producer is okay, fine, you act late also. Means the film will have a dates, the dates gets extended. When the dates gets extended, is there a possibility of performance or no possibility of performance? There is a possibility of performance. Means the actor is acting but he is not acting on time. Now in this case, he pays some money to the producer. Which category it will come? Will it be compensatory in nature? No, it is not compensatory in nature. It will come under consideration for tolerating an act. Means a producer is tolerating an act of the actor. That actor is going to perform, but he is performing late. So that's why producer recovers the money from him. That will be treated as consideration for tolerating an act. That will be treated as consideration. Is it clear? One more example. You enter into contract with me, you are a builder, you enter into contract with me, you did not complete the construction on time, for which you gave me some money. Is there a possibility of performance or no possibility of performance? Possibility of performance, but you are doing it late, for which I tolerate your act and I collect some money. Where it will be coming? Consideration for tolerating an act. Suppose you are not at all doing the construction, then in that case, what will happen? I suffer the loss. So whatever money that you pay to me is compensatory in nature. Understood the difference or not? Simple pa. If there is a possibility of performance, for that if the money is paid, that is consideration for tolerating an act. If there is no possibility of performance, if the money is paid, that is for compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Okay, va? In between, one more point is there, that is penalizing in nature. What is it penalizing in nature? It is agreed between the parties. It is agreed between the parties, but the intention of that money is neither to compensate nor to tolerate, but to penalize a person. To penalize a person from doing such act. Example, check dishonor charges. Check dishonor charges. When you draw a check and you don't have account balance, then the check gets dishonored. When the check gets dishonored, the bank will be collecting check dishonor charges from you. Correct? Now, in the case of this check dishonor charges, whether there is any loss suffered by the bank? No, there is no loss suffered by the bank. You got it? Fine. Is the bank accepting? Okay, fine, you dishonor? No. What is that bank is telling? You should not dishonor. If you dishonor, I will levy. Means it is what nature? Penalizing in nature. That will not be treated as consideration. So, which two liquidated damages not treated as consideration? Compensatory in nature, penalizing in nature. Others will be treated as consideration. Consideration for what? Tolerating an act. What is the tax treatment of that consideration for tolerating an act? See the principal supply. If the principal supply is taxable, this consideration for tolerating an act is also taxable. If the principal supply is exempted, this consideration for tolerating an act is also exempted. Example, train ticket cancellation charges. Which category? Compensatory, penalizing, or consideration for tolerating an act? Penalizing. Sure. Which means Indian Railways is restricting you from cancelling your tickets. Correct? Is that the intention? No. It's not penalizing in nature, sir. You have to cancel. If you are not traveling, they will ask you to please cancel so that they can give the ticket to some other person who is in the waiting list. Correct or not? There is no loss to the government. It is not compensatory in nature. They agree that travel plans will be changed. So you can cancel. Not at all a problem. And if you cancel, so definitely they will be giving the ticket to some other person. So not even penalizing in nature. But which category? Consideration for tolerating an act. As you cancel, we already prepared a ticket, we already prepared a chart in your name. So now we suffer some losses. So it's okay, fine. But you pay some money called as cancellation charges. This is consideration for tolerating an act. Is it clear? Now, if it is a AC ticket, taxable or exempted? Generally, AC ticket is taxable or exempted. Train AC ticket, taxable or exempted? Taxable. So cancellation charges for this AC ticket is also taxable. What if it is a sleeper class ticket? Exempted. So because generally in case of transportation of passenger by airways, railways, other than first class or AC is exempted. Only first class or AC is taxable. All others will be exempted for railways. That is general classes, sleeper class ticket, and chair car, sitting, second class sitting, everything will be exempted. But first class, any first class or any AC will be taxable. So sleeper class ticket is generally exempted. So what is the cancellation charges for sleeper class ticket? That is also exempted. Is that clear? Now say this. Agreement to refrain, tolerate or do an act. Under GST, agreeing to refrain from an act or tolerating an act or situation or to do an act is treated as supply of service. Condition for taxability. To qualify as taxable supply, there must be an expressed or implied agreement. Consideration must flow. Such agreement can be independent contract or part of another contract. But if the payment is merely event in the course of the performance of agreement and it does not represent the object as such of the contract, means what? Compensatory in nature. No one will enter into contract to breach the contract, na? So therefore, which is compensatory in nature cannot be treated as consideration. And so there are some examples here. So what you need to remember, you please write down one chart here in page number 28. First you need to take liquidated damages, What is liquidated damages? Amount received on account of breach of contract, liquidated damages, that is amount received on account of breach of contract. This liquidated damages is divided into two parts. So total 3. Compensatory in nature, penalizing in nature, others. Compensatory in nature, penalizing in nature, others. Compensatory in nature, example, you write insurance compensation. What is the treatment? Is it consideration or not treated as consideration? Not a consideration. When it is not a consideration, it will become supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Same way, penalizing in nature. Example, check, dishonor check dishonor charges. Check dishonor charges. What is the treatment? Treat as consideration or not a consideration? Not a consideration. Even penalizing in nature is also not a consideration. So supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Both are same treatment but different intention. Different intention. Same but different. Okay. Then others. Others. Example. It is what? Consideration for tolerating an act. What is the example? Train ticket cancellation charges. Correct? We discussed train ticket cancellation charges. Train ticket cancellation charges. So this train ticket cancellation charges treated as consideration for tolerating an act. Consideration for tolerating an act. And what is the treatment of this? Taxable based on principal supply. Taxable based on principal supply. Consideration for tolerating an act, and it will be taxable based on principal supply. Clear? Now just apply this chart in exam whenever you get any situation. I have given few situation pa. You tell me check dishonor, fine or penalty, where it will come? Penalizing in nature. Treat as consideration or not treat as consideration or not treat as consideration. Penalty for violation of various laws. Income tax penalty, GST penalty, traffic fine, etc. All these are what? Penalizing in nature. Not treated as consideration. Then forfeiture of salary or bond amount. So employee not given notice. When employee not given notice, he quit the employment. What employer will do? Will retain the PF, leave salary, etc. And it is in what nature? Compensatory or penalizing in nature? Penalizing in nature, to penalize the person. So therefore again not treated as consideration. Late payment surcharge or fee. Example, electricity bill you did not pay on time, you paid late. Is it compensatory in nature? No. Is it penalizing in nature? No. Because, listen, why it is not penalizing in nature? They agree that every person will not have money, so you can pay late, for which you need to pay charges. Means I am agreeing to your performance of the contract but delay in performance of the contract, for which this will be others. Consideration for tolerating an act, but exempted. Why exempted? Electricity is exempted. So late fee for electricity is also exempted. Is it clear? Suppose if it is landline bill, telephone bill taxable. So late fee for telephone bill also taxable. Then fixed charges for power. Usually when you increase the power consumption, usually in electricity bill some extra deposit they will collect. You know that? Generally electricity bill will be say 5,000, 6,000, 5,000, 6,000 like that. Suddenly when it goes to 12,000 or 15,000, some extra money they will collect from you. Got it? That is called as surge charges, because you are consuming more. So whether it will be consideration for tolerating an act? Yes. It is not compensatory in nature, it is not penalizing in nature. You consume tala, you consume. Because if you consume more, we get more money. Correct or not? You consume. But suddenly when you increase, we are not prepared, because of which in other houses there will be decrease in the voltage. You got it? In your house you are consuming more, so there is a decrease in voltage. That's why we are not able to supply the proper power. So but we will be okay with it. So it will come under others. Consideration for tolerating an act. But it is exempted. Why it is exempted? Electricity is exempted. So this charges is also exempted. Then cancellation charges already we discussed. Then one more point. Forfeiture of earnest money deposit. What is this? Usually for immobile properties, you first enter into contract to buy the property, some token advance you will pay. Thereafter you will not buy the property. So what the property owner will do? Will forfeit that money. Correct? In income tax you would have studied. Forfeiture of earnest money deposit. So that forfeited money will be forfeited. Will it be treated as compensatory in nature? Will it be treated as compensatory in nature? Yes. Because you are not buying it. You are not going to buy it. If you say I will buy late, and if you buy late for which you pay charges, that is consideration for tolerating an act. You are not at all buying, and the person has waited for you. You did not buy, so therefore he suffered a loss for which he is forfeiting that. Compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Is it clear? Mostly these are the cases which will be tested in exam. Now see this question, you will understand. Happy Constructions Limited, like that one question is there. You see that page number 15, practice manual. Happy Constructions Limited, a registered builder under GST in Bengaluru, Karnataka, has got permission to build 5 floors from the municipal projects for one of the projects at Suraj Nagar. Aditya Constructions, a neighboring housing project, approached Happy Constructions Limited to discuss regarding blockage of the sunlight issue arising out of construction of 5 floors and asked it to build only 3 floors, for which 20 lakhs was offered as compensation. I have a house pa, and next to my house you are constructing a 5-floor building, and when we are constructing 5-floor building, so my house is such that if the building is not there, only sunlight will come. If the building is there, sunlight will not come. You understood? So I have a building, and next to my building some 5 floors are constructed, because of which in my house sunlight will not come. So I will be approaching them and telling, I will give you 20 lakhs. Don't construct 5 floors, construct only 3 floors, so that the sunlight will enter into my house. Like that I am making a proposal. That is this case. So sunlight issue arising out of construction of 5 floors and asked it to build only 3 floors, for which 20 lakhs was offered as compensation. You are my neighbor, I am giving you 20 lakhs for what? Not constructing 5 floors, but constructing only 3 floors. Happy Construction Limited agreed to the offer. Freely when 20 lakhs they are receiving, why will they not accepted the offer? It may be noted that Aditya Constructions is not ready to pay any further amount to Happy Constructions in addition to the amount already agreed. Means this 20 lakhs alone will be paid. Now tell me whether this 20 lakhs received by Happy Constructions is compensatory in nature? No, not compensatory in nature. Penalizing in nature? No, but consideration for tolerating your act. What is that? You are telling not to construct, they are accepting that, and for which you are paying, that is consideration for tolerating an act. And where it will come? Will it be treated as consideration? Yes. And will it be chargeable to GST? Yes. But it will be taxable on inclusive basis. Why it is taxable on inclusive basis, pa? See this line. Aditya Constructions is not ready to pay any further amount. Means this 20 lakhs received itself is inclusive of GST. The recipient is not ready to pay any extra money. Means that is inclusive of GST. The rate of GST, CGST, SGST 9%. So what we should do? 20 lakhs into, please do the calculation. 20 lakhs into how much? 18 by 118. 20 lakhs into 18 by 118. CGST, SGST 9% means 18%. So 20 lakhs into 18 by 118, how much? 1 lakh 52,000 divided by 2. Divided by 2. That is CGST, SGST. Okay, va? So total tax will be 1,52,542 pa. Total tax 1,52,000 or CGST component is 1,52,000. CGST component is 1,52,000. So you are having calculator now. You know how to use calculator. In the calculator 20 lakhs you need to press. Into, like that one symbol will be there. You need to press into and then take 18. Then divided by one symbol will be there. Divided by 118. You do that. Don't be lazy in this and all. You do that and tell me what is the number you got. Huh? Hey, one number pa. I will only do pa. Next class bring calculator. Waste. 20 lakhs. One number you are not able to tell pa. 20 lakhs into 18 divided by 118. That is 3,05,084 is the total amount, and out of this divided by 2, that is CGST component, 1,52,542.37. So rounded off to 1,52,542 rupees will be taken as the CGST component, and SGST also same. That is the answer for this. Next. So this you see, question number 24. ABC Infra is a partnership firm registered under GST. It furnishes the following details about services provided during the month of February. Consideration received from neighboring housing cooperative society as ABC Infra agrees to install effluent plant for treatment of wastewater even though there is no legal requirement to do so. What is that? ABC Infra is a partnership firm and they received consideration from neighboring housing cooperative society wherein ABC Infra is doing a installation of effluent plant treatment. So this, is it anywhere effluent plant for treatment of wastewater even though there is no legal requirement to do so? Is there anywhere covered under the exclusion from supply? No. It's not covered under exclusion from supply. Only construction of immovable property, that is building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate, that is only excluded from supply. This activity is not excluded from supply, therefore it will be covered under supply. Moreover, it is what? To do an act. Correct? They are doing some act and they are collecting some money, so it will become supply, and we don't have any exemption also for this, so therefore it will be taxable. And here it is given all our intrastate supplies. So CGST, SGST, 9% and 9% is only applicable. So 5,50,000 into 9%, 5,50,000 into 9%. In exam, when you don't know anything, it is taxable. Okay, va? Because exemptions you will learn and go. If you don't know anything, that will be taxable, because balancing figure, all transactions are taxable. Only thing you need to check intrastate or interstate. If it is intrastate, CGST, SGST. If it is interstate, IGST. Consideration received from distribution of passes for cricket match organized as firm's annual event. Total 500 passes have been distributed. We have an exemption for entry ticket. Hope you remember that entry ticket exemption. What is that? If the ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees, it is exempted. What are those tickets? Whether cricket is covered under the ticket? Yes. Sporting event. So total 9 tickets pa. Total 9 tickets. If the ticket price does not exceed 500, it is exempted. What are those 9 tickets? 4 performance related. Dance performance, musical performance, concert, theatrical performance. Theatrical performance means drama, stage show, etc. 4 performance. Come on, repeat. What are the 4 performances? Dance, musical, concert, theatrical. Okay, 4 performance. 4 events. 4 events. Circus, award function, pageant. Pageant means beauty show. And sporting event, cricket, football matches, etc. 4 events. What are the 4 events? Circus, award function, pageant, sporting event. And 1 place, that is planetarium. Planetarium. So these 9 entry tickets, if the ticket price does not exceed 500, it is exempted. What are the 9 entry tickets? Come on. Dance, music, concert, theatrical, circus, award function, pageant, sporting, super, sports event. Next, finally, planetarium. 9 entry tickets. If the ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees per person, it is exempted. If it exceeds 500, entirely taxable. Okay, va? Now, see this. How much is the ticket price? How much is the ticket price pa? 2,42,500. 2,42,500 divided by 500, which does not exceed 500, therefore it is exempted. You understood how to calculate? 2,42,500 is total. Total 500 tickets divided by 500. Each ticket does not exceed 500, therefore it will be exempted. Okay. Then there are few entry tickets which are exempted irrespective of the ticket price. whatever may be the ticket price that is exempted, what are they? 6 entry tickets pa, 6. 3 related to animals. What are the 3 related to animals? Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve. Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve. Then 3 places, museum, national park, protected monuments. Protected monuments like Taj Mahal or Red Fort, etc. These are all examples of protected monuments. So total 6 entry tickets. What are the 6 entry tickets? Come on. Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve, museum, national park, protected monuments. Irrespective of the ticket price, it will be exempted. Okay. So this related exemption is in exemption chapter. Entry tickets which are exempted, you can see this in page number 44. Following entry tickets are exempted, page number 44. Irrespective of the ticket price, 6 entry tickets. Ticket price per person does not exceed 500, 9 entry tickets. Now, here it is cricket entry ticket, that is recognized sporting event, any sporting event, therefore it is exempted. Then look into the next one. Third point, services given of booking air tickets in economy class. Today we discuss this point. For flight between Mumbai to Manipur. So what are the places pass so that entry, flight ticket is exempted? MMTN, ASAM. MMTN, ASAM. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. Okay. So as the entry ticket is in that place, I mean that flight ticket is in that place, and that too economy class, therefore this 1,20,000 will be exempted. So there is no GST in this case. Okay. So here between Mumbai to Manipur, either starting point or ending point, So here they have given it as taxable. It is wrong pa. Embarking or disembarking, then only it will be exempted. But they have given that booking air ticket in economy class, only service of transportation of passengers in economy class terminating in Manipur is exempted. But actually, it is Mumbai to Manipur, either starting point or ending point, both. Okay. So starting point or ending point. Starting point or ending point. Anything can be there. So in this case, it is exempted. It is exempted. It's not taxable, it is exempted. But sir, in September 24 exam, they have given it as taxable. That's a mistake pa. Oh, CA Institute will do mistake also, sir. Yes, they are also human beings only, na? They will do. And attempt la eludana pasangaloda nilama, sir. We can't do anything. Sometimes like this will happen. Last attempt, one MCQ, there is no option at all. Proper option is not there. Out of the 4 options, you do anything, you will not end up with the answer, wrong answer. Option itself not given correctly. So the student will break his head in order to arrive at the answer. Seriously, pa, trust me, you see the suggested answer, you will know. Option incorrect, all options are incorrect, like that it is given. Got it? Like that also they will do something. We can't do anything. Don't worry. Okay, after all these things, you have to clear. You understood? Next. Then, sir, can we file a case on them, sir? We can, but I don't know to what extent it will work out, etc. and all. One thing we can do, you can become like a jihad and tie a bomb to you and go and blast the ICI building. That's the only thing we can do. I don't know when. In one news I saw, Gen Z kids and all, in Nepal, they have blasted the parliament building. Like that, I don't know when all CA students will turn out like that. Okay. So CA is really testing the patience. But trust me, pa, mother promise, it is correct only what I said. If you want to study the study material, you will find it. Either embarkation or disembarkation, starting point or ending point. You got it? Then next, services given for construction of building to state government in relation to function entrusted to municipality under Article 243W of the Constitution. Construction material used is 2,79,375 is included in the given figure. Now I will show you where that point is. First, the transportation point I will show you. You please open your book and see page number 54. Page number 54, transportation of passengers by airways starting or ending, either starting or ending. Say this, transportation of passengers by airways starting or ending in economy class at northeastern states or Bagdogra in West Bengal, then it will be exempted. Okay, that is this, either northeastern states or one more place in West Bengal. What is that? Bagdogra in West Bengal, then it is exempted. Then next one, related to government services, you see this, page number 49, any person providing services to government, in relation to Article 243 GRW, where the value of goods does not exceed 25% of the total is exempted. Now come back to this question and tell me, what is the value of goods to the total? Please do the calculation. Oh, you don't know how to use calculator, I'll do. So we need to take 2,79,375 divided by 8,20,000. So into 100, that will be 34%. So what is the value of goods in the total contract? 34%. When the exemption will be given, if the value of goods does not exceed 25% of the total, then only it will be exempted. Even though it is an activity as per Article 243W, but the value of goods exceeds 25% of the total. So is it taxable or exempted? Taxable. It will be taxable. So it is more than 25% of the total, and it is intrastate supply taxable. So therefore the correct answer is 49,500 plus 73,800, that will be 1,23,300. 1,23,300 will be taken as the correct answer. Got it? That is with respect to this question. This is what I told you. On exemptions, they will give a standalone question for 5 marks like this. Not only in the first question, but also like this. I don't want to discuss all the exemptions and discuss the question and answer, because that way when you are learning, already you learned that way actually, but that way when you are learning, while discussing exemptions, your mind will be absent, and then again you will activate only while doing the questions. That is not useful. That's the reason why learn this way. When you are unable to do that way, that learn everything in theory and then put it to practice, learn through illustrations. When you learn through illustrations, it will be easy for you and you will never forget that particular point. Okay. That is about this, and remaining and all questions you can just try on your own. So we completed supply, and we are going to discuss afternoon session exemptions, but that we are going to learn through illustrations, and then once we quickly go through all the points, whatever missing and all we will see once. Okay, done. Thank you, and we will meet at 2 o'clock. Now the time is 1:12, 45 minutes. You try to come back soon. Okay. Okay, we'll start. Somehow managed to eat. Okay. See that we have completed supply chapter, and in exemptions we have some areas to be discussed. Look into banking services. Banking services related exemption, page number 42. Banking services related exemption, page number 42. So in relation to banking and other financial services, the first exemption is that any consideration represented by way of interest or discount on loans, advances, deposits is exempted. That is, transaction in money divided into two. Transaction in money for a consideration, transaction in money without consideration. If transaction in money is for a separate consideration, then it is without consideration neither goods nor services, that we know that. Transaction in money for a separate consideration, then it will be treated as service. Now, if the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount, then it will be exempted. If it is any other consideration means what? So that is like NEFT charges, RTGS charges, demand draft commission, minimum balance non-maintenance charges, credit card charges, debit card charges, like that innumerous charges they will be collecting. All those are taxable, including interest involved in credit cards, that is also taxable. So only interest or discount is exempted. Second, services provided by banking company to basic savings account holders and Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Remember PMJDY scheme, to that scheme holders, if they collect any, if they provide any services, that service is exempted. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Then foreign exchange transactions between banks. Foreign exchange transaction between banks, foreign exchange transaction between forex dealers, between banks and forex dealers is exempted. Between bank or forex dealer and the customer, then only it will be taxable. Then services by an acquiring bank. Usually there is an acquiring bank. That acquiring bank will do the settlement of the transaction. Settlement of the transaction means will collect money from your bank account and will be credited to the vendor account. For doing that, they will be getting a processing fee. That processing fees will be exempt from GST if the transaction amount is up to 2000. For example, you go to a shop and you swipe your debit card or credit card or any other card, and what bank will do? Acquiring bank will take money from your bank account and will be giving it to the shopkeeper account. How much is your transaction amount? Say 2000 rupees. There will be some processing fee. That GST on processing charges for a card transaction up to 2000 rupees is exempted. Whether it is applicable for online transactions also? Yes. For online transactions also it will be applicable, like Razorpay, PhonePe, online transactions also the same treatment. If the transaction is up to 2000 rupees, you are making card payment either directly to the shop or through online gateway, whatever it may be, the processing charges will be exempted. But usually for online transaction there is something called as gateway charges. Whether that payment gateway charges will be exempted? No, payment gateway charges are not exempted. Payment gateway charges always taxable, whatever may be the amount. Only this processing charges is exempted. What is the difference between gateway charges and processing charges? To facilitate you to make the payment through the website, that is gateway charges. But the settlement amount they will collect and they will deposit, for that they will collect processing charges. So processing charges up to 2000 exempted for a transaction up to 2000. Processing charges for a transaction beyond 2000 taxable. Payment gateway charges for a transaction up to 2000 or beyond 2000, it will be taxable. Can you remember this part? Processing charges, gateway charges. Processing charges, gateway charges. Transaction up to 2000. Processing charges is exempted. Say this. So processing charges and gateway charges. Processing charges and gateway charges. Gateway charges. Processing charges for transaction up to 2000. What is your answer? Transaction up to 2000 rupees. What is your answer? Processing charges. Processing charges is exempted. And gateway charges will be taxable. Processing charges is exempted and gateway charges is taxable. For what? For transaction up to 2000. Okay sir, what about transaction beyond 2000? For a transaction beyond 2000, processing charges will be taxable. Even gateway charges is also taxable. Just keep this in mind, pa. Okay. So for all online transactions, etc. and all, the same treatment is applicable now. So if it is processing charges for a transaction up to 2000, it is exempted. All card transaction, online transaction, etc. Whereas gateway charges, taxable. The moment the transaction exceeds 2000, both processing charges as well as gateway charges, both are taxable. That is with respect to this. Then fifth point, services by intermediary. There is a multi-service SEZ in India called as GIFT City, Gujarat International Fintech City. In that multi-service SEZ, there is an intermediary who is providing services to their customers outside India. So where is multi-service SEZ? In India. And there is an intermediary in India to whom they are providing services to their customers outside India. And in relation to which currency they are dealing, Indian currency or foreign currency? Foreign currency. Then it will be exempted. Just remember that. What is that? Services by an intermediary of financial service. Where is that intermediary located? Multi-service SEZ with IFSC status, to whom they are providing service to a customer located outside India for international financial service in currencies other than Indian rupees. Just this much you remember. This paragraph you don't have to bother. Okay, that paragraph you ignore. Just this much you remember. Then business facilitator. Basically they are agents. Business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business facilitator and agent of business correspondent. Basically they are agents of the banking company. What they do? They provide services to the bank. If they are operating in rural area, their commission is exempted. Who are the four agents? Business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent. They are earning commission from which branch? Rural area branch. Then that is exempted. These are the 6 services that are exempted with respect to banking services. Let's see how there will be a question on this. Look into question number 11. Question number 11, page 30, practice manual. Messrs. Apna Bank, a scheduled commercial bank, has furnished the following details for the month of August 2018. Extended housing loan to its customers. What is your answer? This 100 crores extended housing loan to customers. Taxable, exempted, not a supply? Not a supply. Why? Loan given and loan collected is not a supply because it's a transaction in money. So as it is a transaction in money, it is not a supply. When there will be supply? Transaction in money for a separate consideration, then it will become supply. Okay. So 100 crores, not a supply. Processing fee collected from its customers on sanction of loan. What is your answer? Processing fees. But what is exempted we studied, pa? What are all exempted we studied? Is processing fee related we have any exemption? Yes. One point is there. Provided the transaction is up to 2000. Is it given? Is it given that the transaction is up to 2000? No. So which means taxable. Very good. Next, commission collected from its customer on bank guarantee. Anywhere in the list of banking exemption we discussed? No. So balancing figure is taxable. Okay, va? See, these are the exemptions, pa. If it is covered under these exemptions, then only exempted. Apart from that, all other cases it will be taxable. So it is not covered under the exemption, so taxable. Next, interest income on credit card. Taxable. Generally, interest income is exempted. Interest income is exempted, but interest involved in credit card will be taxable. Say this. Interest in credit card is taxable. Generally, interest or discount is exempted, but interest on credit card will be taxable. So therefore, interest involved in credit card issued by the bank, taxable. Interest received on housing loan extended by the bank. What is your answer? Interest received on housing loan, exempted, because it is other than credit card na. Only interest on credit card is taxable pa. All other interest on any loan, housing loan, educational loan, agricultural loan, any loan, interest will be exempted. Then next, minimum balance charges collected from current account and savings account holders. What is your answer? Minimum balance charges, taxable. It's not covered in the exemption. See, you need to revise these exemptions. If it is covered under these exemptions, then it is exempted. What is the first point? Interest on loans, advances, deposits other than credit card. Number 2, basic savings account holders, any service provided. Number 3, foreign exchange transaction between banks, forex dealers, banks and forex dealers. Number 4, processing fees up to 2000 rupees for card transaction. I mean processing fees for transactions up to 2000. And next, intermediary, IFSC status in India to customer outside India. And last one, that agent, business facilitator, correspondent, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent. Okay, these are only exempted. That too, this business facilitator and correspondent should be located where? In rural area. So these cases only exempted, all other cases it will be taxable. So that's what you need to check for that in the question. Is it covered under those cases? If not, balancing figure will be taxable. So wherever it is taxable, you take those amounts. So this 20, 30, 40 and 1. So total 91 will be taken as the value of taxable supply. And you need to write the reason. If it is exempted, you need to write the reason. If it is not exempted, what is the reason that you will write? It is not covered under the exemption, consequently it will be taxable. Got it? So that is with respect to this. Then look into another sector. Let's take education sector pa. See that education sector related exemptions, page number 46. Education services. Services provided by an educational institution. By an educational institution means what? Here educational institution is the service provider or supplier. To whom they are providing services? To whom they are providing? To students, faculty and staff. All the services provided by educational institution is exempted? Yes. Any service provided by educational institution will be exempted. For example, bus fees collected is exempted. Hostel fees is exempted, coaching fees is exempted, everything will be exempted. Even lab charges, ID card charges, you understood? For ID card also some people will collect 100 rupees, 200 rupees like that. That is also exempted. Is it clear? And attendance charges. You are not maintaining attendance, you need to pay some charges. Everything collected by the education institution from students, faculty, staff is exempted. What is an education institution? So starting point, any primary education, correct? We don't know the starting point, but what is the ending point of the school? 12th standard. Should it be under CBSE or state board or any board? Any board. Preschool education. So what and all covered in preschool education? LKG, UKG, pre-KG, daycare, all those are preschool education. Then school up to 12th standard, that is category 1 pa. So category 1 is up to 12th standard or equivalent. Category 2, education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. Education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law means what is after 12th? Either UG or PG or professional, correct? Undergraduation, post-graduation or professional qualification. So that is category 2. And category 3, approved vocational education, polytechnic colleges. This Industrial Training Institute, Industrial Training Center, vocational courses, polytechnic colleges, all those will come under category 3. So what are the 3 category institutions? Up to 12th standard, education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. Number 3, vocational education. If these 3 education institutions provide service to students, faculty, staff, it is exempted. Whether engineering college, medical college, law college also covered here? Yes, everything covered. And bus facility or food facility or education, any money collected will be exempted. Now sometimes you are not a student of that college, you are going to join. So you will buy an application for which you pay an application fee. Is that also exempted? Yes. you will come under prospective student. Okay, you will come under prospective student, means you are going to go into join. So application fee or prospectus fee etc. collected from you is also exempted. Then when you are leaving the school or college, you will be collecting transfer certificate, for which you will pay some charges. Whether that is also exempted? Yes. So fee collected from prospective student or ex-student, that is also exempted. You can see here. Application fee for entrance or fee charged for issuing eligibility certificate or fee collected for issuing migration certificate to ex-students is also exempted. Then second point is services provided to educational institution. First point what we have seen is service provided by educational institution. So any service is exempted if it is given to students, faculty, staff. Second one is service provided to educational institution. Here educational institution is the recipient. So we need to see what are the services. First four services, that is transportation, catering, security and housekeeping within the premises. Transportation, catering, security and housekeeping within the premises to category 1 institution is exempted. Okay, transportation, catering, security and housekeeping within premises. What is the meaning of within premises? For example, there is a school which is conducting an annual day function. For that annual day function, they received catering services. For that annual day function, catering service is taxable or exempted? Exempted. But for that annual day function, if they receive, that annual day is not in school, it is outside the school. For that annual day, if they receive security and housekeeping service, whether that is taxable or exempted? Taxable. Only these two should be within the premises, then only it is exempted, otherwise it will be taxable. Then admission to or conduct of examination. What is that? That is admission to the education institution, bringing admissions, acting as a marketing person to bring the admission. They get a commission, that is exempted. And conduct of examination, setting question paper, invigilation, evaluation, giving our premise on rent for conducting exams, all these are conduct of examination. But see the twist. For admission to or conduct of examination, all three category institutions it will be exempted, but the first four service only to category 1. What is category 1? School up to 12th standard. For that only it is exempted. Then next one, online periodicals and journals, category 2, only to category 2. Because online educational journals and periodicals really required for which category institution? Category 2 only, na? School don't need, and even for that occasional education also not required. So that's why only for category 2 it is exempted. So tell me what is the matrix of exemptions, First, transportation, catering, security within premises, housekeeping within premises. Only to category 1 is exempted. Whereas admission to or conduct of examination, all three category institutions exempted. Online educational and journals and periodicals only to category 2. Now, Anganwadi schools you might be knowing. What is Anganwadi schools? That Palwadi schools. What will they do? They provide the daycare to the kids. And mainly Anganwadi schools became famous and lot of kids will be excited to go there because of the food. Correct? They provide food. Afternoon food will be taken care by them. And they don't have to, like parents don't have to worry about afternoon food. So therefore they will be sending their kids to the Anganwadi schools. And these Anganwadi schools are operated by government. And so you are providing catering service to the Anganwadi schools. Whether the catering service is taxable or exempted. Catering service is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why? Anganwadi schools will come under category 1 or 2 or 3. 1, preschool education. So for preschool education, catering service is exempted, correct or not? So read it. Exemption is provided to services supplied to education institution, including Anganwadi, which provide preschool education by way of serving of food, including midday meal scheme, sponsored by either government, irrespective of funding. See, the funding can be from government or it can be corporate grants. So using corporate donations also they will do the funding. But whatever it may be, you are providing catering service to Anganwadi school, it will come under exemption. Then number 3, IIM. IIM, is it an educational institution? IIMs, is it an educational institution? Yes. But if they offer any short-term courses, Short-term courses means like wherein diploma or certification program like that. Then in that case, you need to see what is the period. If the period is less than 1 year program, then it will be taxable pa. Less than or equals to 1 year, then it will be taxable, where they will give participation certificate, certification program. What if it is greater than 1 year? Then they will be giving degree or diploma, that will be exempted. Is it clear? Sir, is it equally applicable for IITs also? No, IITs fully it is exempted. IITs are covered under educational institution, fully it is exempted. So this point is only for IIMs. If they provide any short term courses up to 1 year, it will be taxable. Beyond 1 year, it will be exempted. Then next one pa. There are some examination bodies. Their job is only to conduct the entrance exam and give the score. Will they be treated as educational institutions? Yes. Example, National Testing Agency, which will conduct this NEET exam, IIT JEE exam, and they will be giving the score. Depending upon that score, you can join in any college, depending upon that. Whether these bodies are also treated as educational institutions? Yes. So remember, any educational institution, including this examination bodies, which will conduct entrance exam and collect fee for entrance exam, is exempted. Okay, va? And not every person who write the entrance exam will qualify for the admission. Correct? NEET exam around 40-50 lakh people will write. But whether all the people who write will get the seat? No, we don't have that many seats. You got it? So therefore, that's what we need to check. Services provided by education institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance exam fee is exempted. Central and state educational boards are also treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing service by way of conduct of examination to students. Therefore, National Board of Examination and National Testing Agency, which will only conduct entrance examination and give the score, will also be treated as education institution, and the fee collected by them is exempted. Next one pa. Look into the next one. Just remember this word. Any training provider under Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kaushal Yojana. It's a government scheme. It's a government scheme. Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kaushal Yojana is a government scheme. Under that government scheme, if there is any training provider who go to the rural area and will provide the training, they collect some money from the government, that will be exempted. Next, sixth one, that is National Skill Development Corporation. Under National Skill Development Corporation, either National Skill Development Corporation or awarding body, assessment agency, training body, you write one more person, training partner. Training body or training partner. Okay. Awarding body, assessment agency, training body or training partner. If they offer any skill development course, that will be exempted. Who are the people pa? NSDC. Number 2, awarding body, assessment agency, training body, training partner under National Council for Vocational Education and Training. If they offer any skill development course, that is exempted. What awarding body will do? Will give the certification. What assessment agency will do? Will conduct the exam. And training body will make the curriculum, and training partner will train the students in that curriculum. Next, point number 7, services by assessment bodies under Skill Development Initiative Scheme. Just remember, Skill Development Initiative Scheme. Under that scheme, there will be some people who are called as assessment bodies. They will review the curriculum. They will review the curriculum, and for doing review of curriculum, they will get some money, that is exempted. Then affiliation services. In order to take admissions, definitely they need to pay some money for CBSE and state board by the schools to get the affiliation. Correct apa? Every school, what is the first thing that you will check? Whether it is affiliated to central board or state board. Am I right? And for getting that affiliation, they need to pay charges. This affiliation fee collected will be exempted. Say this. Affiliation services provided by central or state education board to a school established, owned or controlled by central government, state government, local authority, government authority or government entity. Please concentrate. If there is a private school, that private school pays the affiliation fee. Whether it will be taxable or exempted, definitely it will be taxable. Only affiliation fee collected from which school is exempted? Government school. Either central government, state government, local authority, government authority or government entity. If they operate or own any school, from that school the affiliation fee collected, that is only exempted. Okay, va? What about affiliation fee collected from college? That will be taxable. Affiliation fee from private school is also taxable. Affiliation fees collected from college, etc. is also taxable. Look into some points in this. Fee collected by CA Institute or CMA Institute from students. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Fee collected by CA, CMA Institute, exempted. What fees they will collect? Registration fees, exam fees or even coaching fees, that will be exempted. What about the fee collected by this coaching centers, teachers, etc. and all? That will be taxable. And however, fee collected by coaching centers or individual faculties is not exempted, that will be taxable. Then up to 12th standard, it can be in any board, either CBSE, state board, matriculation or ICSE. What about private tuitions and home tuitions? Private tuitions and home tuitions will be taxable, that is not exempted. Next, approved vocational education. What is approved vocational education? I told you na, ITI, Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center, like polytechnic colleges, and they will be covered under SCVT or NCVT, State Council for Vocational Training. Like how we have state board, we have SCVT, State Council for Vocational Training, Central Board, National Council for Vocational Training. So approved vocational education means course run by Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center affiliated to NCVT or NCVT, offering courses in designated trades and apprentices act or modular employable skill course under Ministry of Skill Development. Under Ministry of Skill Development, if they offer any modular employable skill course, like skill courses, like typewriting or this mobile repairing, jewelry making, like that, lot of skill courses are there. If they learn that skill courses, they are also coming under this approved vocational education, that is exempted. Clear? These are the services which are exempted with respect to education. Can we move to the question and answer? Say this. Whatever we learn, that is only exempted. Remaining and all will be taxable. So say this, say this. Question number 12 you see. Question number 12. Sun Grow Private Limited, a registered taxable person having gross receipts of 50 lakhs in the previous financial year, provides the following information relating to their services for the month of July 2018. Running a boarding school. What is your answer? Running a boarding school. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why? Any service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty, staff. Boarding school means what? They provide hostel facility, that is exempted. Next one. Fee from prospective employer for campus interview. Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Why? Not from student, faculty, staff, from others. One institution, educational institution, providing service to whom is exempted? Student, faculty, staff is exempted. But here they are collecting money from the employer, means not from student, faculty, staff, therefore it will be taxable. Next, education services for obtaining the qualification recognized by law of foreign country, taxable or exempted? Please respond. Why it is taxable? Because education should be as recognized by Indian law, then only it is an educational institution. Education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a qualification recognized by law, means which law? Indian law, then only it is exempted. Here it is not by Indian law, it is law of foreign country, so it will be taxable. Then renting of furnished flats for temporary stay to different persons. Rent per day is less than 1000 rupees per flat. We don't have any exemption, it will be taxable. If it is to students, hostel to students, Exempted. But is it to students or different persons? Different persons. So it will be taxable. Conducting modular employable skill course approved by National Council for Vocational Training. Exempted. It will come under approved vocational education course. Conducting private tuitions. Taxable. Running martial arts academy for young children. Remember, we have one point, that is training in recreational arts. Training in recreational arts. Only by an individual is exempted. What is that arts? That can be karate classes, kung fu classes, swimming classes, dance classes, any kind of art, but that should be by an individual. So here it is also an art, martial arts, but it should be by an individual. But here it is by a company. Therefore, it will be taxable. Remember, training or coaching in recreational arts related to, any recreational arts or culture, that should be by an individual. If it is training or coaching in sports by a trust, it is exempted. Is it clear? So this point is in the miscellaneous exemption. You see that point number 9 in page number 62. Point 9 in page 62, you see services by way of training or coaching. Services by way of training or coaching in recreational activities relating to what? Arts or culture. Example for arts, dance class, music class, karate class, etc. Example for culture, so Vedas, Upanishads, and then Indian heritage, Indian culture, and thereafter languages. All these are example of training in culture. But this arts and culture should be by an individual. Suppose if it is sports academy, that sports academy should be registered as a trust. If there is a sports academy, that sports academy should be registered as a trust, then only it will be exempted. What if the sports academy is not registered as a trust? If it is a private, for example, there is MRF Cricket Academy, whether it will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. What if it is a trust? Then only it will be exempted. Got it? So, arts and culture should be by an individual. Sports training should be by a trust. In this case, arts only, but by a company. That's the reason why it will be taxable. Conducting career counseling sessions. Conducting career counseling session. And what is this career counseling sessions? That is, some people will conduct the career counseling as to which career to choose, etc. and all. Is it there anywhere in the exemption? No. So therefore it will be taxable. Okay. So we have everything taxable except this 1,40,000 and 2,40,000. So except 1,40,000, 2,40,000 count. 1,70,000 plus 3,10,000 plus 1,20,000 plus 3 lakhs plus 55,000 plus 1,65,000. How much? 11,20,000. So 11,20,000 will be taken as the value of taxable supply. On that, the rate of GST is 18%. So we need to compute 18% GST. Is it clear? So wherever it is exempted, you need to write as exempted, and in other places it will be taxable. Okay. And related to accommodation, we have one point, exemption. If there is a accommodation service for a continuous period of 90 days, please concentrate, accommodation service for a continuous period of 90 days, subject to maximum 20,000 rupees per month per person. Lot of hostels are there. I am not talking about educational institution operated hostel. If educational institution is operating hostel, whatever may be the hostel fees, it is exempted. I am talking about the private hostels. Private hostels, PG, short-term accommodation, all those things will be exempted, provided how much they should charge per month? Less than or equal to 20,000 per person per month. And for how many days they should be providing? Minimum 90 days. That's where in Chennai, if you go and ask any hostel, they will tell minimum you need to stay for 3 months, like that. You just go and ask any hostel, they will tell minimum 3 months you need to stay. Why minimum 3 months you need to stay? 90 days. And usually what will be the hostel fees? Hostel fees will not give more than 20,000 rupees, that is exempted. What they will do, if you stay for 1 month, they will collect for 3 months, and after 1 month stay, 2 months they will return as a deposit, that they will return, so that they will not pay GST. Is it clear? They will raise invoice that they provided services for 3 months like that, because then only it is exempted. What about less than 90 days? If the service is provided, then it will be taxable. Is it clear? So that point we need to connect. That's what I have given. Accommodation service for a minimum stay of continuous 90 days and where the value does not exceed 20,000 per month per person is exempted. Then look into another question. Okay, so we'll see healthcare services. Look into healthcare services. Page number 43. Page number 43, healthcare services. In case of healthcare services, following are exempted. There are 2 exemptions for healthcare services. Healthcare services by a clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance services, is exempted. So what is the meaning of healthcare services? Either treatment or care or diagnosis. Diagnosis means before treatment they do the diagnosis na, X-ray, scanning, blood test, etc. That is diagnosis. Treatment means it can be surgery or any other treatment. Then care, okay, diagnosis, treatment or care. For what? For any illness, disease, deformity, abnormality, including pregnancy. In any recognized system of medicine. What are the recognized system of medicines? Allopathy, naturopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha, Unani, all these are recognized system of medicines, okay, in any recognized system of medicine. And it includes ambulance service also. Ambulance is also part of healthcare services. But 3 things will not come under healthcare services. What are they? Cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation. Because that is not healthcare, na? Napa. Is it related to healthcare? Cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery and hair transplantation? Definitely no. If hair transplantation is healthcare, then I should have died long back itself. You understood? So I don't have hair, pa. Now hair transplantation, is it related? If not, I will die, yeah? No, na? Correct or not? So that is no way related to healthcare. That's why it will be taxable. However, if it is carried out to restore anatomy of body parts affected due to congenital defects. Example, a baby born with broken lip, cleft lip means broken lip, and the doctors have carried out a cosmetic surgery to connect that lip. Now, is it to restore body parts affected due to congenital defects? Yes. So this plastic surgery will be exempted. Then same way, a person met with a fire accident, completely his skin and all is burnt. So they do a plastic surgery. Now tell me, will it come under healthcare service? Yes, because it is to restore the body part affected due to accident. And some people will undergo this chemotherapy. Small kids, youngsters, if they are suffering from cancer, they undergo chemotherapy. So even lot of girls also. Cancer patients will undergo chemotherapy. They will send a huge amount of heat into their body to kill the cancer cells. And because of that heat, completely their hair and all will be lost. Now they undergo hair transplantation. Now will it come under healthcare service? Yes. In order to restore body part affected due to injury or trauma. This will come under trauma. Okay, cancer will come under trauma. So therefore it will be coming under healthcare services. Okay, va? So this healthcare service definition you need to remember, pa. See there the definition. Pre-treatment. Pre-treatment means what? Diagnosis. Then treatment. Post-treatment. What is post-treatment? Care. For what reason? Any disease, illness, injury, pregnancy, in any recognized system of medicine, including transportation in an ambulance, but does not include cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery and hair transplantation, other than for restoring body parts affected due to congenital defects, developmental abnormalities, injury or trauma. So, healthcare services by whom? By a clinical establishment. What is a clinical establishment? Every place where the healthcare service is provided is known as clinical establishment. Then, authorized medical practitioner. Who is authorized medical practitioner? Minimum MBBS and they should be registered with medical council. Then they are authorized medical practitioner. Then paramedics or paramedics. Who are paramedics? Those who assist the doctors like nurse, lab technician, physiotherapist, they are all called as paramedics. Their service also exempted, including ambulance services. So, ambulance service anyhow given in healthcare service na sir, separately also it is given. What does it mean? Whether transportation of patient in ambulance as a part of healthcare service or not as a part of healthcare service, it is always exempted. Say for example, one person fell down because of the heart choke. Immediately, one Apollo hospital ambulance came and this person is taken in the Apollo hospital ambulance. Whether this ambulance service is taxable or exempted? Exempted. And Apollo hospital is not doing any treatment to him and he was taken from Apollo hospital to say MGM hospital, like that another hospital. That MGM hospital is conducting angio or bypass surgery. So now in this case, whether that ambulance service is exempted? Yes. Ambulance provided by MGM or ambulance provided by Apollo, both are exempted, whether they provide healthcare or they are not providing healthcare. Mere ambulance service transportation of patient is also exempted. There are some private ambulance providers. If you want, you can book the ambulance, that is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Provided they are transporting patient, then only it will be exempted. That is about this healthcare services. And what about the room charges? Room charges, we need to check what type of room charges. If it is ICU charges, intensive care unit or neonatal intensive care unit, critical care unit, like that if it is ICU charges, CCU charges, ICCU or NICU charges, then it will be exempted. If it is other room charges, then it will be taxable. Now we need to check how much will be the charges per day. If the charges does not exceed 5,000 rupees per day, it is exempted. What if the room charges per day exceed 5,000? Entirely it is taxable. Is it clear, pa? What are the 3 points you need to remember? If it is ICU charges, any ICU charges, exempted. If it is other room charges, up to 5,000 rupees per day, exempted. Beyond 5,000 rupees per day, entirely taxable. Then, second exemption you see, healthcare service in relation to animals or birds. It is called as veterinary clinic services. Veterinary clinic, wherein they provide healthcare in relation to animals or birds. Healthcare for human beings also exempted. Healthcare for animals or birds also exempted. Then look into the next below that. Renting of rooms to inpatients in hospital up to 5,000 rupees per day and food supplied to inpatients is part of healthcare and it is exempted. What about food provided to inpatients? Exempted. So as a part of healthcare, who are inpatients? Those who are admitted in the hospital. Who are outpatients? Those who are coming for visiting, consulting, etc. They are outpatients. Food sold to outpatients, taxable or exempted? Taxable. Only food sold to inpatients is exempted. Service provided by consulting doctor to hospital is exempted. What is this? Usually some expert doctors are there, like pediatricians, ENT specialists, etc. What they do, they provide services to the hospital. They are not employees of the hospital. First, hospital will collect 500 rupees as consulting fee from the patient. Out of that 500, hospital will retain 200 and give 300 rupees to the doctor. That 300 rupees received by doctor also exempted. That 500 rupees received by the hospital is also exempted. That is this. So, service provided by consulting doctors to hospitals is also exempted. Then, ART or IVF treatment. So, people who are not blessed with kids will undergo infertility treatments. Is it also healthcare service? Yes, that is also healthcare service and that will be exempted. So these are the points related to healthcare services. Next one, rehab services. Rehabilitation professional. What they do? They provide the counseling, care or counseling in case of medical establishments, educational institutions. Basically, they are not doctors. They are not doctors, they are psychology experts. They will be providing care or counseling in order to treat the patients who are in kind of mental health issues. So this particular rehab professionals, if they are working in educational institutions or medical establishments, their service will be fully exempted. Whatever it may be government owned educational institution or private educational institution, government hospital or private hospital, it is exempted. But if they are working in rehab centers, what they will do in rehab centers? They will be, bringing out the people who are addicted to drugs or alcohol, smoking, etc. That rehab centers. So it will be exempted provided it is a government or trust operated rehab center. What if it is a private rehab center? Then it will be taxable. Read that point. Services provided by rehabilitation professionals recognized under the Rehabilitation Council of India by way of rehabilitation, therapy or counseling at medical establishments. Okay, either they are working in medical establishments or educational institutions or rehab centers established by central or state government or union territory or an entity registered under section 12A or 12AB. For rehab center alone, it should be government or trust. What if it is a private rehab center? Then it will be taxable. See that. Service provided by rehab professionals in private rehab center is taxable. Okay, clear? Now, let's see some question related to this. Yes, question number 29 you take. Question number 29, page number 39. Mr. Shyam Das was admitted to Suraksha Hospital in Mumbai for 2 days in relation to diagnosis of removal of stones from his kidney. For the said services, Suraksha Hospital charged following from Mr. Das. Room rent 7,000 per day for 2 days. Taxable or exempted? Why? More than 5,000 rupees. So 7,000 into 2 days, that is 14,000. 14,000 will be taxable. Operation theatre charges 5,000. Exempted. Okay. Why it is exempted? Whatever the charges may be. Operation theatre means what? ICU charges. ICU charges will be always exempted. Then doctor consultation charges exempted. We discussed consultation charges collected by the doctor from hospital is also exempted. By hospital from the patient is also exempted. Then all other services to inpatients. Whether that person is admitted in the hospital, yes. If he is admitted in the hospital, then he is an inpatient. Any service provided to inpatient will be exempted. So all these three are exempted. Only just 14,000 rupees will be taxable. Got it? So we need to write it accordingly, the explanation for this. And next. Fine. So see this. Question number 38. Question number 38. Examine the following independent cases and determine whether the services are taxable under GST law. Dhruv Printing Press, a registered entity under GST, received an order of 1,50,000 from Vishwakarma Technical Institute, a private ITI coaching course providing courses notified under Apprentices Act for printing pre-examination items like question papers, OMR sheets, answer booklet required for conducting of examination by the institute. What is your answer? You are through printing press. What you do? You provide the service to one vocational education institution. What service? Printing of question papers. Whether that service is taxable or exempted. Is it service provided by education institution or to education institution? To education institution. And is it taxable or exempted? Tell me. Exempted. Which point? Admission to or conduct of examination. Check, check, check. Admission to or conduct of examination of all three category institutions is exempted. Correct? So this will come under admission to or conduct of examination of all three category institutions, that is exempted in this case. So therefore it will be exempted. And next, State Board of Education, a registered entity, charges 50,000 per annum as affiliation charges from a school run by Dharampal Trust, registered under 12A of Income Tax Act, which gives education from class 1 to class 10. What is your answer? Exempted or taxable? Pa, one answer you have to give, pa. Otherwise, how will I know whether you understood or not? Taxable or exempted? If it is wrong also, it's okay. Commit the mistake. Only when you commit the mistake, you know whether you are correct or wrong. Okay, please answer. I beg you, please answer whether it is taxable or not. Something you speak out of your mouth. Taxable or exempted? Taxable. How many of you agree that it is exempted? Sir, won't it come under affiliation services point? No. Affiliation services to only central government, state government, local authority, government authority or government entity operated school is only exempted. But here it is operated by them. No, operated by a trust. Due to that reason it will be taxable. Is it clear? So this will be coming under taxable. Just because you see affiliation fees, don't blindly remember that it is exempted. Affiliation fee collected from central government, state government, local authority, government entity is only exempted. Then next, We Care Hospital, a registered entity, charged 19,500 for 3 days from Mr. Shahil, who was admitted in ICU due to heart attack. What is your answer? Why? ICU. All ICU charges will be exempted, whatever may be the amount. Then point number 4, Sick Care Hospital, a registered entity, entered into agreement with Swadhisth Caterers, a registered entity, to supply food to inpatients as per advice of doctor or nutritionist. Swadhisth Caterers send monthly bill to the hospital for the food supplied by them to the admitted patients of the hospital. Determine the taxability of City Care Hospital. First, City Care is providing food to inpatients. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. So we saw that whenever food is supplied to inpatients as advised by doctor or nutritionist, that will be exempted because it is part and parcel of healthcare service and that is exempted. Is it clear? We discussed that. See this. That is renting of room to inpatients and food supplied to inpatients is part of healthcare service and it is exempted. Okay. Then look into transportation sector. We will discuss transportation related exemptions. Take that. Page number 54. Page number 54. Napa, from morning it is raining. Crazy, no? What it is, that Ditwa Puyal is this only, or it is something new cyclone? Always December means some curse to Chennai, okay? I don't know why. Say this. But, you know, today my kids asked me in the morning that it is raining, won't today be leave, etc., holiday and all. I thought it is a holiday, but today school is there. tomorrow rain will not fall, but tomorrow they will give leave. Say this. Transportation of passengers following are exempted. Remember, railways other than first class or AC is exempted. Transportation of passengers divided into 4 parts: railways, airways, waterways, roadways. You should remember what are exempted. You should remember what are exempted. Okay. And can you all stand up and sit once, please? Okay. Sit. No, because afternoon, that lunch effect will be there. So, transportation of passengers divided into 4: railways, airways, waterways, roadways. Only exemption you remember. Remaining cases it will be taxable. For railways, what are exempted? Already I told you. Other than first class or AC. First class can be AC or non-AC. Sir, in first class, how non-AC, sir? Local train. Local train you would have seen. In local train, there will be first class, non-AC. That is also taxable. AC always taxable, any class. It can be first class, it can be 2-tier, it can be 3-tier or chair car, everything will be taxable. Okay. Then next, other than AC or first class exempted. Next point you see, metro, mono and tramway. Metro rail, monorail and tramway, that is exempted. Metro already you know, let it be AC or non-AC, we have all AC only. Where we have non-AC metro, Setruanga, correct? So therefore definitely metro, because it is going beneath the ground air, definitely it should be AC only. So metro will always be exempted. And monorail is like bullet train, that is also exempted. Tramway means on the road itself, they lay down the track. Bullet train is there, in Mumbai it is there. And bullet train will not have a track, you know that? Bullet train will be like this. So just a pillar will be there, and on the pillar there will be like this. Just there will be one ramp. On the ramp only the train will be going. Okay. And this is called as monorail. In Mumbai it is there. And tramway, so on the track, road itself they lay down the track. That is called as tramway. In Calcutta it is there, and in Old Madras it used to be there. So that is exempted. Then next, notified services to individuals. What are the notified services to individuals? Platform tickets, clock room charges. Clock room charges means what, Waiting hall charges. Waiting hall is different, clock room is different. Both are given there. Clock room is to store your luggage. Waiting hall is you can stay there. So both are exempted. Number 1, platform tickets. Number 2, clock room charges. Number 3, waiting hall charges. Number 4, battery operated car services for handicapped people, old people, etc. and all. So what they do, they operate a battery car. From the beginning of the railway station till the platform, they take the person into the battery operated car and they drop the person in the nearest compartment. That is called as battery operated car service. They collect some money, 50 rupees like that they will collect. In Chennai, it is 50 rupees. Whether it will be taxable or exempted, it will be exempted. So what are exempted? 5 tickets, like 5 cases to individuals by railways. Platform tickets, clock room charges, waiting hall charges, and battery operated car service. This plus what else we have? Other than AC or first class, then metro, mono and tramway. These are all the exemptions we have for railways. Now look into airways. For airways, we have 2 exemptions. First exemption already we studied. What is that? Starting point or ending point is in northeastern states or Bagdogra in West Bengal. But which class? Business class or economy class? Economy class. And what are the northeastern states I have given? MMT and ASAM. That is Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Then next one, consideration as viability gap funding for a period of 3 years. Usually airlines will receive money from government for 3 years towards this viability gap funding. if they are operating in regional airports. There are some regional airports like Madurai, Tiruchi, and even this Tuticorin. These are all regional airports in Tamil Nadu. Like that, every state there will be some regional airports. And in order to operate in that airport, because it is not remunerative for the airline. If airlines operate in Chennai, they will get more money than they are operating in regional airport, because in regional airport, how many people will travel? Very less number of people only, na? So for that reason, government will give them some viability gap funding. That is some fund they will be giving. That fund received by them will be exempted. Sir, won't it come under subsidy? No, it will not be coming under subsidy, because it is a contractual amount. Definitely it will be paid to them and they will be receiving it. So starting or ending in northeastern states, Bagdogra and West Bengal economy class are consideration as viability gap funding for a period of 3 years. These are the two exemptions for airways, transportation by airways. Then transportation by waterways, two exemptions. First, inland waters. Inland water means rivers. Inland waters means rivers. Like we have lot of rivers na in India. So Ganga, Yamuna, then Godavari river, Kaveri river. In that people will be transported, and even in Kerala also, lot of people will be transported in boats. And you know, in Kochi there is water metro. So because many villages in Kochi are still connected through waters only, and they have this water metro, Kochi water metro. So like this, lot of small boats are there through which they will be transporting the people from one village to another village. Kochi metro, water metro, which is operated by state government of Kerala. Whether this is inland waterways? Yes, that is coming under inland waterways. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Then coastal waters. Coastal waters means what? We are touching sea. We are touching sea. Inland waters is river pa. Coastal water will be sea. Coastal waters within India for other than tourism purpose. Example, say from Chennai to Andaman, and even Kochi to Lakshadweep. Lakshadweep is also India. Andaman is also India. People will be transported, whether it is coastal waters or inland waters. Coastal waters, because definitely we touch the sea. Whether that transportation is taxable or exempted? Exempted, provided it is other than tourism purpose. And definitely it is public transportation, because daily there is a cruise ship which is going from Chennai to Andaman, and that is for transporting the people, general public, that is exempted. Whereas in Kanyakumari there is a Vivekananda rock and Tiruvalluvar rock, and from Kanyakumari to that Vivekananda rock people are transported. Seaways are inland waters are seaways. Whether it will be taxable or exempted? Definitely taxable, because it is for what purpose? Tourism purpose. Therefore it will be taxable. Are you understanding this? So inland waters always exempted. Coastal waters within India for other than tourism purpose, and whether that is operated by either government or private, the same treatment. So there are some private cruise ships which will transport the people from one port or airport, one port to India and to another port in India. That is also exempted. Let it be government operated or private operated. If it is transporting passengers in coastal waters within India for other than tourism purpose, it is exempted. So two exemptions for waterways. Now look into roadways. For roadways we have three exemptions. Number one, non-AC stage carriage. What is stage carriage? Which stops at every stage during the journey. The share auto is a stage carriage. Local bus is a stage carriage which stops at every stage during the journey. If it is a non-AC, it is exempted. What if it is AC? Taxable. Share auto taxable or exempted? But AC share auto is not there pa. Non-AC only. And what about the local bus? We have na within the city ACTC buses. So exempted or taxable? What if it is AC? Then it is taxable. Then look into the second one. Non-AC contract carriage other than hire or tourism. What is the difference between stage carriage and contract carriage? Stage carriage will stop every stage during the journey, but contract carriage is point to point travel. That contract carriage, if it is a non-AC, it will be exempted. provided other than tourism or hire. If it is for tourism or hire, taxable. Example, there is a family which want to go to a family like marriage function. They book a bus, government bus, and they carry the entire battalion from one place to another place. You would have seen. So many villages, they take the government bus and they will be taking their family members. Is it taxable or exempted? Even though it is non-AC, even though it is contract carriage, but it is on hire. Therefore, it will be taxable. Then, some tour buses like Tamil Nadu Tourist Development Corporation, what they do, they operate a package tour. So, they pick the pilgrims morning and go to Tirumala, complete the darshan and they return back. So, that is a package tour. Whether that will be covered under taxable or exempted, even though it is a non-AC contract carriage, taxable. Only non-AC contract carriage other than tourism or hire means for public transportation. Usually from one place to another place we have intercity buses, that alone will be exempted if it is non-AC. Then transportation of passenger by roadways, metered cab or auto rickshaw. Meter cab means car fixed with the meter, that is meter cab. Like outside railway station, airport, still we will be seeing this yellow and black color taxis that will be coming under metered cab, so that is exempted. Auto rickshaw is also exempted. But remember, if these three are through e-commerce operator, then it will be taxable. Example, normal auto is exempted. If it is Ola or Uber auto, then it will be taxable. Is it clear, pa? Normal auto is exempted. But if it is Ola or Uber auto, then it is taxable. That's what I have given here. With effect from 1/1/2022, exemption is not available if the service are provided through e-commerce operator. Done? So tell me, what are the exemption for railways? 3 exemptions. Quickly look into that. What are the 3 exemptions? Other than first class or AC, metro, mono, tramway, services to individuals by way of platform tickets, clock room charges, waiting hall charges, battery operated car service. Airways, starting point or ending point is in northeastern states or Bagdogra and West Bengal. Which class? Economy class. Consideration, that is viability gap funding. For how many years? 3 years. Then waterways, 2 exemption. Number 1, inland waters, coastal waters between place in India. For what purpose? Other than tourism purpose. Roadways, 3 exemptions. Number 1, non-AC stage carriage, non-AC contract carriage other than tourism or hire. Number 3, metered cab or auto rickshaw. However, if these 3 are through e-commerce operator, taxable. Then look into some points below. Transportation of passenger other than above. Other than this, any other case, balancing figure will be taxable. What we are learning is exemption, pa. Other than this, rest and all will be taxable. Example, transportation of passengers in ropeway, cable car, okay, ropeway, cable car, helicopter, chartered flight, bullock cart, horse cart, all these are taxable or exempted? Taxable. See there. Transportation of passenger other than above is taxable, that is ropeway, cable car, horse cart, rickshaw, chartered flights, helicopter, etc. But sir, horse cart, rickshaw and all, if it is taxable, will they pay GST or sir? No. If horse cart people are paying GST, better quit CA and buy 4-5 horse carts and operate it. Correct? When a person is required to pay GST, if their aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakhs, do you think that these people's aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakhs? Definitely no. So even though it is taxable, but their turnover will not cross a threshold limit, consequently they are not required to register and pay GST. Is that clear? Then next, renting of motor vehicle is different from transportation of passengers. What is the difference between renting and transportation? If the vehicle is given, and the vehicle is at the disposal of the recipient for a period of time, then it is renting of motor vehicles. For example, I am giving you a car for 20 days, 30 days, 2 months, it will be coming under renting. For a particular trip, for a particular voyage, that is, so it is not based on period of time, then it will be coming under transportation. In case of renting of motor vehicle, the vehicle is at the disposal of the recipient for a period of time, which is absent in case of transportation of passengers. Okay, va? Next. Look into the next one, transportation of goods. In case of transportation of goods, following are exempted. For railways, waterways, coastal waters and GTA, in these three places you can see specified goods. In three places we can see specified goods. What are the three places? Railways, waterways, that too which one? Coastal waters and then GTA services. In these three places we can see specified goods. What are those specified goods? Agricultural produce, food grains including flours, pulses, milk and salt. Then number 3, organic manure, newspapers and magazines, defense or military equipment, relief material for natural or man-made disaster. Okay, so you remember like this, there is a natural disaster, you read it in a newspaper, and after that you are packing agricultural produce, food grains, etc., and you are giving some relief materials like clothes, etc., and you have sent it in the train. And what those people did, that is defense people have taken that and they have given in the flood affected areas. You just remember this scenario. So what are all the connecting points? First, natural disaster, that is relief material for natural and man-made disasters. Next, agricultural produce, food grains, you read it in the newspaper, correct? Then how the food is made? Using organic manure. And what defense people will do? Will airlift and will be giving it to the people in flood areas, na? So defense and military equipment. Somehow you remember, the list of goods you should remember, okay? So 6 goods you need to remember. What are the 6 goods? Agricultural produce, food grains including flours, pulses, milk and salt, organic manure, newspapers and magazines, relief materials, defense and military equipment. Okay, next. And in which modes it is exempted? Railways, coastal waters between place in India, and GTA. What is GTA? Goods Transport Agency. Who is a goods transport agency? Any person engaged in transportation of goods by road and issues a consignment note by whatever name called. So means they will be transporting consignments belonging to multiple consignors to multiple consignees. They will be called as GTA. Is it clear? Now, transportation of goods, railways, only specified goods exempted. Airways, outside India to India is exempted. Transportation of goods by airways from where to where? Outside India to India. What about India to outside India? Not exempted. Only outside India to India is exempted. Waterways, 2 exemption. What are the 2 exemption? Inland waters, coastal waters. Coastal waters where? Between places in India. What goods? Only specified goods. Roadways, other than GT or courier agency is exempted. So therefore, GT and courier is only taxable. All other modes of transportation by roadways is exempted. Example, we have lot of lorry transporters na, who will be transporting goods in roadways, that is exempted. Only GTA or courier is exempt, is taxable. All others are exempted. What about transportation of goods by waterways from outside India to India? That is taxable. Even transportation of goods by airways or waterways from India to outside India is taxable, because in case of airways, only outside India to India is given. India to outside India taxable. For waterways, whether outside India to India or India to outside India, not covered under exemption. Therefore, it will be taxable. Then look into GTA services. For GTA services, first exemption is what? Specified goods. Second exemption, if the recipient is government, central government, state government, union territory or local authority, which is registered only to deduct TDS, then it is exempted. Or third point, if the recipient is individual, HUF, AJP or trust. Individual, HUF, AJP, artificial juridical person or trust, and they are unregistered and not having factory, then it will be exempted. Okay, Vappa? So tell me what are the 3 exemptions for GTA. Number 1, specified goods. Number 2, recipient is government. Which government? Central government, state government, union territory, local authority. For what purpose they are registered? Only for deducting TDS. And recipient is individual, HUF, AJP or trust. All are unregistered and not having factory. Then you can see here some points related to this. GTA is a person engaged in transportation of goods by road and issues a consignment note by whatever name called. Be careful. What if a person is transporting goods by road and not issuing a consignment note? They are not called as GTA. If they are other than GTA, their transportation service will be exempted. Got it? So GTA, if they are, see the third point, if they are not issuing consignment note, they are not GTA. Just now we saw other than GTA or courier agency, it is exempted. So, and consequently transportation of goods by roadways is exempted. And GTA has two options, pa. Either they can pay GST under FCM or they can go for RCM. If they pay under FCM, means FCM versus RCM, what is the difference? FCM means supplier will pay GST to government. RCM means recipient will pay GST to government. What is the full form of FCM? Forward charge mechanism. What is the full form of RCM? Reverse charge mechanism. In forward charge mechanism, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. If I pay GST to government, what is it? Forward charge mechanism. Anyhow, the burden is on you only. But who will pay GST to government will differ. Under FCM, who will pay? Supplier will pay. Say this. There is a supplier. There is a supplier. And there is a recipient. There is a supplier and there is a recipient. Supplier will make supply of goods or services to the recipient, for which recipient will pay price plus GST. Price plus GST. And the supplier will pay GST to government. The supplier will pay GST to government. What is it? FCM or RCM? FCM. Because the liability to pay GST to government is on supplier. Then it will be called as forward charge mechanism. What will happen in reverse charge mechanism? There is a supplier, and there is a recipient. The supplier will make supply of goods or services to the recipient, for which recipient will pay the price alone, no GST. And to the government, who will pay GST? The recipient will pay GST to government. What is it called as? RCM, reverse charge mechanism. So GTA has two options, either FCM or RCM. If it is FCM, GTA will pay GST to government. And what rate? They have two rates, pa. 12% with ITC, 5% without ITC. For example, I am goods transport agency and I pay GST under FCM at 12%. Means can I take ITC on my inward supplies? Yes. What are my inward supplies? What are my inward supplies? Example. Ada, enna? Truck I will buy, correct? I'll buy truck, GTA, pa, goods transport agency. What are my inward supplies? I'll buy a truck. On the truck, GST paid can be taken as credit. Next. Repairs, service center, renting of immobile property, telecommunication service, internet service, correct? All these are my inward supplies. If I want ITC, what rate I need to pay GST? 12%. Suppose if I pay GST at 5%, then I cannot take ITC. But if I pay 12% or I pay 5%, I will charge that from you. Whether I pay 12% or 5%, I will recover that from you. Can you take ITC? Yes. This with ITC, without ITC is only to the GTA, not to the recipient. Suppose if I am not going for FCM, pa, then what is the option? RCM. So who will pay GST? You. Recipient will pay GST to government. Okay. Say this. So GTA has option to pay either FCM, 12% with ITC or 5% without ITC, or RCM, GST at the rate of 5% during a financial year. So means every financial year they need to decide this option. Can in the mid of the financial year they can choose the option? No. They have to choose in the beginning of the financial year. That will be applicable throughout the financial year. Next. And however, such option should be selected between 1st Jan and 31st March of the previous year, and option 1 selected remains till subsequent selection is made. When they need to choose PA, for example, current year, what is the current financial year? 24-25, correct? So, sorry, 25-26, current financial year is 25-26. This financial year, if they want to go for FCM or RCM, they need to choose in the previous financial year, last quarter. What is the last quarter? 1st January 2025 to 31st March 2025, they should have chosen. Suppose 2026-27, if they want to go for FCM or RCM, they need to choose between 1st January 2026 to 31st March 2026. That is this. So, selected between 1st and 31st March of the previous year, and option 1 selected remains till the subsequent selection is made. Sir, we are talking about consignment note like that. What is that consignment note, sir? Nothing, pa. It contains the details of consignor, consignee, and what are the goods which are transported. That basic details will be there. Consignment note issued by transporter contains details of consignor, consignee, goods transported, vehicle details, place of origin and destination, etc. That details will be there. Now look into this. Let's see some questions on this. See this. Question number 26, page 38. Question number 26, page 38. Determine whether GST is payable in each of the following independent transactions through Okay, say this. Question number 26. Determine whether GST is payable in each of the following independent transactions. First, Dhruv and developers sold a plot of land in Greater Noida after leveling, laying down of drainage lines, water lines and electricity lines. So, we discussed that circular. What is that? It is sale of land. Even sale of developed land is also sale of land, and it is excluded from supply. However, the development services which is provided will be subject to GST, that is treated as supply. Okay, and it is clarified that sale of such developed land is also sale of land and does not attract any GST. And next, second, Deccan Shipping Private Limited, registered under GST in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, provides the passenger transportation service to local residents in ferries owned by it from Neil Island to Havelock Island. Whether it will be taxable or exempted. Exempted. Why it is exempted? It is not inland waters, pa. It is coastal waters only, because Andaman and Nicobar, pa. Andaman, you know where it is in map. It is surrounded by Bay of Bengal, etc. and all. Okay, it's coastal waters. But coastal waters between the places in India, transportation other than tourism purpose. Is it for tourism purpose or local residents they are transporting? Local residents means it will come under public transportation, therefore it will be exempted. What if they transport tourists? Then it will be taxable. And let it be government operated or private operated, it will be exempted. So it is clarified this exemption would apply to tickets purchased for transportation from one point to another, irrespective whether it is operated by private or public, that is government. Then look into another question. Question number 27. Answer the following. First, briefly discuss the provision, decide the correct conclusion and determine the validity of the given advice. THARUN provides service as a business facilitator to Jio Bank in opening of bank accounts to villagers in its rural branches. Business facilitator, rural branch. What is your answer? Exempted, and earned a commission of 22 lakhs in the month of April. So far he is not registered under GST, and his tax consultant advised him that he is liable for registration under GST as his gross receipts exceed 20 lakhs and he has no other receipt. So he is making only exempted supplies. Correct? Sir, business facilitator earning commission from rural area branch is fully exempted. So they are not required to pay GST. When they are exempted from payment of GST, are they required to register? No. If you are making exclusively exempted supplies, remember that you are exempted from registration. If you are exclusively making exempted supplies, if you are exclusively making non-taxable supplies, or if your outright supplies fully covered under RCM, or if you are an agriculturist, 4 people are exempted from registration. Who are the 4 people? Come on. Exclusively exempted, exclusively RCM, or exclusively non-taxable, or agriculturist. You should be an agriculturist. Then you are exempted from registration. In this case, they are not required to get registered. Why? Because they are making only exempted supplies. So not required to get registered. Whether the tax consultant's view is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Then next one. Say this. Question number 32. Question number 32. Mr. Dhanwan, an individual registered supplier of Ahmedabad, Gujarat, received the following amount towards rendering of intrastate supply of various services in the month of January. Consideration received from security and housekeeping services provided to Holy Foundation, an educational institution providing service by way of preschool education outside the school premises on its annual day function. What is your answer? Why? Security and housekeeping service to category 1 education institution is exempted provided it is within the premises. But here it is outside the school premises, therefore it will be taxable. Second, amount received as a honorarium for participation as a guest anchor on Apna TV in relation to a debate. For anchors and all, we don't have any exemption. Always it will be taxable. So therefore, GST will be payable. For anchors, honorarium received by anchors, TV serial or movie actors, we don't have any exemption. We have exemption only for performance artists. There is one exemption for performance artist. Who is a performance artist? The one who performed before the audience. And in what genre? Either classical or folk. And in what art form? Either music, dance or theatre. And that too, if their consideration per performance does not exceed 1,50,000, then it will be exempted. For example, there is a Bharatanatyam dancer, and that Bharatanatyam dancer gives a stage show, and that is performed before the audience like this, in this kind of stage they perform. And for that performance, how much should be the consideration? Not exceeding 1,50,000, then it will be exempted. What if it exceeds 1,50,000? Taxable. Also, this exemption is not available if such artist is acting as a brand ambassador. If they are acting as a brand ambassador, even 10,000 rupees collected also, it will be taxable. Okay. So this point is there. Only this exemption is there for the artist. Okay. So say this. You look into this point in page 62, point number 8. Page 62, point number 8. Services by a performance artist. Remember, who is a performance artist? Not the one who performed before the camera. The one who performed before the audience. Performance artist. In what genre? Folk or classical? What is the difference? Classical is national. Folk is native. For example, Bharatanatyam, then Kathakali, Mohiniyattam, this is covered under classical. But Nayandi, Karagattam, etc., that is native to Tamil Nadu, that is called as folk. You understood? So folk which is native to that particular region, whereas classical is across the country. So folk or classical, art form of what? Either music, for example Carnatic music, then dance, Bharatanatyam, Kathakali, Kuchipudi, etc. Then theatre, that is drama, but that too what kind of dramas? It should not be Western, it should not be English plays, Shakespeare dramas, etc. No, not that. It should be cultural, that is classical. Okay, so maybe some Mahabharata or some kind of religious ones or the cultural ones, that is only covered, classical. So theatre, where the amount charged is up to 1,50,000 rupees for a performance. What if the person is giving 2 performances for 2 lakh rupees? See how much per performance? 2 lakh divided by 2, 1 lakh. It does not exceed 1,50,000, therefore it will be exempted. And excluding services provided by such artist as a brand ambassador. Only this exemption is there for the artist. But for anchor acting in the TV serial, okay, anchors will act as sir, ama. Anchors will act only what they are doing, realistic, etc. and all. Everything is scripted only, no? Everything is scripted only. They have to properly, because they need to recite, they have to do rehearsals, etc. and all, and they need to do the anchoring. So that guest anchor on Apna TV, taxable or not? Definitely it will be taxable. Then look into third point. Some received as hiring charges for providing non-AC contract carriage for transportation of employees to and from the work to Ms. Sindhi Private Limited, a registered person. Such hiring is for 3 months. Use of such contract carriage is at the disposal of the company. Then it is not transportation service, it is renting. Hiring of motor vehicles, it is not covered under transportation, it is covered under hiring of motor vehicles. Why, sir? Because the vehicle is at the disposal of the company for a period of 3 months, which means that for a period of time, if it is at their disposal, it will be treated as renting of motor vehicles. For renting of motor vehicles, do we have any exemption? Whatever we have seen is exemption for transportation. For renting of motor vehicles, is there any exemption? Yes, sir. For renting of motor vehicles, we have few exemption. Please look into page number 51. Page 51, you see, for renting of motor vehicles, we have few exemptions. What are the exemption? Number 1, I have a motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers that I am giving on rent to a state road transport undertaking. So I am a private bus operator, I have a private bus, I am giving that bus to government, SCTC, for the purpose of transportation, and they gave me rental charges. That renting is exempted. So what is the first hiring part? Hiring of motor vehicle. Capacity how much? Greater than 12 passengers. To whom we are giving it on rent? To State Road Transport Corporation. Then hiring of a means of transport goods to a GTA. I am transporting goods to a goods transport agency. Then hiring of electric vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers to a local authority. Then hiring of bus to a person providing transportation service to education institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. Listen, first one is I have a motor vehicle, capacity more than 12 passengers that I am giving on rent to a state road transport undertaking. Second, you remember, I have a electric motor vehicle. What is the capacity of that electric motor vehicle? More than 12 passenger. Now I am giving on rent to whom? To a local authority. Third point, I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods. Means what? Truck, lorry, etc. To whom I am giving on rent? To a goods transport agency. Fourth one, please concentrate. You are providing transportation service to school and you took a bus on rent from me. So my rental income will be exempted. Renting of bus to a person who provides transportation service to school. Got it? Renting of bus to a person who provides transportation service to school. Which school? Up to 12th standard or equivalent. That is this. Hiring of bus to a person. I am hiring a bus to a person. You are the person. Providing transportation service. What you are doing? You are doing transportation service. To whom you are doing transportation service? To educational institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. These are the 4 renting. Okay. Now coming back to this, whether this point is covered in that 4. You read this third point and tell me, is this third point covered under those 4 exemption for renting of motor vehicles? Electric motor vehicle? No. Is it motor vehicle more than 12 passengers to road transport undertaking? No. Is it motor vehicle that can carry goods to GTN? No. Motor vehicle given on rent to a person providing transportation service to school? No. It's not covered under that. Consequently, it will be taxable. Is it clear? So, hiring charges for provision of non-air conditioned contract carriage for tourism or hire, that is like renting, and it will be taxable. Okay. So, keep this in mind. So, actually this third point should be covered under renting of motor vehicles. Renting of motor vehicles, because for a period of time it is under the usage. So, sum received as hiring charges for provision of non-air conditioned contract carriage for transportation of employees to and from work to Sindhi Private Limited registered person, and it will come under renting of motor vehicles and is taxable. Renting of motor vehicles. Renting of motor vehicle is taxable. We don't have any exemption. 4 points is there, that 4 points it is not covered, it is taxable. Next, amount received from provision of training in relation to activities of music. Training in relation to activities of music. We discussed now, coaching or training in recreation activities relating to arts by an individual. Is it by an individual? Yes. Therefore, it will be exempted. So, this 90,000 will be exempted. This 1,50,000 taxable, this 90 is exempted. Renting of residential flat means residential property to Mr. Shahil, proprietor of THARUN'S, a registered person under GST for the purpose of his own residence in personal capacity. Say this, we have for renting of immobile property, that is building, we have 3 exemptions. Same page you take. Same page you take, the page 51. Page 51 you take. Renting of residential property for residential purpose. To whom? To an unregistered person is exempted. I have a residential property. That residential property I am giving for residential purpose to an unregistered person. Okay. First it should be what type of property? Residential property. What is a residential property? House. Whether this building is residential property or commercial property? Commercial property. So, what is the residential property? Only a house. Only house is a residential property. Residential property to whom it should be given on rent? Unregistered person. For what purpose? Residential purpose. Then it is exempted. Second point you read. Residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual. First unregistered person. Any unregistered person is exempted. Registered individual for what purpose? For their family stay. Correct? For family stay. Whose family stay? Their family stay. What if they have 2-3 families? It's okay. Exemption only. Their family only, na? You understood? House or 2-3 family? Always perverted. Think wrongly. 2-3 families means, say he is only taking care of his father and mother. He is only taking care of his in-laws also. You understood? So therefore, 3 houses he will be having. One for him, one for his father and mother, another for his in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law. You understood or not? So always don't think that he will have 3 wives, that's why 3 families like that. Not that, okay? Maybe that also okay, that is also covered here, but I am telling you that it is for their family stay. Got it? Not just one, it can be many. Sir, if that be the case, for my employees also I will take, sir. For my employees stay, can I take that it is employees also my family? So for the sake of my family, I am taking like that. No, no, that is business purpose. Family here is purely personal in nature. Then only it is exempted. See that? First point is what, pa? Renting of residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person. Number 2, renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for their family stay. Number 3, accommodation services for a continuous period of how many days? Accommodation service for a continuous period of minimum 90 days. Minimum 90 days. Subject to maximum how much? 20,000 per person per month. So then also it is exempted. These are the 3 cases. Now tell me whether this point is covered there. Residential flat means residential property to a registered individual for his own residence means family stay. Therefore, it will be taxable or exempted? Exempted. So only first 3 are taxable: 60,000, 2,25,000 and 1,50,000. Remaining and all exempted. So 4,35,000 is the answer. Okay. This is a 5-mark question. So they have given it for 6 marks. But 23 attempt it was 6 marks, 4 marks. Thereafter they changed it to 5 and 5. Now latest will be like first question number 1 compulsory for 15 marks. In that 2 parts will be there. Part A 10 marks, part B 5 marks. Then you have to write any 2 questions out of the 3 questions. Each question will be 10 marks. In the 2 parts will be there A and B, 5 marks and 5 marks. So 20 plus 15, that is 35. Remaining 15 marks is MCQ. Okay. In that MCQ also they will be giving 2 case scenario MCQs with around some 4 and 4, like 4, 3 like that they will be giving, and so that will be for some 15 marks, and 1 individual MCQ like that they will be making. So that's how the weightage will be. Okay. So question number 2, question number 3, question number 4. Out of that 3, you have to write any 2. Each question will be for 10 marks, and in that subparts will be there A and B. That's why you will not have questions beyond 5 marks. 5 marks is the type of questions that you will have. But less than 5 they can give. In the 5-mark question itself they will split into 2. They will split into 2, A, B or 1, 2 like that they will be giving. But this is a typical 5-mark question type. Then next, look into question number 36. Question number 36. Determine the taxability or otherwise of the following services provided by Indian Railways. Clock room services provided to passengers, exempted. Service of transportation of passengers in 2nd class, exempted. Platform tickets sold to passengers. Then renting of warehouse. Railways is renting the warehouse located in Bengaluru railway station to Paras traders registered in Chennai. Do we have any exemption for that? We discussed now what are the exemption for railways. Napa, transportation of passengers other than 1st class or AC. Then transportation of specified goods, services to individuals, platform ticket, clock room, waiting hall, battery operated. But we don't have any exemption related to renting of warehouse and all. That will be taxable. Service of transportation of passengers in AC, taxable. Service of transportation of relief material meant for flood affected area, exempted. It is given in the notified goods. Relief material for natural and man-made disasters. Transportation of organic manure. Is it in the list of notified goods? Yes. Therefore, it will be exempted. Then look into one more question. Question number 25. Question number 25, page 37. Determine the GST payable, if any, in each of the following independent cases, assuming that the rate of GST is 18% and that the service providers are registered under GST. Bollywood dance performance by a film actor in a film and consideration charge is 1,45,000. Definitely taxable, because we don't have any exemption for Bollywood dance and all. Okay. Then Carnatic music performance, but Bollywood dance, I don't know what Bollywood dance. Okay. Seriously, I don't know. Bollywood la dance alla irka like that. Okay. I never saw any movie where in Bollywood there will be some dances and all. Okay. Only some this normal this Kuttupate etc. and all will be there. Correct? I think 1 or 2 songs might be there. Item songs might be there, but I have not seen any such thing. Taxable, taxable, fully taxable. Let them pay. Carnatic music performance by a classical singer. That is classical. Classical. To promote a brand. Taxable. Carnatic music performance by a classical singer. Classical. In a music concert, and consideration charge is 1,55,000. Everything okay, but the consideration exceed 1,50,000. See, remember, except incubating services. Except incubating services. We have one point called as incubating service. Except that, every other place, if you cross the monetary limit, entirely it will be taxable. Got it? 1,50,000 it exceeds, entirely taxable. Room charges it exceeds 5,000, entirely it is taxable. Like that, everywhere in the exemptions, wherever the monetary limit is given, if you cross the monetary limit, entirely it is taxable. Only in that one place, incubating services, up to 50 lakhs is exempted. Beyond 50 lakhs, the excess is only taxable. Is it clear? Only in one place. But in all other places, you cross 1,50,000, entirely it will be taxable. Then point number 4. Kathak dance performance by a classical dancer in a cultural program, and the consideration charge is 1,45,000. What is your answer? Exempted. Because classical dance, where the consideration does not exceed 1,50,000. Then one more question is there like this. Question number 13. Kesar Maharaj, a registered supplier, gave a classical dance performance in an auditorium. The consideration charge for the said performance is 1,48,500. What is your answer? Classical dance? Yes, in an auditorium. So 1,48,500 it is exempted. Is Kesar Maharaj liable to pay GST on the consideration received if such performance is not for promotion of any product? No. They are not required to pay GST. And will your answer be different if he is a brand ambassador of a food product? Yes, then it will be taxable. And the dance performance given by him is not a classical dance but a contemporary Bollywood style. Taxable. Consideration charged by Kesar Maharaj for classical dance performance is 1,60,000. Taxable. Same question, just modified in a different way. Okay. So that's why we should do past exam questions. If you see one question we discussed just now, before this, that was similar to this. That question which we discussed before this is also exam question. This is also exam question. And these exam questions, when you start solving, not necessary the same question may come, but at least similar to this you will be getting. Only thing, a known question, when you see in the question paper, confidence will come. Automatically your approach towards that will be different. And psychologically you feel like, okay, all these things what I have studied only came. So confidently you will sit and write. Even 1 or 2 points if you don't know also, you will think and you will answer. Suppose if one question also you don't know, everything is bouncer, even though you have studied, but psychologically you are dead there. Okay, that's the reason why sometimes when we start solving the past exam questions, this advantage is there. Okay, and my suggestion to you is that as you have good time, yes, according to me, 1 month, one solid month is there, which is a very good time. So what you need to do is that somewhere my intuition, I feel it will be working out. So in Board of Studies Knowledge Portal, they have given model test papers. In this model test papers, for intermediate, group 1 and group 2, they have given very good number of test papers. Okay. For example, you are writing group 1. So for every subject, around 8 papers they have given. Okay. So you try to solve these questions if you have time. What I did is that all those questions I incorporate in the practice manual book and we are discussing. My subject I am doing. Like that for every subject, if you have done that, super. If not, you take from this place and start solving as many questions as you can. For example, you feel like law paper you are little low, or accounts paper, you can do this. DT alone, DT also you can rely upon this, because this is recently updated only, I think May 2025. So yes, same assessment year, no problem. Even for DT also, income tax also, you can follow this. Advantage is that similar questions they will be giving sometimes. At least 3-4 questions will be like this. Okay, fine. So that is about this. We'll take a break and then we will continue with the remaining exemptions. We'll try to wind up today exemptions. Okay. Okay, we'll start with agriculture services. So please look into this. Page number 42. Sorry, page number 41. Page number 41. Agriculture related services. Agriculture related services. First point. Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. That is, someone is doing agriculture or there is agricultural produce. I am providing any service in relation to that agriculture or agricultural produce, then the service will be exempted. So what is the meaning of agriculture? Agriculture means, so cultivation of plants and rearing of life forms of animals. For what purpose? Either food, fiber, fuel, raw material, etc. So what and all will fall under agriculture? So sericulture, poultry farms, cattle rearing, fisheries, all these are coming under agriculture. Say this. Agriculture means cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animals, except rearing of horses. For what purpose? Why horses are excluded? Because horses are no way connected to agriculture. For what purpose? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products. And agricultural produce. Agricultural produce means the primary produce out of agriculture. For example, you take tender coconut, that is primary produce out of agriculture on which no process is done, or such processing is done as is usually done by a cultivator or producer, which does not alter its essential characteristics. Example, the tender coconut, they are drying for some days and they are removing the husk and inside there is coconut. Still it is agricultural produce. That coconut they dried for some more days and the water got evaporated. Then they removed the shell and inside there is copra, that is also agricultural produce. So agricultural produce means any produce out of agriculture on which either no further processing is done, means they are not doing any further processing, or some processing they are doing, that is usually done by a cultivator or producer, which does not alter its essential characteristics but makes it marketable for primary market. So paddy is agricultural produce, yes. Rice not agricultural produce because rice is processed by the rice mills. That's why rice is not an agricultural produce. Same way, whether wheat will come under agricultural produce, yes, but wheat flour is not an agricultural produce. Same way, tomato is agricultural produce. Tomato ketchup is not agricultural produce. Whether banana is agricultural produce, raw banana, yes. Ripened banana, banana as a fruit, that is also agricultural produce, because it does not change the essential characteristics. Okay, so this is two definitions that you need to remember. And what is the exemption? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Means what? That is, I am providing a service in relation to harvesting or farm labor or soil testing, seed testing. All these are service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce, that is exempted. Second point. As rice is not an agricultural produce, in case of rice, only few activities are exempted. What are they? Loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing is exempted. Okay. Loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice is exempted. Then artificial insemination of livestock. What is artificial insemination of livestock means? Through artificial process. So they will be giving injections, so in order to create the reproduction, so that is artificial insemination of livestock other than horses is exempted. Then services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals and pulses like dals, urid dal, gram dal, etc. That dals storage is exempted. Even warehousing of minor forest produce. What is minor forest produce means? Which is available in the forest, that is also exempted. Just these 5 are the exemptions for agriculture related services. What is the first point, Pa? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Number 2, rice, loading, unloading, packing, storage. Next, storage and warehousing of cereals and pulses, storage or warehousing of minor forest produce. Then artificial insemination of livestock other than horses. What about storage or warehousing of fruits and vegetables? That is anyhow agricultural produce. So it will come under the first point. What is that? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. There it will come. So warehousing of fruits and vegetables and other agricultural produce is covered in point number 1 above, that is service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Accordingly, it will be exempted. So say this, look into some questions on this. See this question number 1, MCQ number 1, page number 26. Shahil, a resident of Delhi, is having a residential property in Vasant Vihar, Delhi, which has been given on rent to a family for 50 lakh per annum. Determine whether Shahil is liable to pay GST on such rent. What is your answer? Residential property to an individual for family stay. So what is your answer? It will be exempted. So service by way of renting of residential property to unregistered person is exempted. So option B is the answer. Then next, which of the following services are exempt under GST? Testing of agricultural produce. What is your answer? Is it service in relation to agricultural produce? Yes. Therefore it is exempted. Supply of farm labor. Is it service in relation to agriculture? Yes. Therefore it is exempted. Then warehousing of agricultural produce, again service in relation to agricultural produce, exempted. So all the three are exempted. Then service of transportation of goods by dash are exempt from GST. So inland waterways is exempted. Ennappa? Inland waterways is exempted. Roadway also exempted, other than GTA or courier. So this GTA courier will be taxable. So which is the correct option? Option A. Option A, D. 1 except 3 and 4. Because GT and courier agency is also roadways only. GT and courier is also roadways only. So 1 except 3 and 4. And second one, that is inland waterways. So option D is the answer. So please don't jump to the conclusions. Read the options properly in exam. Okay. Then transportation of dash by rail from Chennai to Gujarat are exempt from GST. Rail specified goods. So pulses, is it specified goods? Where? Food grains. Food grains. So it will come under food grains. Military equipment. Yes. Electric equipment. No. So that is taxable. Jaggery. Taxable. Only sugar cane is agricultural produce. Jaggery is not agricultural produce. So which and all are exempt from GST? 1 and 2. Pulses and military equipment. Which of the following services are not exempt from GST? Yoga camp conducted by a charitable trust registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act. It is exempted. So for charitable activities, listen, there is a charitable trust. That charitable trust providing charitable activities is exempted. What is a charitable trust? Either under Income Tax Act 12AA or 12AB. That charitable trust is providing certain charitable activities for which if they collect any money, that is exempted. What are the charitable activities? Number 1, that is public health. Number 2, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Okay, this Baba, Swamijis, etc. and all will come under that category. Even temples also will come under that category. Advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Then number 3, educational programs to mentally or physically traumatized persons, prisoners, or persons over 65 years residing in rural area. Okay, so educational programs to whom? Persons, prisoners, orphans, physically, mentally traumatized persons, or persons over 65 years residing where? In rural area. Then environmental preservation. These are the 4 charitable activities. By doing these 4 charitable activities, if they earn any amount, that will be exempted. So please look into page number 45. Look into page number 45. Charitable and religious services. Services by an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of Income Tax Act by way of what? Specified charitable activities What are the specified charitable activities? First, public health. Number 2, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Number 3, educational programs to orphans, physically, mentally traumatized persons, prisoners and persons over 65 years in rural area. And number 4, environmental preservation. Accordingly, is this activity covered under that? Services, yoga camp. Yoga camp is a charitable activity, yes or no? Yes. So therefore it will be exempted. Yoga camp is a charitable activity, so it is exempted. Then B, services provided by business correspondent to rural branch of a bank. What is your answer? Exempted. So 4 people, business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business facilitator, agent of business correspondent. Services provided by cord blood banks for preservation of stem cells. In health services, we did not come across this exemption, correct? It is a healthcare service, preservation of stem cells, etc. is a healthcare service, but we did not discuss in healthcare service exemption, therefore it will be taxable. Service provided by team manager to recognize sports body. There are services provided by an individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager to recognize sports body is exempted. There are 5 people who are providing service to recognize sports body. Who are the 5 people? Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. Who are others providing service to recognize sports body? For example, you take cricket. Who are the others involved? Commentator, selector, pitch curator, then technical expert, weather forecasting, correct? All these services will be taxable. Only 5 people are exempted. Okay. For example, say Rohit Sharma is receiving money from BCCI, taxable or exempted? Exempted. And same Rohit Sharma getting money from Mumbai Indians, taxable or exempted? Taxable, because Mumbai Indians is not a recognized sports body. Same way, umpire. If you see all IPL match umpires get money from Mumbai Indians team only. So whether that money received by umpires will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. Understood? So therefore, player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager, 5 people are only exempted. Now, so whether team manager is covered in the list? Yes. So therefore it will be exempted. So that point is here. So sports services, you can see that services provided by page number 52. Services provided by player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager to recognize sports body will be exempted. Suppose if they provide to unrecognized sports body, taxable, and all others whether providing to recognized sports body and unrecognized sports body will be taxable. What is a recognized sports body? National Sports Federation. So BCCI, Indian Hockey Federation, and then this football league, all these will come under National Sports Federation. Then Inter-University Sports Board, which conduct the sports between the universities. Paralympic Committee, for physically challenged people, they conduct it. Then Indian Olympic Association, they will conduct national games in India. Then Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board, for government employees, central government employees, they conduct sports tournaments, that. And Panchayat Sports Board at the village level. These are the 6 recognized sports bodies. What are they? National Sports Federation, Inter-University Sports Board, Paralympic Committee, then Indian Olympic Association, Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board, and Panchayat Sports Board. Okay. And one more point also we have, service provided by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body is also exempted. Example, suppose Inter-University Sports Board is conducting a cricket tournament and they requested BCCI to provide the service. BCCI is also recognized sports body, Inter-University Sports Board is also recognized sports body, one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body, it will be exempted. Then next, sponsorship services. Remember, sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is also exempted. So what is that recognized sports body? Just now we saw, any sponsorship money collected by them will be exempted from any person. What if an unrecognized sports body collecting sponsorship money? That will be taxable. Okay. Then coming back to this. Question number 6. Which of the following services are exempt from GST? Which of the following is exempt from GST? So for fifth one, what is the answer? Option C. They are telling not exempt, so option C. And sixth one, service by an artist by way of performance in classical art form of paintings or sculpture making with consideration thereof not exceeding 1.5 lakhs. Taxable or exempted? Why? Only music, dance, painting, sculpture is not there, so taxable. Service by an artist by way of performance in modern art form, taxable. Service by an artist by way of performance in folk or classical art form of music, dance, theatre, where consideration thereof exceeding 1.5 lakhs, taxable. Service by an artist by way of performance in folk or classical art form of music, dance or theatre, with consideration thereof not exceeding 1.5 lakhs, that will be exempted. So only option D is the answer. Service by way of admission to dash is not exempt from GST. Museum, not exempt, they are asking. Museum is exempted. National Park, exempted. Tiger Reserve, exempted. Recognized sporting event where the ticket cost is 600, that will be taxable. So option D is the answer. Warehousing of dash is exempt from GST. Rice. Warehousing of rice, exempted? Yes, warehousing of rice is exempted. For rice, 4 activities are exempted. Loading, unloading, storage or warehousing. Minor forest produce, exempted. Jaggery, taxable. Coffee, taxable. What if it is coffee beans? Exempted. What if it is sugar cane? Exempted. What if it is tea leaves? What if it is tea? Tea leaves exempted, but tea will be taxable because tea is not an agricultural produce. So which is the correct option? B, 1 and 2. Which of the following? Warehousing of dash is exempted. Then which of the following services are exempt from GST? Admission to a circus where entry ticket costs 550 per person, taxable, because for circus it should be less than or equals to 500. Interest charged on outstanding credit card balances, so interest on credit card is taxable. Services by an organizer to any person in respect of business exhibition held in India, we have one exemption part, that is if the business exhibition is held outside India, then it will be exempted. One exemption is there, that is point number 5, page number 62. Services by an organizer to any person in respect of business exhibition, where the exhibition should be held outside India, because when the business exhibition is held outside India, indirectly that will promote exports. Due to that reason, it will be exempted. Okay, but if the business exhibition is held in India, it will be taxable. Then services by foreign diplomatic mission located in India, that is exempted. We have some notified organizations, and if they provide any services, that is exempted. Who are those notified organizations? ESIC, page number 44 you see. Services by specified organizations. What is it? Services by specified organization? ESIC. ESIC means Employee State Insurance Corporation. EPFO, Employee Provident Fund Organization. NCCCD, National Center for Cold Chain Development. Then foreign diplomatic mission located in India, then it will be exempted. But service provided by them, not to them, by them is exempted. And what are the foreign diplomatic missions? UN agencies like UNESCO, UNICEF, WHO, these are all UN agencies. Then embassy or consulate, they are called as foreign diplomatic mission, their service is exempted. Then CMPFO, that is Coal Mine Provident Fund Organization. Then ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation. So services provided by any of these notified organization is exempted. EPFO, Employee Provident Fund, regular PF contribution is there, not that. CMPFO is coal mine, for workers who are working in the coal mines. So now say this, whether foreign diplomatic mission, it is by foreign diplomatic mission or to foreign diplomatic mission, by, and that is exempted. So which of the following is exempted? Option D. Which of the following is treated as exempt supply under GST? Sale of liquor, exempted? Yes, non-taxable. Non-taxable will come under exempted. So it is exempted. Supply of healthcare services, is it exempted? Yes. Transmission of electricity by electricity transmission utility, exempted. See, generally transmission and distribution of electricity by electricity transmission or distribution utility is exempted. Kindly take page number 62. Page number 62, you see point number 11 and point number 12. Page number 62. Services of transmission or distribution of electricity by an electricity transmission or distribution utility will be exempted. And not only the electricity is exempted, even incidental or ancillary activities of electricity is also exempted. What is it? Incidental or ancillary activities like giving metering equipment on rent, then testing of meters, releasing of electricity connection, shifting of meters from one location to another location in the house. Say you are doing renovation of the house and it is in the front, so they can shift the meters from one place to another place. All these incidental or ancillary services to electricity is also exempted. Okay, Papa? So remember, electricity is exempted. Accordingly, transmission of electricity by electricity transmission utility. But remember, only utility is exempted. Utility means what? They should be approved by government. Means they should be covered under Government of India undertaking. Then only it is exempted. So answer, all the three are exempted. Which of the following is a recognized system of medicine for the purpose of exemption from healthcare services? Is allopathy recognized? Yes. Unani? Yes. Siddha? Yes. All these three are recognized system of medicine. So is there any unrecognized system of medicine? Yes. Reiki healing treatment, pranic healing treatment. These two are not recognized system of medicine. Pranic healing means every person will be surrounded by good pranas and bad pranas. The pranic healer will catch hold of bad pranas and destroy it. The bad energy, the bad vibe, he will destroy. Because of which, you all will have good vibe only. Because of which, you will not get any disease. Number Maria irukku. Therefore, it is not treated as recognized system of medicine. Same way Reiki healing treatment also. So that is what you need to do. They will be giving you one plate, like one small copper plate like that. There you need to write whatever disease you have. That they will put in fire so that the disease will go off. You understood? So too much. Peaks. So mentalness in the peaks. You got it? So if you write the name of the disease and if you put it, go Corona, go Corona, go like that. You understood? That is called as Reiki healing treatment. So that is not a recognized system of medicine. All that will be taxable. Okay. That's why these people will take the shelter of spirituality. When they take the shelter of spirituality, they will put it under advancement of spirituality, and under charitable activities they will enjoy the exemption. You understood? They will open a trust. Okay. That too, during Corona and a lot of comedy we have seen. One person just like that he will tell. So he will interact with God and he will be collecting information. We will not understand that script. He only will translate and tell. Okay. And that all these comedy pieces and all will be in the name of spirituality, because in India spirituality sells. Any person, if he wears a saffron dress and if he tell I am a Baba or Swamiji, people will fall on their feet. We will not even think about anything else, because where we started trusting us, we don't trust us. We don't have self-confidence. We always go in search of someone else. So therefore we suffer because of that. And all these Baba Swamijis will take charitable trust route, and because of it they will get exemption. So Reiki healing, pranic healing, as such it is given, it will be taxable. If it is as a advancement of spirituality, then it will be exempted. Then, which of the following services is exempt under healthcare service provided by clinical establishment? Chemist shop in a hospital selling medicines to public at large. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Why? Only to inpatients it is exempted. So at large it will be taxable. Food supplied from an outsourced canteen to inpatients as per the diet prescribed by the hospital dietitian, exempted. Inpatients. Food supplied from outsourced canteen in hospital to the visitors or attendants of the patient, taxable. Advertisement services provided by hospital to pharmaceutical company for their asthma pump by displaying it prominently in the hospital building, taxable. That is not a healthcare service. So only B is exempted. Okay. And next, see this question number 4. Question number 4. Determine the GST payable at the rate of 18% with respect to each of the following independent cases provided by the registered person. Fee charged for yoga camp conducted by charitable trust. What is your answer? Just now we discussed. Is yoga a charitable activity? Yes. Therefore exempted. Amount charged by business correspondent from banking company for the service provided to rural branch, exempted. Amount charged by card blood bank, taxable. That is taxable. Amount charged for service provided by selectors to recognize sports body, taxable. Only player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager is exempted. Then say this number 5. Service provided by a private transport operator to Scholar Boys Higher Secondary School in relation to transportation of students to and from school, exempted. Why? They are providing services to educational institution, category 1 educational institution. Therefore it will be exempted. Service, what if it is given to college? Taxable. Service provided by vehicle parking to general public in a shopping mall. We don't have any exemption for that, that will be taxable. Then next, question number 14. So we have an exemption for Resident Welfare Association, and that exemption we will discuss first and then we will come back to this question. Services provided by unincorporated association. You can see that in page number 53. Page number 53, I don't think so this will be tested in exam this attempt, because previous attempt only they made a MCQ on this. So services by an unincorporated association to its members. If it is a trade union, industrial labor union, agricultural labor union, then it will be exempted. Suppose if they are providing exempted services, then also it is exempted. What are the 3 unions which are exempted, pa? Trade union. Basically there is an unincorporated association, pa, means people, group of people, and that association provides the services to their members and they collect the membership fees. That membership fees or any other services will be exempted, provided it is a trade union, industrial labor union, then agricultural labor union, then it is exempted. Suppose if that association is providing any healthcare service, anyhow healthcare service is exempted na. If the association is providing to its members, that is also exempted. Then membership fees or maintenance charges by a resident welfare association. What is a resident welfare association? Apartment owners association. And if they provide facilities to their members and if they collect monthly up to 7,500 per month per member, then it will be exempted. So if the maintenance charge is beyond 7,500 per month per member, then entirely taxable. Okay, va? Up to 7,500 per month per member exempted, beyond 7,500 per month per member entirely taxable. Whereas any other association, that is balancing figure, if the charges is up to 1,000 rupees per annum, then it will be exempted. If it is beyond 1,000 rupees per annum, then entirely it will be taxable. See this, up to 1,000 per annum per member exempted, beyond 1,000 rupees per annum per member entirely it will be taxable. Done. And in this connection, for electricity charges there is one point. What is that? Whenever electricity charges is collected by the association from the members, first listen, if the bill is in the name of the association and if the bill is in the name of the association and collected it from the members, if only actual amount is collected, it will not be included in the value. Okay, wow. Suppose instead of collecting actual amount, some ad hoc amount is collected, some random amount is collected, then it will be included in the value while computing 7,500. Okay, or can you remember these 2 points? Bill is in whose name? Association name. What bill? Electricity bill. And in turn it is collected from whom? From the members. From the members. And whether it is on actual basis or ad hoc basis, you need to check. If it is on actual basis, don't include in the value. If it is on ad hoc basis, include it in the value. Suppose the electricity bill is in the name of the member. Member's electricity bill. Who paid? Association. In turn recovered it from member. Will it be included in the value? No. So pay electricity charges on behalf of members and claim reimbursement of actual electricity charges from members. It shall not form part of value. Even collect from members on actual basis as charged by electricity board, not form part of value, otherwise it will be included in the value. Okay, and one twisted point they asked, statutory collections like property tax which is paid by the association and in turn recovered it from the members, will that property tax be included or not included? Not included, because first of all it is statutory collection and actually it is not their liability, it is the liability of the members, which is paid by the association and in turn recovered it from the members. All statutory charges which is paid by the association and recovered from the members will not be included in 7,500. Is it clear? That is with respect to this unincorporated association point. You can see this. Question number 14. Decide with reason whether the following independent services are exempt under GST. Gokul Resident Welfare Association received 9,000 per month as contribution from each member for sourcing of goods and services from third person for common use of its members. Is it taxable or exempted? Why taxable? It exceeds 7,500. Entirely taxable or only excess is taxable? Entirely taxable. Number 2, Mr. Vikalp, a performing artist, has received 1,58,000 for performance of classical dance and 90,000 from acting in TV serial. Both are taxable. Why? First case it exceeds 1,50,000, so taxable. Second case, so acting in TV serial no exemption, so taxable. Then next one. See this question number 15. This point is omitted for now. Tour operator service is omitted now. Okay. So previously, see, we have some exemptions with respect to IGST Act. All those exemptions for IGST Act is omitted now. It is not there. So this entire exemptions under IGST Act is omitted. It is not there in syllabus now. Okay. It is not there. They have removed it. In the tour operator point, partly in India, partly outside India, like that, lot of points is given. All those things are omitted. It's not there. Means in page number 61, this entire discussion is omitted. Okay. All the 4 points are not there in syllabus. Means exemptions are there, but for your CA intermediate it is not there. Means it will not be tested. You don't have to learn that. Okay. Also, this import of services, and in page number 60, this third point and fourth point also omitted. That also they have removed. TDRA, FSI, long-term lease, then 1/3 reduction from the value of land, that is also omitted. So that is not there. And even in the next page, this entire discussion is not there. Page number 60 fully omitted. Page number 60 fully not there. And page number 59, these 2 points not there. Third point and fourth point. And next, related to import of services, the entire discussion is omitted. They have removed this. OIDR services, non-taxable online recipient, other than non-taxable online recipient, all these things they have removed. I told you now, they reduce the portion now to a greater extent. So because the students are finding it difficult in order to cope up with the exam, that's the reason why they have removed all these things. Okay, so in your updated study material it is not there, everything they have omitted. Now this first point is not there, see the second one. Miss Purva acts as a team manager for ISL, a recognized sports body, for a tennis tournament organized by multi-brand retail company and received a remuneration of 2 lakhs. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Sir, team manager, sir, team manager for sports league, and is a recognized sports body or not recognized sports body? See, she is a team manager of recognized sports body, but now she is providing services to a multi-brand retail company. Due to that reason, it will be taxable. Then next one, look into 16. Messrs. Fast Trans, a goods transport agency, transported relief material meant for victims of Kerala floods and being a natural disaster by road from Delhi to Ernakulam for a limited company. What is your answer? Exempted, because relief material for natural or man-made disasters, that will be exempted. KN Enterprises, an event organizer, provided service to Breathing Limited by way of organizing business exhibition at Pragati Maidan in New Delhi as a part of Make in India initiative. What is your answer? Why? Because if the event is held outside India, then only it will be exempted, but here the event is held in New Delhi, that's why it will be taxable. Then question number 17, services provided to recognized sports body as a curator of national team. Why? Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. Curator is not in the list, so taxable. Service provided by way of transportation of passenger in meter cab. Exempted. Meter cab or auto rickshaw is given in the exemption. Service by way of public conveniences. We have some exemption for public conveniences, that is washroom, lavatories, toilet, etc. that is exempted. Page number 62, point number 6. Services by way of public conveniences such as provision of facilities of bathroom, washroom, lavatories, urinal or toilet, that is exempted. So we don't have to pay GST with respect to this. So therefore it is exempted. Public toilets are exempted. Service provided by a player to a franchisee which is not a recognized sports body, taxable. Then 18, examine whether supply of food or drink in the following independent case is exempted. Smart Kids is a play school located in Delhi. Smart Kids have outsourced the catering services for supply of food and drink in canteen of play school to BTV Caterers Delhi for a consideration of 8 lakh per annum. What is your answer? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Catering services provided to educational institutions. See, in exam don't write category 1, category 2, category 3 like that. So services, catering services provided to educational institution providing education up to 12th standard or equivalent is exempted. Okay. Then next, Wellness Hospital, a clinical establishment located in Tirupati, is specialized in diabetic treatment. The hospital has its own canteen, Tasty Foods. The canteen serves the food and drink to the inpatients as advised by the doctors or nutritionists of the hospital. Apart from this, other patients who are not admitted or attendants or visitors of the inpatients also take food and drink from the canteen. But if it is given to inpatients, then it will be exempted. For outpatients, it will be taxable. For inpatients is exempted, and for outpatients, visitors, etc., it will be taxable. Then next, look into question number 20. Green Agro Services, a registered person provides the following information relating to its activities during the month of February. Gross receipts from service relating to rearing of sheep. Is rearing of sheep comes under agriculture? Rearing of all life forms of animals except horses. So yes, it is agriculture, therefore it will be exempted. Service by way of artificial insemination of horses, taxable, because artificial insemination of horses is taxable. What if it is artificial insemination of any animals other than horses? Exempted. But animals means domestic animals which is allowed for rearing, not tiger, lion, elephant, etc. and all. That is not allowed for rearing. Okay. Then processing of sugarcane into jaggery, taxable, because jaggery is not an agricultural produce, so taxable. Milling of paddy into rice, taxable, because again rice is not an agricultural produce, taxable, and we don't have any separate exemption. For rice only 4 activities. What are they? Loading, unloading, packing, storage. It's not there. Service by way of fumigation in a warehouse for agricultural produce, taxable. We don't have exemption. Did we discuss fumigation in a warehouse? See, this is not service to agricultural produce. This is service to a warehouse. Is it clear? Where we keep agricultural produce. Fumigation means filling the warehouse with pesticides, insecticides, etc. Okay. So only first one is exempted, remaining and all will be taxable. And look into this question number 21. Satya Sai Resident Welfare Association, a registered person under GST, has 30 members, each paying 8,000 as maintenance charges per month for sourcing of goods and services from third persons for common use of its members. The association purchased a water pump for 59,000 inclusive of GST 9,000 and availed input service of 23,600 inclusive of GST 3,600 for common use of the members during February 2020. Compute the total GST payable if Satya Sai Resident Welfare Association is chargeable to GST at 18%. First part, what is the maintenance charges? 8,000. Whether it will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. What is taxable? Entirely taxable. How many members? 30. So 30 members into 8,000, that is how much? 2,40,000. On the 2,40,000, what is the rate of GST? 18%. So that comes to 43,200. Now, can they avail ITC? Yes. Because in input tax credit chapter, we have one provision. If my outward supply is taxable, I can take ITC on my inward supply. If my outward supply is exempted, I cannot take ITC on my inward supply. Okay. So what is this Satya Sai Resident Welfare Association's outward supply? Taxable? Yes. So on their inward supply, whatever GST they paid, they can take as ITC. How much ITC? 9,000 and 3,600. 12,600. 12,600. Can they take ITC? Yes. Say this. 9,000 and 3,600. They can take ITC. 12,600. So what is the net liability? 43,200 minus. So that is coming to 30,600. Understood? Then see question number 22. AB Limited, a registered company of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, has provided following service for the month of October. Services of transportation of students, faculty and staff from home to college and back to Commerce College. Taxable. Why? Sir, it is service provided by education institution or to education institution? To. Ayya, AB Limited. AB Limited is not education institution. AB Limited is providing services to education institution. AB Limited is providing services to education institution by way of transportation. Are they providing it to category 1 or category 2 institution? Category 2 institution, that's why it will be taxable. Online monthly magazine containing question bank and latest updates in law to students of PQR Law College. Online educational journals and periodicals, exempted. Housekeeping service to Tea Coaching Institute, taxable, because housekeeping service and security and housekeeping should be within premises only to education institution. Coaching institute is not an education institution. Security services to N Higher Secondary School, exempted. Service of providing breakfast, lunch and dinner to students of ABC Medical College offering degree courses recognized by law in medical field. So why? Only catering services to category 1 educational institution up to 12th standard or equivalent will be exempted, other case it is taxable. So which and all is taxable? 2,50,000, 50 and 5,80,000 will be taxable, value of taxable supply. Then look into question number 24. This is related to government services. So please look into services provided by government and service provided to government. This is the next major area that we have. We'll complete it. Page number 48. Page number 48. Services provided by government. When we see services provided by government, it is divided into two. And when we are referring to government, whom are we referring to? Central government, state government, local authority. And service provided by government divided into two. Sovereign functions, other functions. What are the sovereign functions which we discussed as excluded from supply? Panchayat or municipality activities. Then as per constitution, and what's next? Liquor license by state government. These two activities are excluded from supply. All other activities of government will be covered under supply. Okay, all other activities of government will be covered under supply. Only these two activities are excluded from supply. And whichever activity which is covered under supply, again, if it is Department of Post, we have few exemptions. What are they? Inland letter, postcard, registered post or book post of envelopes. Here for registered post there is no exemption, only for book post there is exemption. Make that change. Inland letter, postcard or book post of envelope less than 10 grams. These three are only exempted for Department of Post. All other activities of Department of Post taxable. Can you tell me what are the other activities of Department of Post? Speed post, express parcel post, agency services, like you can do the Aadhaar enrollment, Aadhaar update in post office, all those are taxable. Only three are exempted. What are the three which are exempted? Inland letter, postcard or envelope less than 10 grams. Which post? Book post, not registered post. Then in case of railways, already we discussed few exemptions. What is that? Services to individuals by way of what? Sale of platform tickets, facility of waiting room, clock room, battery operated cars. Then one more point you see, services provided by railways from one zone or division to another zone or division. Usually railways is divided into zones and divisions. One zone or division providing service to another zone or division, that is also exempted between railways only. Service by one zone or division to another zone or division. Then number 3, maintenance services to special purpose vehicles in relation to infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. And we have another point related to this. This is service provided by railways. So maintenance services to special purpose vehicle, like that one point is there. Then another point you see in the next page. Services provided by special purpose vehicles to Ministry of Railways, allowing them to use the infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. Sir, what is it basically? So say this. Usually, what happens? There will be one factory. And this factory will be located little bit far distance from the regular railway track. So this factory building is located at a far distance. And what they are doing, they are telling we have lot of goods which are to be transported by railways. All these goods we cannot bring to the railway station, and therefore we will lay down one track from our place. So from our place we will lay down one track, and that track will be connected to your regular railway line. Okay, we will lay down, we will incur this cost. Whatever is that cost, we will take care, and we will lay down a separate railway track from our location to your location. But this is done by that company at their own cost. Whose cost? this factory's cost. Okay, this factory is now an SPV, special purpose vehicle. What they are doing? They are laying down the railway track. Now this particular railway track will be given even to Indian Railways also. Suppose if there is one train which is on the return journey, so crossing and all will happen, so that train they will keep it here, and this train they will be sending, and again they will use. So they will also use this track. This track will be used by Indian Railways also, which means who built the infrastructure? SPV, and they are giving the infrastructure to whom? Indian Railways, for which Indian Railways will pay some charges. Forever or only for a particular period? For a particular period. This is like build, operate, transfer model. That is, first SPVs will build, they will operate, and then it will be given to Indian Railways, because they will recover their investment in the form of charges, consideration. So carefully listen. There is a special purpose vehicle. There is a special purpose vehicle. What that special purpose vehicle is doing? That special purpose vehicle is creating an infrastructure. So kindly make note of this. Special purpose vehicle is providing services to Indian Railways. What is the service that it provided to Indian Railways? They have provided the infrastructure, right to use the infrastructure owned by SPV. So SPV, special purpose vehicle, is giving to Indian Railways right to use infrastructure, owned by whom? Right to use infrastructure owned by special purpose vehicles, for which the Indian Railways will pay consideration, for giving this, and this consideration is for the concession period, not forever, it is for the concession period, and this consideration will be exempted. Okay, Papa? So what is that? Services provided by special purpose vehicles. To whom? To the Indian Railways, by way of allowing the Indian Railways to use the infrastructure owned by SPVs, for which Indian Railways will pay the consideration. That consideration will be exempted. That is this point. So read this point once. Services provided by, wait, first read it. Services provided by SPVs. To whom? To Ministry of Railways. Correct? By way of what they are doing? By allowing them to use the infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period against consideration. So that will be exempted. Special purpose vehicle is giving the right to use infrastructure owned by SPVs, for which they have given a consideration. That consideration will be exempted. Okay. Next. Then Indian Railways will be providing maintenance services to SPVs. Indian Railways will be providing maintenance services. Indian Railways will be providing maintenance services. See, this infrastructure will be owned by whom? This infrastructure will be owned by SPVs. So therefore, Indian Railways will provide the maintenance services to the special purpose vehicles, and for doing this, the special purpose vehicle will pay some consideration. But basically, this maintenance used to be done by special purpose vehicle, but Indian Railways already will have lot of labor available with them, so they will be providing the maintenance services, for which the maintenance charges will be paid by SPVs. That maintenance charges received by Indian Railways is also exempted. So that will be services provided by Indian Railways. What service? Maintenance service, for which they are getting the maintenance charges, that is exempted. Clear? So say this. This point, services, maintenance service to special purpose vehicles in relation to infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. Then transportation already we discussed. What are the services in relation to transportation that is exempted, and all other services. Even one more point is also there, that is airport or port services, fully taxable. We don't have any exemption. Airport, already I gave, don't write. Airport or port services is always taxable. We don't have any exemption that I gave here. Airport or port service provided by government is always taxable. So what are the cases we discussed? Department of Post, Indian Railways, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port services, this will be taxable, and all other services to business entities, we have some exemptions in segment 3, that is 14 specific exemptions, then 2 general exemptions, like that we have. In other cases, it will be exempted. So other services to other than business entity. Who is other than business entity? Individuals. For them it will be exempted. Okay. So that is with respect to this. And next page you see services provided to government. In this service provided to government, there is a government authority. That government authority providing services to any person is exempted. Sir, who is a government authority? Previous page I gave a definition, that is any body, board or authority established under an act of parliament or state legislature, or board or body or authority in which government has invested greater than or equal to 90%. Example, Chennai Metro Development Authority or Chennai Metro Water Supply and Sewage Board, Real Estate Regulatory Authority. These are all examples of government authority. So if any service is provided by government authority to any person, it will be exempted. Whereas services provided to government authority, what services? Water supply, sanitation conservancy, solid waste management, public health and slum improvement. 5 services. What are the 5 services? Water supply, sanitation conservancy means pesticides, insecticides, etc. Then solid waste management, garbage, cleaning the garbage. Then public health, then slum improvement and upgradation. With respect to these 5 activities, it is exempted. All other activities will be taxable. Okay. So government authority providing service to any person is exempted. And here government includes public works department. Okay. Then any person providing services to government. So these 5 activities exempted. Number 1, pure service. Pure service, second point already we discussed. Composite supply of goods and service where the value of goods does not exceed 25%. But that should be in relation to Article 243G or W of the Constitution. Then fair price shops. Fair price shops means what? Ration shops. They get the commission, that is exempted. Training program where expenditure borne by government is greater than or equals to 75% of total. And import of services by government. These are the services provided to government is exempted. What about these services to government? That is anyhow covered under the pure services. All above services like water supply, solid waste management, etc. provided to government falls under pure service and it is exempted. Now related to this, you see this question. With this question we will stop for today because it's continuously raining. You guys have to go. I don't know what about the transport facility, etc. that is available for you. That's the reason. Okay, we'll wind up half an hour before itself today. Look into this. Geeta Services Limited, registered under GST, is engaged in providing various services to government. The company provides the following information in respect of various services provided during the month of April. Supply. All these are services provided to government. To government. Supply of manpower for cleanliness of roads not involving any supply of goods. Pure service. Correct? Yeah, just now we saw pure service is exempted. Services provided by fair price shops owned by Geeta Service by way of sale of sugar under public distribution system, fair price shop is exempted. Service of maintenance of street lights in municipal area involving replacement of defunct lights and other spares along with maintenance. Generally, replacement of defunct lights and other spares constitutes 35% of the supply of service. That will be taxable. That is taxable. Service of brochure distribution provided under a training program for which 70% of the total expenditure is borne by government. That is also taxable. Why, pa? See this. Government should bear how much? Greater than or equals to 75%. But here how much they bear? Only 70%. That's why taxable. Why third point is taxable? Because it should not exceed, the supply of goods should not exceed 25% of the total. So therefore, first second case is exempted. Other two cases it will be taxable. Clear? So that is up to this. And majorly we completed exemptions. Today what and all we have seen? Introduction, supply, exemptions, and these questions we have seen. And tomorrow we'll quickly complete exemptions, the remaining exemptions. And please go through this list of services under RCM. That also you please go through. So tomorrow agenda is that we will be completing RCM, exemptions will get over, RCM will get over, even input tax credit. That's the agenda for tomorrow. Okay. So please revise today this RCM list of services and input tax credit, so that tomorrow when we are discussing you will be able to connect with that. Okay. Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow. Take care. Go safely, pa. Please go safe. Even if it is going to cost, please catch some auto, etc. and all, and go safe to your home, please.